You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
It was a thing because I didn't want to be without the pot coming home for 4.5 hours because
these
exactly. Were debilitating. They were crippling. They weren't like just, oh, I got a little pain in my temple. No. These were like full-on next level migraines that never went away. And, you know, I can honestly say Canadian cannabis is what ultimately saved my life and my friends in Canada that like supported me.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's Pottober the 28th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing this morning, Al?
Not too bad. I'm doing good. I'm actually doing good. A little chilled, a little cool here. I see some of my friends. They're about an hour north of me. They're posting pictures with snow.
We had snow here last night.
Oh.
Yeah, like not like nothing and not enough to stick. But I was at my daughter's house last night, and on my drive home, there was snow coming down.
Oh, just seeing it. It's not accumulating, but just seeing it is nasty. It just tells you that winter is knocking on our door.
It's here. Yeah.
It's here. So anything new and exciting before we get into the news?
I head off to Vancouver on Wednesday for the psychedelic conference, Spirit Plant Medicine Conference. Yeah.
Very nice. So that means you won't be here next Monday?
For 2 weeks.
Yeah. For 2 weeks. There we go. 2 weeks. All righty. All right. Well, we'll get along.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. We always do.
Yes.
All righty. Here we go with the first story of the day. It's up.
Coming to us from cannabis.net. If the FDA approves it, 5 million depressed Americans could benefit from a new psychedelic therapy.
Yeah, with millions of people around the world suffering from depression, a seriously worrying condition that affects countless families and societies as a whole. It's also still so highly stigmatized, hindering people from seeking help, a proper diagnosis, and treatment. And for those who do get treated, recovery may be futile. That's because depression is so multifaceted and it is such a complex condition. There are several social, familial, environmental, and biological factors at play at any given time. In addition, factors such as genetics, trauma, stress, and substance use also plays a role.
When it comes to treating depression, responses are highly individual too. A medication and dosage that works well for some may not work well for others. Additionally, individuals with coexisting conditions, including PTSD and anxiety, or people with specific genetic differences in brain chemistry will respond differently to pharmaceutical medications. Even those who do respond may find it takes a long time to work. And antidepressant medications are notorious for their harmful side effects. Over the last few years, psychedelic drugs, medicines, have become increasingly popular for their ability to effectively manage treatment-resistant mental health disorders, including depression. Thanks to a growing acceptance of a therapeutic potential of psychedelics, individuals suffering from depression now have more hope than ever with a safe, natural choice.
And while there may be many popular psychedelics to choose from, it's none other than the psilocybin magic mushroom, which are the most famous of all. It's also the most researched out of all other psychedelics when it comes to depression. And there's a solid body of research proving its efficacy for treatment-resistant depression. During a recent study from the Emory University, UC Berkeley, and the University of Wisconsin-Madison investigators sought out to better understand the demand for psilocybin therapy, focusing on depression in the United States. The researchers analyzed data on the prevalence of depression, which were taken from national polls. From this data, they determined that roughly 5 million Americans would meet the criteria for psilocybin therapy if it were ever to be approved.
Our findings suggest that if the FDA gives the green light, psilocybin-assisted therapy has the potential to help millions of Americans who suffer from depression, explained Sid Friesen Rab, the study's lead author and an Emory MD candidate, in a press release. This underscores the importance of understanding the practical realities of rolling out this novel treatment on a large scale, he said. The figures are also based on the FDA's inclusion criteria, taking into consideration factors such as, regional variation, insurance coverage, and variability. While our analysis is a crucial first step, we've only scratched the surface in understanding the true public health impact psilocybin therapy may have, explained Charles Rayson, one of the study's collaborators. Rayson is also the lead researcher for one of the biggest clinical trials studying psilocybin therapy for depression. Ultimately, the realizable potential of this treatment rests in the hands of regulatory bodies, policymakers, insurers, and the healthcare community at large.
Now, he also added that it's our hope that these findings spur productive discussions and proactive preparations to optimize the benefits to patients while minimizing unintended consequences. Now, they go on to say that there are many ways one can medicate with psilocybin. Some cosmonauts who already have had previous experiences with recreational or spiritual use of psychedelics may feel confident enough to engage in psilocybin therapy through standard dosing or microdosing. There are several well-established protocols that one can utilize to do so safely without supervision of a medical professional. However, for individuals who suffer from severe and treatment-resistant depression, psilocybin-assisted therapy may be the better route. It involves the administration of psychedelics, in this case psilocybin, under the supervision of a medical professional. Basically, it's like replacing conventional antidepressant drugs with psilocybin mushrooms. In either case, you'd be monitored by your doctor, and you can participate in psychotherapy sessions with them while taking the medicine.
Not only is there an increasingly solid body of research proving the efficacy of magic mushrooms, but now the studies also say that they are safer and more effective than antidepressants. And when you combine it with the fact that it has little to no side effects, who wouldn't want to take psilocybin magic mushrooms for depression? A recent study demonstrated just this. Researchers at the Center for Psychedelic Research at Imperial College in London found that taking magic mushrooms was more successful at treating depression compared to the widely prescribed SSRI antidepressants. For the study, they focused on escitalopram, which is an SSRI antidepressant, and psilocybin.
Nice word. Wow. No wonder I'd take a big sigh on that one too. Now, David Urtazo, he's the study's first author and a director of the Imperial College in London. He says this is important because improving correctedness and having greater meaning in life can significantly enhance a person's quality of life and long-term mental health. The study suggests that psilocybin therapy might be a more holistic treatment option for depression, addressing both the symptoms of depression and overall well-being. This could make a substantial difference in the overall happiness and daily activities of those suffering from depression, providing a more joined-up approach to mental health treatment.
The study's authors also reported that the patients who were in psilocybin therapy reported better outcomes compared to those who were being treated with the SSRI. In conclusion, there's no doubt that psilocybin therapy already helps so many people with depression and other mental health conditions. Imagine if the FDA approved psilocybin-assisted therapy. We hope this is the kind of medical and regulatory breakthrough we can look forward to in the near future. Please stay tuned.
Yeah, exactly. Stay tuned because let's hope the FDA approves it.
Yeah.
Keep fingers crossed, right?
You
know, and we know what happened with the when the MDMA and the things, how they rejected it.
Yeah.
Right. So
with the likes of Rick Doblin sitting behind that study, I'm shocked.
Yeah, exactly. All righty, on to the next story.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, there's no linear relationship of blood THC to driving, a study finds, calling into question many state cannabis-impaired driving laws.
A new scientific review of available evidence on the relationship between cannabis and driving finds that most research reported no significant linear correlations between blood THC and measures of driving, although there was an observed relationship between levels of the cannabinoid and reduced performance in some more complex driving situations. The report, which has not yet been peer-reviewed, was posted late last week on preprints with The Lancet for an 8-authored team representing Canada's Centre for Addiction and Mental Health, Health Canada, and Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia. It identified and assessed a dozen peer-reviewed studies measuring the strength of the linear relationship between driving outcomes and blood THC, published through September of 2023.
The consensus is that there is no linear relationship of blood THC to driving, the paper concludes. This is surprising, given that blood THC is used to detect cannabis-impaired driving. Most states where cannabis is legal measure THC intoxication by whether or not someone's blood THC levels are below a certain cutoff. The study's findings suggest that relying on blood levels alone may not accurately reflect whether someone's driving is impaired.
That's right. Testing only proves consumption. It doesn't show impairment. Of the 12 papers included in the present review, authors wrote, 10 found no correlation between blood THC and any measure of driving, including, and they say, standard deviation of lateral possession, speed, car following, reaction time, or overall driving performance. The 2 papers that did find a significant association were from the same study and found significant relationships with blood THC and the SDLP, speed and following distance. Authors certainly aren't suggesting that there's no relationship between THC consumption and impaired driving, only that the relationship more appears nuanced and complex than simply the amount of cannabinoid in someone's blood. For example, they noted that some research showed that when a median split was conducted based on blood levels of THC, there were more changes in driving in those who were above the legal limits, even though those same studies did not find a clear correlation between the blood THC and driving.
Authors said that detail suggests there indeed may be limits above which driving is impaired, which may explain why the one study with high doses found significant correlations between, blood driving and THC. I think that was supposed to say blood, THC, and driving. Complexity of tasks behind the wheel may also seem to matter. The one study that found correlations, the review authors point out, used complex driving situations that consisted of a combination of rural, urban, and interstate roads that involved distractors such as deer emerging in rural areas, car doors opening into traffic, and kids on bicycles. Drivers in that study were also told to do a second task while driving, for example, watching lights in a rearview mirror or making a selection on the car stereo.
Thus, scenario and task complexity may be an important variable in revealing an association between blood THC and driving, the paper says, encouraging future research to vary the task demands of the drive to unravel the complex relationship of blood THC to driving. Despite the new paper's findings that there's little evidence of a linear relationship between blood THC levels and driving performance, authors say their conclusions have important implications for road safety, pointing to roadway situations they describe as challenging and complex, as well as increases in potency of cannabis over the past years.
Current methods of detection of impairment may be suited to some types of situations, but more large-scale studies on the relationship of blood THC and driving are needed that systematically vary driving complexity and cannabis potency. This story is really long, hey?
Yeah, I know it is. We'll just go a little bit more here.
Okay. The new review is by no means the first research to challenge the popular view that THC blood levels are a suitable proxy for driving impairment. In 2015, for example, the U.S. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration concluded that it's difficult to establish a relationship between a person's THC blood or plasma concentration and performance impairing effects, adding that it is inadvisable to try and predict effects based on blood THC concentrations alone. Here in Canada, when we first legalized, they were looking at, just before we first legalized, they were looking at, and I'm not sure what they do now, but they had breathalyzers. I don't know if you remember the talk on the breathalyzers here in Canada for cannabis.
No, I remember we were doing the swabs.
Yeah, no, I remember the swabs, and then there was a breathalyzer because I sat in on the testing for the breathalyzer, which totally flopped. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. And the same, like the 5 nanograms that we have here in Canada of THC in your blood is also based on the government found when they went down to the U.S. to see what they had for their levels. But as far as any scientific study proving anything, really it just comes down to, right now it's an arbitrary number. Now, believe me, I don't think someone who's first-time tokers should be going out and smoking a bunch of doobies and driving, though. No.
But there should be a test for those of us who are prescribed, per se.
Well, I know when the laws first changed, I had a patient that got a hold of me right away, and they told me that they were thinking about to stop driving because they were consuming cannabis all the time because of being a patient, and they were concerned about being charged with impaired driving. Yeah. So, all right, we'll shut this one down, and we will move on and go to the next one. And this one comes up right about now. There you go.
There it is. Coming to us from USA Today. Which states could legalize cannabis? Here's where cannabis is on the ballot Election Day 2024.
Yes. With Election Day less than 2 weeks away, voters are gearing up to cast their ballots. In 4 states, voters will have the opportunity to weigh in on a continuously hot topic, cannabis. Nebraska, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Florida voters will see cannabis on their ballots on Tuesday, November the 5th. And in Massachusetts, where medical and recreational cannabis is already legal, voters will be weighing in on the possibility of legalizing psychedelics.
Woohoo! Here's what to know about cannabis legalization in the 2024 election and what each state is voting on. Florida, Amendment 3, a measure related to recreational cannabis is on the Florida ballot. Currently, medical cannabis is legal in the state. Amendment 3 asks voters to consider a state constitutional amendment that would allow for the possession, purchase, and use of cannabis for non-medical purposes by adults 21 and up. The amendment would also allow the Medical Cannabis Treatment Center and other licensed state entities to acquire, cultivate, process, manufacture, sell, and distribute cannabis products and accessories.
Under the amendment, adults 21 and up would be permitted to possess up to 3 ounces of cannabis and up to 5 ounces in the form of cannabis concentrates. 3 ounces. We don't even get that. Well, I guess patients do. Yeah, I guess our patients do. To learn more about the amendment, visit the Florida Division of the Election website. Okay, There we go. Nebraska. Initiative Measure 437 and 438. Go ahead.
Yes. 2 initiatives related to medical cannabis are on the Nebraska ballot. Currently, both medical and recreational cannabis are illegal in the state. Initiative Measure 437 asks voters to consider a statute that would legalize use, possession, and acquisition of up to 5 ounces of cannabis for medical purposes with a written recommendation from a healthcare provider. A vote for Initiative Measure 437 would legalize the use, possession, and acquisition of medical cannabis in the state of Nebraska, and a vote against the measure would not.
Now, Initiative Measure 438, it asks voters to consider a statute that would legalize the possession, manufacture, distribution, delivery, and dispensing of cannabis for medical purposes by registered private entities. The statute would also establish the Nebraska Medical Cannabis Commission to regulate the industry. A vote for Initiative Measure 438 would legalize the possession, manufacture, distribution, delivery, and dispensary of medical cannabis in the state of Nebraska, and a vote against the measure would not.
Sounds a lot like 437.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
Yeah. To learn more about the 2 ballot initiatives and to view a sample ballot for the upcoming election, visit the Nebraska Secretary of State website.
Yeah, I think we're going to find that line at the end of each one.
Yeah. North Dakota, Measure 5, a measure related to recreational cannabis, is on the North Dakota ballot. Currently, medical cannabis is legal in the state. Initiated Measure 5 asks voters to consider a new chapter of legalization that would allow the following.
Production, processing, and sale of cannabis, and possession and use of cannabis for adults 21 and up. Direct a state entity to regulate, register recreational cannabis production, businesses, dispensaries, and their agents. Provide protections for adults 21 and up who use cannabis. Provide penalties for violations of the chapter. Preserve certain employee rights regarding use of cannabis by employees. Supersede local ordinances that would prohibit the purchase, sale, use, delivery, or growing of cannabis by adults 21 and up. Provide that fees must be appropriated by administration of the chapter.
Yeah, a yes vote on the Initiated Measure 5 would approve the chapter, and a no vote would not. And there you go. If you want to learn more, there's a website to click on. South Dakota, Initiated Measure 29. A measure related to recreational cannabis is on the South Dakota ballot. Currently, medical cannabis is illegal in this state. Initiated Measure 29 asks voters to consider legalization that would allow the following.
Possession, growing, ingesting, and distribution of cannabis and cannabis paraphernalia by adults 21 and up. Restricts cannabis possession and consumption in areas such as schools or where tobacco is prohibited. Provides employers with the rights to restrict an employee's use of cannabis and property owners the right to regulate the use of cannabis on their property.
Under the legislation, adults 21 and up would be permitted to possess up to 2 ounces of cannabis in a form other than concentrate or other cannabis products. It would also allow for possession of up to 6 cannabis plants with no more than 12 plants per household.
Oh, so it's not based on residence. Oh, well, completely. All right. Now, in Massachusetts, question number 4 says both medical and recreational cannabis are legal in the state of Massachusetts. And on election day, Massachusetts voters will have the opportunity to consider legislation related to the legalization of psychedelics. Question 4 asks voters about legislation that would allow the following:
possession, growing, and use of certain natural psychedelic substances in certain circumstances. That's ominous. Purchase of natural psychedelic substances from approved locations under the supervision of a licensed facilitator. Regulation and taxation of psychedelic substances, of course. Creation of Natural Psychedelic Substance Commission and Natural Psychedelic Substances Advisory Board. Provide cities and towns the ability to reasonably restrict the time, place, and manner of the operation of licensed facilities selling psychedelic substances. Facilities cannot be banned. Restriction on the basis to deny medical care and public assistance discipline by a professional licensing board or adverse orders in child custody cases for adults 21 and up using psychedelic substances legally.
Permitted natural psychedelic substances include 2 found in mushrooms, psilocybin and psilocin, and 3 found in plants. DMT, I'm going to say that's what that word is. Mescaline and ibogaine. Now, adults 21 and up would be authorized to possess up to 1 gram of psilocybin, 1 gram of psilocin, 1 gram of the DMT, 18 grams of mescaline, and 30 grams of ibogaine. Adults 21 and up would also be permitted to grow psychedelic substances in a 12 by 12 foot area in their homes.
A vote yes on question 4 would approve the legal legislation, and a vote no would not, of course. And there's your website to learn more. Wow. 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 Where am I moving? What state was that?
Massachusetts.
I can handle Boston. Montreal Habs fan in Boston. Yeah, here I go.
Yeah, exactly. All right, the next one's up, and it's got a good question on it, I can tell you that.
Yes, coming to us from cannabis.net. What's the most dangerous drug on the market?
What do you think? Before we get reading it.
There are a few of them.
There are, aren't there?
There are. Now,
I know that from a study that was put out years ago, what the answer is, but we're going to go on the story. I'm not going to say what I had read in the past. Don't want to spoil it, you know. Now, since the dawn of civilization, humans have had an insatiable appetite for altering their consciousness. From the ancient Sumerians writing about beer to the shamanic use of psychedelics in the Americas, our relationship with drugs is as old as humanity itself. It's woven so deeply into the fabric of human society that virtually every major religion and legal system has attempted to regulate, control, or outright ban various substances. For the past century, governments worldwide have been chasing the pipe dream of a drug-free society. Good luck. The war on drugs, launched in the 1970s, promised to rid the world of the scourge of drug abuse. Yet, here we are 50 years later, with more drugs, more potent substances, and more problems than ever before.
History has taught us an undeniable lesson. Prohibition doesn't work. As long as there's demand, supply will always find a way. The only real achievements of prohibition have been to enrich criminal organizations and grant governments unprecedented powers over the citizens' personal choices. From Al Capone during alcohol prohibition to modern day cartels, we've seen this story play out time and time again. But what if I told you that the most dangerous drug isn't what you think it is? If you stopped random people on the street and asked them to name the most harmful substance, you'd likely hear responses like heroin, crack, or meth. However, a fascinating study by Professor David Nutt and his colleagues reveals a far different reality.
Exactly. When I read his report years ago, I was like, holy smokes, really? Okay, makes sense to me. Today, we'll dive into this groundbreaking research that challenge conventional wisdom about drug dangers. We'll explore why current drug scheduling might be completely backwards and how legalization rather than prohibition could actually make drug use safer through proper regulation and quality control. The results may surprise you, and they certainly surprised many in the scientific and political communities when they were first published. So let's take a closer look at what the data really tells us about drug dangers in society.
When it comes to drug research and policy, few names carry as much weight as Professor David Nutt. As a neuropsychopharmacologist specializing in the research of drugs affecting the brain, including addiction, anxiety, and sleep, Nutt has dedicated his career to understanding how various substances impact human health and society. His credentials are impeccable. Fellow of the Royal College of Physicians, Royal College of Psychiatrists, and the Academy of Medical Sciences. He's held prestigious positions at Imperial College London, the University of Bristol, and the University of Oxford. As a former chairman of the UK's Advisory Council of the Misuse of Drugs, the ACMD, he was literally the government's top drug advisor until controversy struck.
Oh, yeah. When that struck, boy, people were just screaming. And here it goes. In 2019, Nutt was famously dismissed from his position by Home Secretary Alan Johnson for speaking scientific truth to power. His offense? Publishing research showing that alcohol and tobacco were more harmful than many illegal drugs, including LSD, ecstasy, and cannabis. Johnson claimed Nutt had crossed the line from science to policy, essentially admitting that evidence-based research took a back seat to political agendas. The dismissal sparked outrage in the scientific community. Multiple ACMD members resigned in protest, including Les King and Marion Walker. Even the government's own chief scientific advisor, John Bennington, sided with Nutt, stating that scientific evidence is absolutely clear-cut. I would agree with it.
Rather than back down, Nutt doubled down on his commitment to evidence-based drug policy by founding Drug Science, an independent scientific committee providing objective information about drugs. His dedication to scientific truth earned him the 2013 John Maddox Prize for promoting sound science and evidence on a matter of public interest, whilst facing difficulty or hostility in doing so. The controversy highlighted a crucial point. Drug policy should be based on scientific evidence, not political convenience. As Nutt himself wrote in The Lancet, the repeated claims by George Brown's government that it had scientific evidence that trumped that of the ACMD, and acknowledgement that it was only interested in the scientific evidence that supported its political aims, was a cynical misuse of scientific evidence.
Needless to say, David Nutt is someone who knows his stuff. His groundbreaking research into drug harms provides us with an unbiased, evidence-based assessment of how different substances affect both individuals and society. When we look at his findings, we're not seeing political spin or moral panic. We're seeing cold, hard data analyzed by one of the world's foremost experts in the field. Now let's take a look at what his research actually revealed about drug dangers in our society.
Professor Nutt's groundbreaking study, published in The Lancet, aimed to create an evidence-based ranking of drug harms in the UK. Unlike previous approaches that relied on political assumptions or moral panic, Nutt and his team developed a comprehensive multi-criteria decision analysts to evaluate 20 different drugs based on 16 specific harm criteria. The methodology was rigorous. 9 criteria focused on direct harm to the user, including mortality, physical damage, and addiction potential. The remaining 7 examined broader societal impacts like crime, economic costs, and family disruption. Each criterion was weighted to reflect its relative importance, allowing for a nuanced understanding of both personal and societal harms.
The results were shocking and flew in the face of conventional drug classification systems. Alcohol emerged as the most harmful drug overall, scoring a staggering 72 out of 100 points. This was significantly higher than heroin at 55 and crack cocaine at 54. Two substances generally considered among the most dangerous. When looking specifically at harm to others, alcohol's dominance was even more pronounced, scoring nearly 3 times higher than crack cocaine. What makes this finding particularly striking is that the legal status of these substances. Alcohol, despite being the most harmful drug by a significant margin, remains widely available and culturally celebrated. We drink it in church. Meanwhile, less harmful substances like psychedelics, which LSD scored a 7, mushrooms scored a 6, are classified as Schedule I drugs, carrying severe legal penalties for possession or use.
Interesting. The one that's the high, like the most addictive, the government is taking advantage of.
Alcohol and tobacco. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Nutt's recommendations based on these findings were clear. Our drug laws need serious revision. The current classification system, he argued, bears little relationship to actual drug harms. Instead of basing drug policy on scientific evidence, we've created a system that, criminalizes less harmful substances while normalizing the use of the more dangerous ones. Perhaps most importantly, Nutt's research highlighted that harm reduction strategies should focus more on alcohol than currently illegal drugs. As he pointed out, if we're genuinely interested in reducing drug-related harm to society, we should be more concerned about Friday night at the pub than about someone taking mushrooms in their living room.
The implications are profound. We've built entire legal and social frameworks around drug classifications that don't reflect reality. Millions are spent enforcing laws against substances that, according to the data, pose relatively minimal risks to society. Meanwhile, alcohol, a drug that causes massive social harm through violence, health impacts, and family disruptions, remains virtually unquestioned as a cornerstone of social life. With this understanding of Professor Nutt's work, we must ask ourselves, isn't it time to renegotiate our social relationship with mind-altering substances? Can we justify maintaining the current system when it's clearly at odds with scientific evidence? As we'll explore next, perhaps the path forward lies not in doubling down on failed prohibition policies, but in developing a more rational, evidence-based approach to drug regulation.
There's a profound irony in our society's relationship with drugs. One of the substances classified as Schedule I, DMT, is produced naturally in our own bodies. As Terence McKenna famously quipped, everybody's holding. The indigenous psychedelic, dubbed the spirit molecule, and we're talking about NN-DMT, isn't just some recreational chemical. Recent research suggests it may be fundamental to our perception of reality itself. Rather than simply causing hallucinations, NN-DMT might actually stabilize our baseline consciousness, with additional doses allowing us to break through these perceptual barriers. But this isn't about DMT specifically. It's about the absurdity of criminalizing a substance our bodies naturally produce. The same as, cannabis. We produce cannabinoids.
Correct.
While celebrating alcohol, a drug, according to Professor Nutt's research, that causes more societal harm than heroin or crack cocaine. You can't watch a football game without being bombarded by beer commercials, yet people sit in prison for possessing substances that are, demonstrably less harmful.
As we approach another presidential election, both candidates have suddenly discovered their support for cannabis reform, despite long histories of opposition. But why stop at cannabis? Nutt's research shows that psychedelics like LSD and psilocybin mushrooms pose even less risk to society than cannabis. We've spent half a century fighting to legalize one relatively benign plant while maintaining prohibition on substances that could potentially revitalize mental health treatment. The evidence is clear. Legalization works. Even without full nationwide legalization, cannabis use among youth has declined in states with legal markets. Why? Because regulated markets require ID checks, while drug dealers don't care about drug or age verification. Legal markets also ensure product quality, generate tax revenue, and create legitimate jobs, all while undermining criminal enterprises.
When Professor Nutt presented scientific evidence challenging the established narrative about drug dangers, he wasn't celebrated for his rigorous research. He was fired. This tells us everything we need to know about the real motivations behind drug prohibition. It was never about public health or safety. It was about control and profit. The pharmaceutical industry has effectively captured the entire drug market, turning prohibition into their private monopoly. They've spent decades funding politicians, shaping media narratives, and influencing medical education. The result? A system where dangerous but profitable drugs are pushed through legal channels while safer alternatives remain criminalized.
The true danger isn't any particular substance. It's the unholy alliance between big pharma and government power. Perhaps Professor Nutt's harm assessment missed the most addictive and destructive drug of all: power. It's the one substance corporate executives and politicians can't seem to get enough of, and their addiction has shaped drug policy for generations. It's time to admit that the war on drugs was never about protecting public health. It was about protecting profits and power. The science is clear. The evidence is overwhelming. The only question that remains is how many more lives must be ruined before we finally embrace a rational, evidence-based approach to drug policy. I bet you a lot of people wouldn't think that alcohol and tobacco were number one on his list. There is a list. Yeah. Yep. There is a list out there that they created at that time, showing which ones were the worst. And
the only thing that I put up there, which they put up at the end, is the love of control. They called it power, but there's a reason why the most addictive substances on the planet are legal: alcohol and tobacco. And we're not talking mapacho. We're not talking indigenous tobacco. We're talking Virginian tobacco that has all of these chemicals put in it. There's a reason why they do that. And it's because if we get addicted to it, we keep coming back for more. I'm surprised that they haven't legalized things like heroin or cocaine or whatnot, because there's an addictive quality to it and people keep coming back for more. So if they can get us all addicted to tobacco and alcohol, then they've got, us constantly coming in to buy it, constantly. And the money that's why
there's some people say there's no cures. There's only things to make people feel better, because if there's a cure, people don't come back, right?
That's why honestly, I love watching all of these mushroom dispensaries pop up, but that's why a lot of them end up closing. It's not because some of them it's because they've been raided, but others close because there's not really a huge, massive market out there for it.
No, yeah.
People come in, once a week, once a month, and they get their gram to 5 grams, and that's it. You don't see them, in a day or two for like another joint or another bottle or another whatever. They go away and they're good.
Yeah. All right, break time. I see we run a little long on that. So we'll be right back. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Education and News. We're live here at paceradio.net.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyendinaga.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with, and then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Information. We're live here at paceradio.net. I don't know whether you got my message there, Cindy. We're going to jump the next story, the one from Singapore, because it is so long and we're running late.
Okay, so head to the government funded.
Correct. We'll jump right to the government funded. Here we go.
Gotcha. Coming to us from the Pharmaceutical Journey, government-funded trial will test psilocybin as treatment for opiate use disorder.
Oh, there goes another one. Good stuff. Another one that can fight the opioid issues that we have here in North America. UK's first trial will investigate whether psilocybin, the active ingredient in magic mushrooms, can help prevent relapse in people recovering from opioid addiction. The psilocybin study, led by researchers at Imperial College in London, will involve 28 participants who have recently undergone detoxification from street opioids.
Participants will receive psilocybin therapy at the National Institute for Health and Care Research Clinical Research Facility in Hammersmith, London, alongside psychological support. The project is one of 4 funded with £7 million award from the NIHR aimed to reduce harm from illegal drugs.
In a press release published on October the 18th, Imperial College said that participants in the first in the UK trial would be closely monitored for effects on their mental health and tolerability of the psilocybin. Participants will also be monitored for up to 6 months after receiving psilocybin doses to track any changes in their opioid use, cravings, mental health outcomes, and psychological well-being.
David Urizo, who is the clinical director of the Imperial College's Center for Psychedelic Research and co-leader for the study, said, we know that up to 90% of people relapse back to opiates within 12 months of finishing detox. So finding new and effective treatments is essential. If the trial is successful, it offers hope for a new type of treatment that could make a significant difference to this group of people. If our initial trial is successful, we will work to enable the development of further clinical trials in larger populations to bring a new treatment to patients and the NHS.
Commenting on the trial, Amira Gurgis, chair of the Royal Pharmaceutical Society Science and Research Committee and M-Pharm program director at Swansea University Medical School, says the research project is clearly certainly an initiative and could provide valuable insights into novel treatment options for addiction. Goes on to say this study is focused on relapse prevention rather than just initial detoxification. It is particularly compelling as relapse remains one of the most significant challenges in achieving long-term recovery.
Yeah, she also added, as with all psychedelic therapies, there are regulatory, ethical, and clinical concerns to address, particularly ensuring appropriate therapeutic context and monitoring. One of the major concerns surrounding psychedelics, including psilocybin, is the potential for adverse psychological experiences, commonly referred to as quote-unquote bad trips. The long-term effectiveness of psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy, particularly in preventing opioid relapse, remains uncertain. Further research is essential to confirm its efficacy, safety, and suitability for different patient populations. This is definitely an exciting development. The long-term impact of this research could be transformative, but it will take time to fully understand its role in addiction treatment.
Now, Colin Davidson, professor of neuropharmacology at the University of Central Lancashire School of Pharmacy and Biomedical Sciences, added, "We all know how deadly heroin and fentanyl can be, and we now have the nitsans, which are our new synthetic opioids, flooding the market. Fentanyl is more potent than heroin, and many of the nitsansins are more potent than fentanyl." Meaning that respiratory depression and death are even more likely from these newer opioids. Thus, new treatments are desperately needed for these dangerous medicines.
Psilocybin, which is one of the safer medicines of abuse, has proven to be useful in depression and anxiety, as well as alcohol and nicotine addiction. If it proves to be useful in opiate use disorder, then given the current opioid epidemic, it could save many thousands of lives. Existing studies have found that psilocybin may be as effective as escitalopram for the treatment of depression. And a study due to finish at the end of 2024 is looking into the medicine's potential for treatment of anorexia.
It's interesting that psilocybin, to be used, an illegal substance, to be used to treat, as we just read in a previous story, society's worst and legal drugs, alcohol and nicotine addiction. Yeah. Okay. The other studies to be funded by the NIHR will look at developing a virtual reality enhanced treatment integrated with wearable device to improve outcomes for people with cocaine dependence, testing app coordinated daily bot contact to improve prison release continuity of care for former prisoners, and developing a better way for people with opioid dependence to switch from methadone treatment to ibuprofen long-acting injection. I haven't heard of that one yet.
Interesting.
Yeah. So there we go. Another story out of the way. Done. Okay. Next. There we go.
Next. Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, Harris will legalize cannabis as part of Freedom Agenda, Democratic governor says, noting Biden has done very little on the issue.
Vice President Kamala Harris's support for cannabis legalization is part of the Democratic presidential candidate's Freedom Agenda. Colorado Governor Jared Polis said in an event hosted by musician and cannabis icon Willie Nelson. This was last Thursday. He highlighted Harris's backing of the policy change as a key difference between her and current President Joe Biden, who said he has done very little on the issue during his term. The Colorado governor was among a number of politicians, celebrities, and cannabis reform advocates who spoke at the online event hosted by Nelson, along with his wife, Annie D'Angelo, and fellow Texas musician Dar Jamal. Other speakers included entertainer Whoopi Goldberg, U.S. Reps Earl Blumauer and Barbara Lee, travel reporter Rick Steves, and former NFL player Ricky Williams.
Nelson himself, along with Goldberg, emphasized that despite Harris's past as a criminal prosecutor, she's now fully behind putting an end to penalties around cannabis. If we want to see legalization become a reality, we have to do what we can to elect Harris, the musician said. We need you to drag your friends to the polls if need be.
At the end of the day, we can't go on blaming her for enforcing the law when she was a prosecutor. That was the law. That was her job. And we need to recognize when we have a real partner in this mission to legalization. We've all been on, and in Vice President Harris, there's no doubt that we have that partner. Nelson, who lives in... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, who lives in Texas, also recently urged voters in Dallas to pass a cannabis decriminalization initiative that will appear on their local ballots in November. Early voting for that measure kicked off on Monday. And on Thursday, he also encouraged voters in Florida, South Dakota, North Dakota, and other states to turn out and vote for cannabis reform as well.
Yep. Goldberg, who said she's used cannabis to help manage menstrual cramps, explained that she believes Harris now understands cannabis prohibition as a failure following her experience as district attorney in San Francisco and as California's attorney general. Goldberg says that she did her job. She put folks in jail. Now she's saying, hey, listen, maybe under those guidelines we made a mistake. Maybe we need to rethink this. And anytime we can find growth in politicians, I say yay for them.
Mm-hmm. It's really important that we get these things thought of as normal. Whoopi then added, when we're talking about cannabis, it should not be something that is ever thought of as something harmful, because it's not. And we have so many ways of using this, and Camilla now knows that. Many of the speakers described Harris as the first ever major party presidential nominee to ever call for cannabis legalization on the campaign trail. Paulus called her the first major party candidate to support leaving it up to the states.
When I read that in the past, like in the recent past, and I keep thinking back to Jimmy Carter, I was thinking he was going to legalize cannabis at one point, but I'd have to look further into that. People always like to talk about how are Joe Biden and Kamala Harris different. Well, Joe Biden has done very little on this, and finally they have the rescheduling sitting there. We hope they approve it, but that's just the first step. For Harris, Polis added, cannabis is part of her personal freedom agenda, grouping the issue with the vice president's support for reproductive rights, marriage equality, and even civil rights matters.
Mm-hmm. And despite former President Donald Trump's recent endorsement of cannabis legalization in Florida and certain other reforms, Paula said the Republican nominee already had a chance to enact reform when in the White House and wasted the opportunity. Blumauer and Lee, both members of the Congressional Cannabis Caucus, joined the webinar together and described Harris as a leader in the movement of cannabis reform.
Blumauer says the progress we've made is unbelievable. He says that this issue is a secret weapon for the party. If it weren't for the cannabis being on the ballot in Arizona in 2020, Joe Biden wouldn't have carried those electoral votes, he claimed. Young people carried him across the finish line. And that's what happened here in Canada. Mm-hmm. Legalization brought the third party up to a majority party.
Yep. This is our secret weapon, and Camilla Harris has been on the forefront, the Oregon congressman who is not seeking re-election continued. She co-sponsored our MORE Act. She spoke out, not just in the campaign, but before. She has been on the cutting edge of cannabis legalization, and this is our secret weapon to win the election. It will motivate young people. It speaks to racial justice, to health, and to our public safety. Lee, for her part, asks viewers of the video event how many times they'd ever heard of a presidential candidate use the word legalization of cannabis.
I don't think any candidate has ever uttered those words publicly in a campaign, she says. Now, Rick Steves, a TV reporter and TV host, or travel reporter and TV host, who's been a longtime advocate for state-level legalization, said that the election next month means that right now, we've got an opportunity with Kamala Harris to end it, all of it, federally instead of state by state. Pot's here to stay. You cannot wish it away, he added, arguing that while regulation is needed to protect safety and ensure products aren't accessible to children, The ability of an adult to consume cannabis on their own time should be protected as a personal freedom.
I'm a hardworking, tax-paying, church-going, kid-raising, and now grandkid-raising citizen of the United States, Steves asserted. And if I work hard all day long and I want to go home, smoke a joint, and just stare at the fireplace for 3 hours, that's my civil liberty. Another speaker,
Exactly.
former NFL player Ricky Williams, said that while some politician pundits have criticized Harris's inclusion of her support for legalization in a broader plan focused on Black men as pandering, he instead sees the vice president's message as one of understanding.
He says, the stories around this were, she's doing this to get the African American vote. And for me, 100% worked right, because I know that she understands the experiences I've been through in Port Bend, Texas, put in handcuffs and taken to jail because I had an eighth of cannabis on me. When the officer realized who I was, he apologized, Williams reflected. And I realized how cannabis prohibition has been used to weaponize against the African American community. And for me as a voter, and as an African American male, to see that my vote could do something to change that so no one ever has to suffer, that I'm all in.
Other speakers at the event included U.S. Representative Brittany Patterson, who said Colorado's cannabis legalization has brought in millions of dollars in tax revenue, while underage use has, in fact, fallen, as well as singers Brittany Spence and Margot Price. I'm looking at a joint, and I'm just like, man, I just want to spark it right up now, quipped Spencer when she joined the call. But thank you all for having me seriously.
Spencer went on to say she supports legalization because of the toll that disproportionate cannabis policing has had on the Black community, and because she's experienced relief firsthand using cannabis to help manage symptoms of endorosis. And goes on to mention the other reports on a study. She says the event hosted by Nelson and D'Angelo, announced earlier this month, was meant to emphasize the importance of cannabis reform in America, according to an earlier statement, and came on the heels of Harris's reaffirming her support of federal cannabis legalization and pledging to make it the law of the land. What do you say? We pretty well end of our time. There's still much more here to go, and I think we've got the gist of the story out by reading what we did, and that
absolutely.
That she's for legalization of cannabis. And I know that when she first came out and said it, Trump came out for a day or two, but it's just gone silent since then on the Republican end. So that's why we don't have any report on the Republican end. They haven't said anything. So, yeah. So, you'll find out, there's still a week left to go on the federal end for the U.S. election, and there's lots of stuff that's going to happen after that. So it isn't going to happen tomorrow, but as the article says, it's good to see that there's discussion and see what happens after November the 5th.
Yeah, be interesting.
Because it's got to be done. It's ridiculous to keep it illegal, as far as I'm concerned. And just going state to state to state doesn't do what it should achieve overall, and that's covering all citizens in the U.S., just not the ones living in certain states. Yep. And knowing that the some states, it would not be a consistent law across the country. And that was why here in Canada, that was one of the reasons why the government went ahead and did it. Now, obviously, down in the U.S., you go state by state by state, you're going to have states going to be full legalization. And then you're going to have states that could be, who knows, we didn't get to the Singapore story, but there could be like Singapore where people were put into jail cells without even a bed.
Yep.
Nothing but a mat.
Yeah, we talked about that last Monday. That was crazy.
Yeah, exactly. All righty. Well, I see we're at the end of the line. So one story we didn't get to, and that was that there's a BC cannabis store that was fined for selling cannabis at too low of a price. I think Glenn and I covered that on Thursday. And,
yeah, well, where is this so I can go buy some cannabis there?
Oh, all right. Well, they got $1,000 fine. Hey, here, I'll bring it up. That way you're going there. You're going there. So let's bring it up and see where it is.
Oh, good
All right, I
Lord.
gotta get it set up. I gotta bring the title up. I was reading down, so I moved it down. But yeah, here you go.
Yeah. Coming to us from StratCan. BC pot shop fined for selling cannabis at too low of a price.
And where's Cindy gonna go buy cannabis? Let's find out. Okay, this cannabis store is in BC. It was ordered to pay a $1,000 fine for selling cannabis at too low a price. Cost Cannabis in Revelstoke, BC, was ordered to pay a $1,000 fine after it was ruled in a hearing in October that had violated provincial laws that prevent a retailer from selling cannabis at a price below the price that the licensee paid to the government for the cannabis and below the wholesale price of the cannabis on the day the licensee sells it to the patron. So that means that patron gets it for less than what the store could buy it for and less than what they get it for.
Wow. A notice of enforcement action issued to business alleged that on April 22nd, BC Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch received a complaint that the retailer was advertising all process and accessories in the store were for sale at 50% off. Following that report, an inspector conducted an inspection of the store on the 25th. In the report, the inspector noted that they had asked about 4 specific products, and the staff member they spoke with confirmed that their sale prices were lower than their list prices.
Yeah. Now, a few days later, the same inspector then sent a request to the store licensing asking for a list of cannabis products inventory and a list of cannabis sales reports, monthly Health Canada reports, and cannabis purchase reports for January through April. The licensee provided responses to these requests in May, except for the monthly Health Canada compliance reports. Through this process, the inspector determined that the retailer had sold products below the price that they had paid the provincial wholesale distributor for them.
From the options of a 1 to 3 day license suspension and or a $1,000 to $3,000 monetary penalty, the license holder received a $1,000 fine. This was because it was the retailer's first violation of this type within a 1-year period. The retail license holder admitted that the province's minimum pricing rules had been broken, accepting a financial penalty, but also argued that the rule for minimum pricing is not effective in the government's stated goal of preventing overservice and or overconsumption. Instead, they argue the rule should be changed.
The licensee says the historical legal market on cannabis sales continues to be significant. To read the document, these gray-scale cannabis or gray-sale cannabis products can and are being sold cheaper than the government-supplied cannabis products, and this disparity is pushing the industry to remain underground. This, the underground market, is much more likely to be a source of overservice and overconsumption than sales by licenses for less than the minimum pricing. This is especially concerning as the gray market products can be tainted and are not as safe as government supplied products. The licensee will be required to pay the $1,000 penalty to the general manager of the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Board on or before November the 23rd. Signs will also be needed to posted within the store showing that a monetary penalty has been imposed and be placed in a prominent location by a Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch inspector or a police officer.
Well, what wonderful advertising for this little store that is right halfway in between Kamloops and Golden, BC.
Is it anywhere where you're going to be it's not, eh? I can just imagine you going in there and buying something and say, hey, we heard about you in the news.
Yeah, no, it is. It's closer to, it's on the east coast side of BC. So it's like very close to Golden, BC, and not very far from Banff, which of course we know is in Alberta.
Alberta, yeah. Where's Cranbrook?
This place isn't very far. I mean, it's probably a few-hour drive from Tamara, though, in Cranbrook.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was my question. And you answered it there, so that's good. Yeah, I was wondering how close it would be to her. So, but $1,000 fine. They sold underneath. It's the post the sign in the store. Just out of curiosity, the TD Bank was just fined $3 billion in the U.S. Do you think that they were required to put a sign up in every TD bank across North America or across the U.S. saying that they violated the government's monetary act, and that they're subject to a fine? No. So I look at this as really just more of the stigma against cannabis businesses. It's cannabis itself. It just doesn't make sense. But other store has to put up a sign saying, "Hey, we did this or we did that," something that was illegal. I haven't seen any. So, all right. What do you say? All done for the day?
I think we're all done for the day. We went over by 10 minutes.
I know. Yeah, we're going to be 15 by the time the commercials roll on. But I figured, hey, we'll cover the last story. You're heading to BC. It's your last show for a couple of weeks. You know, you might have been going to that store.
That would have been cool. I would have too.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. All right. Oh, hang on. We got a comment. Just came in. Just so you know, we got a comment from Daryl. Great show, Alan, Cindy. Have an amazing day. You have an amazing day too, Daryl. Thanks for your help too. You know what I'm talking about. Other than that, we're done for the day. And in closing, from the Legacy420.com news desk, that's our Pace News report for today. Thanks to our buds at the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as Legacy420.com, LimestoneCityHydroponics.ca, and @ease.ca. And in closing, we'd like to say thanks for watching the program or tuning into the podcast afterwards. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
I'm like,
kill it.
Pulled it in there somewhere.
Okay,
So the
Shallon.
next day I saw him. I'm like, hey. He's like,
When you're done there,
it ain't more
putting
than
your
lights,
entries
it's
in.
juicy fruit. I
We
said,
got
I don't
number
know how
3
high
for
I
you.
went.
Alrighty.
Here we go.
Thank you.
It's in a
Skipping
case. it'll
me?
be all right.
Is that yours or hers?
We skipped you and Shallon because you guys were eating, so we went to Kent. Now we're going back to Shallon. We go to
Oh,
you.
okay. I was like, what they do now?
You were having that sugar donut.
Yeah. Oh.
The twisted sugar donut.
Yeah, I ate them all.
That looked good.
That's what we're doing here. Yeah, I got to
Oh,
go to
yeah?
the restaurant. Like, still my heart is going.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't do usually
I don't even know
do
how many there
sugar.
was.
No, they're delicious. Cooked perfectly.
Yeah.
Nice and tender inside.
Oh.
Sirloin makes a difference.
Yeah.
As opposed
Yeah.
to
the type of
burger.
burger
That
it
wasn't
was,
burger.
yeah.
She got the good parties.
So yeah, we'll have to do a grow. We'll have to do a grow up game tournament. Sit around the table like this. Have the thing on.
Yeah, today would have been a perfect day for it.
Exactly, because people just only heard me talk about it or read about it, including yourself, or even
Throwing them away.
on one of the memories
Hmm?
that I run
You're throwing them away.
Yeah, just in case the dog was that might be.
All right, so how's that look? We got 2 dubs again. Everything seems to be 2 dubs. Peel. How's it rolled? Paper. Filter.
No, she's cheating. No, I'm going to answer the question. You're going to do the dry as well. And
Yeah.
probably it's a good idea. Maybe we should.
And then
consider
it'll
doing
go
that.
faster.
All right.
Yeah.
Good dry.
By the time it gets back to me, it should
Yeah.
It's not going to get back to you. We're going to
Yeah,
smoke
you
it
can
right
see-
here
you
between
see it.
us.
It's got the long tapered filter on it with just the fold in the middle. So it's not fiber or whatever that other filter stuff is. You can definitely tell it's a joint.
Is it like like that last one? Seemed to me like
It'll
a-
be something if you swallow
bigger
it.
filter,
I put that in the
whole-
comments. I put it as a next smoker. I'm not comfortable with the feel of smoking. It's,
Yeah, well, there you go.
Oh, I'm not comfortable neither. I get out of my car and smoke it from the back.
Yeah.
All my stuff's in the back of my knapsack.
Right.
What little I've got in there.
yeah.
Here we are on number 3.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I see. We're cutting off the end in order to make it easier to draw on to do the dry haul.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that made a difference. Yeah, yeah. It's 2 now. 2 now.
They just do that so it doesn't fall out at the end in packaging and shipping and transportation.
Yeah, well, yeah, yeah. And normally,
So like a cigar where you cut off the tip, these you got to cut off the.
Yeah, it's too much work. You know, you think with the pre-roll everything be there ready for you to go, but it's too much work. You have to augment it. Sometimes you have to re-roll it.
you're hitting it with the lighter, right? So you're burning that paper right away.
Yeah.
So it would open it up.
It would.
Yep.
And like as you mentioned, it closes it off to keep
Keep it fresh and in there.
it fresh and in there. Okay.
That'll work. That works.
So far, they've been in tubes with no moisture.
That works
control
for
packs
me.
either.
Works for you too, doesn't it?
Are you finding? How are you finding the newbies? Are
Watch
they
now
hard?
over there, sucker on the thing. When are you going to pass that
What's
fucking
Al
thing?
saying?
Well, you wait
How-
a minute. You didn't even light it.
No, you
How
got
are you
just kinda
finding the
try it.
doobies? Are they dry? Are they moist? Are they rubbery?
They're probably not.
There's a leak.
Humidity.
There it
Yeah.
is. There's a leak.
They'd be
Yeah.
probably
40, maybe 30.
Pre-roll.
a little
all
drier than
Looks
Than
okay to
usual.
me.
yeah.
Number
You know, they
3.
gotta get
No,
it
yeah.
dry. Okay. So Shallon, you're lighting that.
Yeah.
Here is your
Okay.
return doobie. You pass that along.
Quality of roll.
Yeah. Put that
Where's
back
the
in the tube.
Yeah.
So you don't, or put
Thank
the filter in.
Hey.
in your tube. Keep it up. It'll just all
Okay.
fall out of there.
Selection of rolling paper.
Hmm?
Selection of rolling paper.
Rolling paper. Yeah.
That smells really familiar from here.
Make sure
It is.
Yeah, it's the stuff that Al had, isn't it?
Yeah, but the smell, as soon as she lit that, I'm like, that's familiar.
So we'll have to.
Which number are you on now? 3. Selection of rolling paper.
quality roll.
Low quality, high quality.
I'll go
I'm not seeing any abuse.
Selection of
Bent
filter.
over.
I'll care for. I mean,
Yeah.
they're gonna
Selection
probably
of filter.
package them extra careful too. Because,
Right.
this whole presentation thing is part of it.
That's okay.
Yeah, and it's a paper filter. There's
Taste before it
zigzags
was
in
lit.
there.
The cardboard
The
paper.
taste before it was lit.
It's not the foam
What-
style, it's glass
What are
fiber.
you guys feeling about the papers that they're using?
The
And have
papers
you
that
smoked
they're
it yet?
using.
You haven't smoked it yet, have you?
Overall,
Have I got any smoke?
I'm not.
Did you smoke it yet?
I'm not super.
He won't give it to
disappointed
me.
Oh, I
like
see.
that.
Okay. It'll
To
come.
me, when I smoke a raw paper, it just seems to turn black.
He didn't want to
Yeah.
smile, but he did.
Automatically, raw paper for me.
I don't particularly like rye.
So I don't like where that happens.
You can tell a raw paper, be it a
Yeah,
pre-roll or a roll. You can tell a raw paper. Very distinct smell and taste to them.
Yeah,
Right.
this is burning. This is burning really
Thank
good.
you.
There's no runs or anything. I can see a bit of resin on the paper. Now, probably the disappointing thing is yet again, it's another one that's got black ash to it. Right?
So this is number what, Al?
Yeah. What's that?
What number is this?
3.
We're on 3 hours and 35 minutes.
All right. Well, I'll be.
There's 4
We
more.
could have done a telethon, dude.
Yeah. I'll be doing some editing and releasing it in smaller. stuff.
Buddy has a question for you.
Number 7. Buddy Weed smoking 7 doobie. Way to go, buddy.
I'm 7.
Yeah.
And then this one 8, and then another 9. Yeah, I'm up there.
Okay, so how's that joint going?
None of your business.
Smoking pretty good.
Smoking, still smoking, still burning, hasn't gone out. Nobody has said no thanks.
Has nobody's had enough yet?
Hell no.
Obviously, Deb has because she's gone inside.
Okay.
She's helping Gail with the food.
Does it taste like it smells?
Kind of, yeah.
Get some
Harsh
get some
to
bites.
smooth.
I was just reading the next question. Does the aroma translate to
Not bad at all.
There it comes.
Ash color.
ash? Is
That was good, except no, I've had enough. Thank you.
No, I'm showing you the ash. Bob.
Oh,
Ding, 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 ding.
Give me a joint back.
Over that way.
Rob's got
right.
a permanent.
all right. What's that again?
8 is ash color.
He usually has a beard, like you.
Ash color. That was it was
Yeah.
4.
Like what he says, I thought I was catching up.
Effects pleasant or not pleasant or pleasant.
Oh, we'll go 5 on that one, I guess. Let's do
So
it.
I just want to
Overall
thank Sarah
improvement.
Sunday for sending us these kits for
Would
us
you
to
buy
do
this?
this.
Yes.
Yes, I
This
will.
is my absolute favorite time of the year, the Karma Cup. I miss the festival, but as I said at the beginning, I'm sure she's going to figure out a way to do something at some point.
Yeah. Yeah. I do have a concern about the research end of things where the lounges are that are operating off right now lit research.
Yep.
Their ability to do so might change. And that's something I'm only basing on stuff that I've read in the news.
So explain what you're talking about. They've found a loophole that allows a complex to be used as a research facility to test cannabis. And so when you go in there, I believe you sign a waiver, you go in, you use your cannabis, whatever, and it's open, and you have to actually do some paperwork. Is that correct, Al?
Yes. Yeah, it was like that at a time.
I've not been to one of those.
Actually, I was to Vapor Central when it had its.
I've been to Vapor Central, but I stopped going to things because I was having a hard time walking. So I kind of missed out those kind of events, right?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cannabis and Coffee with me. We are on Monday, and it's like almost Halloween already. Like, it's almost the end of October. Like, when did that happen? Like, it's just kind of like weird that, you know, everything's kind of like moving so quickly, right? But again, here, I'm going to adjust myself here because it looks like I've got way too much light going on. Oh, and that's not looking like it's going to happen. That's not going to be good. Falling over. I don't want my computer to fall over. Oh, that wouldn't be good either. Oh, shit. Only got one. It was expensive. I've had it for about 5 years now. Anyway, so we're on week 3 going into week 4 of Cranbrook Substitution Program. I am elated. It has been going absolutely fabulously. And I'm waiting on my guest. I don't know what the heck happened to him. But he's been sponsoring. He was a sponsor. He stepped up to sponsor when I was looking for sponsors for the first week when we first got going. And I haven't met Daryl in person before, but I had a guest on my show that has been using his product. And she was raving about how she felt better and how everything was working so much better for her. Her anxiety was down and all these really great things about Daryl's product. Now, it's a zero high, okay? It's straight like CBD 50/50s or CBCs. He does have a THC tincture as well. I haven't tried them, to be fair, because there he is. I haven't tried them, to be fair, because they're for the program, right? So he's just popped in, so I'm just gonna finish introducing him and then I'll bring him on. But so, like, honestly, I like I said, these tinctures were given to us for the substitution program, but I have heard some really great feedback. I have one. I'm going to call them patients because I don't like using the word client because we're not selling them anything, right? We're giving all this stuff away. Like, this is not a business, okay? This is a non-for-profit. We're giving away free cannabis and meds and edibles to people with addiction problems. So by no means is this a business. Nobody is making a fucking dime. We are running on straight donation. I have been super lucky to have had 2 fairly good substantial financial contributions, as well as other patients sending me extra stuff, extra gifts of cannabis, extra gifts of edibles. So we've been able to, and toques and mitts and solar lights and all kinds of things from our community have come together. So for a program that I wasn't sure how it was going to get off the ground, being, like I said, I picked bottles out of the ditch to fund this, because I know this is not a program where I can just take somebody's leftover shake and roll it into joints and hope that that's going to help somebody, because it's not. You need a high level indica to really help with this stuff. Oh, Daryl's gone again. He must have lost the connection. Anyways, we'll wait for him to come back. But again, like I said, I gotta take this stupid background off too, because I had it on before because my husband was home, right? And he was sleeping behind me. I gotta take this off because it's driving me freaking nuts because I can't move around. There, you can see my messy room again. Anyway, so back to that. So again, like I said, because of the fact that we've been working with people with addiction problems, but I've had one already say to me, "I'm down from 20 points of fentanyl to 1 in 3 weeks." We have another patient that it's one of our volunteers. Her daddy's been using painkillers for over 35 years because he's got back issues. I gave him some of the 50/50 tincture and some of the gummies. And for the first time in 30 years, he hadn't taken a pain pill. The first time, one day. And the next day he did, of course, because he was driving. And he was worried about driving with the gummies and the rather than the pharmaceuticals. I'm not sure what the logic is in that. But again, right? People have choices. So, but again, like I said, I'm really grateful for all of these people that have come together to make this program work. But back to Daryl, because like I said, I'd already heard about him prior to from a guest I'd already had on my shows. And like I said, she was raving about all this, about his product. Now, I'm pretty skeptical, man. Like, CBDs don't do anything for me. Snake oil, blah. And honestly, that's pretty much my thoughts. I'm not even going to mince I don't lie, right? That was my first thoughts. Anyways, I'm seeing some progress. I've seen some people. I'm actually, shouldn't probably say this out loud, but I actually did give one away to somebody very, very close to me and who has anxiety. And he's finding a difference in it too. So I'm going to introduce Daryl from zerohigh.ca. He's local in our local East Kootenay area. And welcome, Daryl. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much, Tamara. How are you doing?
I'm good. It's finally good to see you face to face, right?
Yep. It's time, I think. Yep, for sure.
Now that we're going to start getting snow, it's going to be harder and harder to even because Creston's not far, but it's still far enough when the roads are crappy, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to start out because I always ask my guests.
Yep.
Who you are and how you got interested in cannabis and when you started consuming.
Probably started consuming when I was 17, 18 years old, kind of thing. I wasn't a big drinker as a teenager, so I started consuming then. Obviously didn't have any idea about any of the health benefits of it. We all know that it was shunned upon, I guess, pretty much, right? But in 2014, when they first come up with the ACMPRs available for a lot of more people, I got my first medical license because I was dealing with a lot of health issues myself, COPD and pneumonia and irritable bowel syndrome. I was dealing with CHS at the time, which we didn't even know what it was called at the time. And just weird little things that the body throws at a person, right? Weird rashes and stuff like that. So the first one I started using it for was my irritable bowel syndrome. I wake up in the morning normally and I couldn't even look at food, as I was just nauseous till about 10, 11 o'clock every morning. And then I could actually eat some food. So I started, I just made a tincture. I didn't even just made a tincture out of the plants that I had and started taking it in the mornings. And as soon as I took that, my nausea was gone and I could make a lunch for work and I could actually eat breakfast. And so that kind of opened up my eyes a little bit and made me think I should look into it further. So by about 2018, I'd been dealing with COPD since about 2008, somewhere in there, back and forth to the hospital on oxygen, all that kind of stuff, inhalers, blah, blah, blah. So the last time I went to the hospital, they'd only seen me 100 times already. So I'm a kind of they're treating everybody. I sat the one for about 4 hours and the other one for about 3 hours. And I'm thinking to myself, well, if this stuff is supposed to be as good as it says it is, there should be a treatment for my lungs or whichever. So I walked out of the hospital, went home and made myself a very strong THC tincture, because that's actually what repairs your lungs is the THC cannabinoids. So I took that probably every 2 hours for roughly 4 to 5 days, and I haven't dealt with COPD since. No inhalers, no hospitals, no sitting there on oxygen and all that kind of stuff. So that really opened my eyes. But in between that time, I've been building different mixtures, I guess, the 50/50s and the THC and the CBD, reading up quite a bit on that. So 2019, I took a course through the Cannabis Training University down in Boston. So there's the master's in cannabis. And then in 2021, I took the Cannabis Health Specialist diploma course out of Calgary. That's put on by Elevated Learning Academy. Excellent course. And then here 2 years ago, I took the Ganje course that's held down in California, Humboldt, California there. Took the education side of it. I haven't been down to do my in-person testing or whichever. I just can't afford it at this time. It's a little bit of money to get down there. And
And then it's harder to get across the border if you've been involved in cannabis at all. Even though they're looking at legalizing it, federally right now. I've had friends that have tried to cross the border, don't have criminal records, never been, but they Google and all of a sudden your name comes up and they're like, yeah, you're not going to Hemp Fest this year.
Yeah.
I've had that. We had that happen a couple times in the past, and you have to be super careful. But again, American, they're I wouldn't say they're ahead of us, but I believe they are ahead of us a lot with medicinal because they've got so many more accredited research being done.
Yes.
Right? I think that's where we're at too with Israel and the States, because even now when you go into any of the the Health Canada website links are all going to the Alberta Medical U.S. American Medical Association, right?
Yeah, age and all that. Yep.
Yeah, because Al and I were looking up a bunch of things last time on our last page show, and everything was going to the American Medical Board. And like, even when you looked up the, when we first had legalization in Canada, we had a committee that was put together with whatever her name, I can't remember, McLennan and a bunch of Bill Blair and a bunch of political mucks. And that now still, when anyone any research, it goes to the American Medical Association. I'm like,
yeah,
what happened to our research? Like, what are we doing? I know there are a few little bits and pieces being done at in the University of Montreal, but I still think that our government is looking for the harms and not the benefits. And I think that's a real problem when they already know that we've had a medical licensing since 2000, right? Like, this is not a new thing in Canada. Like, we had the MMAR, then we had that, let's, send our plants into Stephen Harper with the kitty litter deal with the MPR, why we had to fight in court to get our gardens back. Then the ACMPR was then built because of that fucking shit show, right?
Yeah.
So again, like, here we are. But again, with legalization, it really left the medical patients behind. So there's no medical research really being done. So
That's
you
right.
having the ability to have this knowledge, like I said, I'm a skeptic, Daryl. I'm not even going to fucking mince my words. When I first heard about your stuff, I'm going, bullshit.
Yeah.
Like I did. I'm not going to lie and sit here and go, oh, yeah, I thought it was one. I'm not, because that's just not who I am. But what I'm seeing right now with what you donated to our cause and what I'm seeing going on out at that park with those people, buddy, you've done it. Like, I don't know what you're doing or what your little magic or whatever, whether it's the placebo, whatever the fuck, it's fucking working.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like the combination, like I'm not just saying just the tincture, because we all know that the plant you need to have, like, there's always different therapeutic. The tincture is working, the gummies, a little bit of weed, whatever works. The combination of the whole plant, but it's all plant medicine. It doesn't matter how you take it, how you consume it, how you get it into you, because our body has cannabinoid receptors for a reason.
Exactly.
And maybe you can explain that because you've taken some education on that, probably better than me.
Yeah, so all of us have an endocannabinoid system. That's what the ECS is what they call it. And the main two receptors are your CB1 and your CB2 receptor. There's obviously a lot more receptors and a lot more going on than just those two. But them are the main ones. So your CB1 receptor is a lot of it's in your brain, down your spinal system, down to your, it's in your bones, it's in your liver and your kidneys. The CB2 receptors are mostly in your stomach area and your heart. It's kind of it's almost like a Superman for your heart. But the THC works on the strength or the blood that goes into the heart, right? So they both work together. But you need all the other parts of that plant in there for it to work properly. That plant was grown that way for a reason. It doesn't matter what strain it is. Them terpenes and the flavonoids and the cannabinoid together, whatever ratio they are on them certain plants, they're there for a reason. Grew them, so I don't mess around with any of it. I grow specific plants because I've been using them for quite a while, and I see what they do already. So I do use specific plants all the time just because I know what they do. But I also bring in other plants just for the different flavonoids and areas like that, because then I can kind of zero in on a person's endocannabinoid system a little better and what different ailments they have by
So
the
you're
term.
actually growing your own, like you have your own garden, and so you're doing basically from seed to table kind of thing.
Yes, yeah, from seed to bottle. It's full organic. I get the dirt out of my garden. I do put worm castings in pear,
Yeah.
and water. That's all it gets is
Are
water.
you indoor or outdoor?
Both.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, yeah, because I was gonna say it's getting a little chilly out there. Al was showing pictures last week of his plants. He's in southern Ontario, and them suckers are 8 feet tall. They're
Yeah.
beautiful, yeah. And
From
I
what
mean, here, like I had a friend that used to live out West Creston, and he tried growing out there a few times, and he'd always just like put them in too late, leave them like out too long, and they'd get moldy, or he'd get rained on, or
Yeah.
and it was just like, fuck, dude, like, and we couldn't even use it because it was fucking moldy. Like
Yeah.
once it's gone moldy, like I got a bag of shit given to me too, and it's gone hermath, which isn't a big thing, but you
Yeah.
can smell the. I
Yes.
just don't know, like it because it just transfers, right? You can't get rid of those spores. And I've been doing this long enough to know, like, I don't have any masters. Well, I do. I feel like I got a PhD in cannabis education too, because I've been doing it for 20 years. But there are so many little intricate things that you have to like be careful with the plant matter, right?
Yep.
And I tell people, smoking it ain't like it's carcinogenic. I don't care, people want to, disagree with that. It is. It's just like smoking a freaking cigarette. The carcinogenics, right? When you're smoking the leaf, and I can't have the green because of my colitis, right? I've got lymphatic or microscopic colitis, whichever way you want to call it. And I can't do any green vegetable, green chlorophyll, anything. It just kills me. So when I make my canna butter, I actually shock it and make a ghee. So I've taken pretty much all the green right out of it. But I also don't soak it for 24 hours. I tell people you don't need to soak. Even when you're making oil, it's a quick wash. Cold, as cold ice as you can get, rinse it really quickly, get it out of there. Like you do not want to soak at, because you're not taking any more medicine out. You're not
No.
taking anything more out. The plant, the crystal keef outside of the plant is your medicine. You just
That's
want
right.
to knock that shit off. No, the rest of it's not really worth anything. I was like, really? The root matter, I will say, the root matter is actually beneficial, but as
Yeah.
far as the leaf, the fan leaf, the stalk, it's crap garbage.
Yeah, once it's washed, it's done. Yeah. I mean,
Get it out of there, right?
egg for.
Feed it to my goats.
Yeah. Exactly.
Right? Like, but you want everybody to use all that plant matter. But again, you're using a vegetable tincture for yours, which gives it that extra bit of absorption, right? Is that where you're using the vegetable tincture?
Yes, and the flavor. Just because it captures that flavor, I don't like the taste of oils, and I haven't found an oil that captures the flavor of.
Well, even if you're using Everclear, it's still got that even though the alcohol is bounced off of it, it's still like.
Yeah, and it takes out a lot of the terpenes. It destroys a lot of terpenes.
Yeah, well, you got to get it heated up so hot too. Like the higher the temperature, the more, right?
Yeah, and you start getting over 140, 150 degrees, and you keep going up and.
Well, 250 is your flash point. You don't ever want to go above 250. When I'm making candy, I have to be super careful because the candy temperature has to be that high. And when I'm adding, I have to be like split second but because if I put it in too soon or too late, I'm fucking up the whole shit show up, right?
Yeah.
At this weekend, I'm going to be teaching somebody how to make candy because I've got a bunch of RSO on the way from another donation. And then I kind of bought it because I got the money so I could buy it. Right.
Yep.
So it's not like it's not like I'm taking money to my pocket. I got some money. I took that money and I got a hold of somebody that I know makes Phoenix chairs and said, I need some and I need like this much. I need it now. And they gave me the price and I went sold because it's come down substantially in price. Right. But I know the person that's making it. I know that it's decent because you don't want to be using just shake to be making this. And for years we thought that was fine. Just soak the shake and you're going to get, it's not. You need to use the premium bud. And people didn't want to waste their bud on making oil and making hash and making the edibles because they figured they could smoke the bud and it was going to make, that was what they needed, right? But now that we've actually learned that the plant matter itself really isn't medicinal, it's the outside that, you don't need to smoke the bud.
That's right. Yeah.
People like to. I like to smoke bud too. Like I'm not saying it's because I enjoy it, but I know it's not doing much.
Smoking it, yes, it is carcinogenic, but it actually does the reverse of what tobacco does. Tobacco goes and sticks into all them little hairs in your lungs.
Pulls everything out and you cough. Yeah.
and that's why everybody coughs. You're supposed to cough.
I had asthma. I'm not, and I tried to tell a chiropractor this a few years ago that when I started vaping cannabis, I was coughing up so much black tar and black shit. I literally, like, seriously, from from using cocaine in a pipe from 20 years ago, I'd made so much did so much damage to my lungs that when I went into when I went to detox my body from the cocaine that I was smoking, I'm not gonna lie, it fucked me, and I was taking Ventolin on a regular. I couldn't breathe. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, couldn't even fucking breathe. Since I started vaping cannabis since like that's 19 years pretty much straight, I don't use a puffer anymore.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And I told my chiropractor that, and they looked at me like I was fucking lying to them. I'm like, why would I lie to you? Like, why would I make that shit up? Like, I don't make this shit up, right? Even my doctor kind of looks at me skeptically. I'm like, no, Iona, like, I'm telling you. She looks through my medical record. She's like, I said, when's the last time you prescribed me a Ventolin puffer? She goes, it's been 10 years. I said, yeah, right.
Right. You got the diagnosis right there in the literature, and then all of a sudden you're not.
All the other drugs and stuff that I was taking, like for my colitis and stuff, they had me on acetol, they had me on 90 milligrams of codeine. But I will say, I don't think the cannabis so much with my colitis. I think it's more, I hate to say this, is the methotrexate because of my rheumatoid arthritis. And trust me, Daryl, I tried fucking everything. CETA was sending me turmeric and this and that and fucking cannabis and tinctures and all kinds of CBDs and CBHs and THC tetra 2s and acid, blah, blah, all, like mushrooms. And I just could not, like, I didn't, and I was diligently rubbing my top. Oh my God. I couldn't get out of bed. I was on a cane, seriously, on a cane. And I tapped. But if it wasn't for the methotrexate, honestly, now I wish I could replace the methotrexate with something else. Honestly to God, if I could take and do that with something natural, I'd be the first one on board for that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I haven't found anything that's going to do that for me, and I can't give up what I've got now.
Well, text me the name of that research for you.
Yeah, and you know the thing of it is too, I've got another friend, that has started doing microgreen.
Okay.
I think I mentioned Cheryl to you. Haley was one of the first licensed cannabis teenagers patients in Canada. She's got a rare form of childhood epilepsy, but she's now 30. They wrote the kid off at 15, right? She's now 30, okay? And Cheryl fought for that kid every step of the way. She does take some pharmaceutical too, but it's been limited. But with this new keto diet and the microgreens, and it's cannabis microgreens, and the days, it's got to be harvested within a certain amount of days, and it's the acidity alkaline in the cannabis plant itself. There's no THC, there's no anything involved in that because it's a sprout. It's not even formed yet, right? But it's the acid, the tetrahydrochloride 2, right? The THC2 in it, right? Is that what it's called? Yeah, I think it is. Anyways, Haley wasn't able to even get on a bus or go to a bar or do any. She's going to bars, watching strobing lights, went and saw some fireworks. Like, this kid could not do that. She'd have to have like earphones, tin roof, rain on the tin roof would literally like throw her into a massive seizure.
Oh,
this stuff is I'm just going to keep saying it. Cannabis saves lives, period. End of story.
Yep. Well, to tell you the truth, I was diagnosed with epilepsy in 2019, actually. So that's when I kind of started researching the epilepsy side for it. So I every day used my tinctures to control my epilepsy. And when I started, I was having grand mals 2 to 3 times a month, and then absent-minded seizures almost every day. Sometimes it'd be an absent-minded seizure for 2-3 days at a time, kind of thing. So now I've gotten it down to a grand mal seizure every 6 months or more now. My last one was actually beginning of September here, and the one before that was February 14th. So that was about 6.5 months almost.
February 14th is my birthday, so that's something you can have to remember now.
Yeah, right.
Right. No, you have a family too. Like, we're just gonna be a bit nosy. You have a wife and kids, and
wife, four teenagers now. I can't call them kids anymore. My second oldest has his first little baby girl, so it's Ella. She's amazing. But yeah, I have 3 sons and a daughter. My daughter's the youngest, so it kind of makes me happy. She's a little protected there. The 3 older brothers.
Right. But I mean, you've had to deal with some health issues, and obviously, right? And having a supportive family when you're trying to find other medicine besides, like doctors. And we lost him. But again, like, well, he'll maybe come back. But again, like I said, it's really difficult if you don't have any family support, right? And thankfully, even with myself, like it was really difficult for me looking into cannabis medicine because my mom worked for the RCMP, right? So, oh, there you are. We lost it there for a minute. I was going on about how the fact that it's super great that you got the family support because it's difficult trying to find answers to your medical problems, bouncing from doctors and testing, and at the end of the day, finding out that the only thing that really is helpful is something at the time was illegal, right?
Yes. Yep.
And trying to bring your friends and your family around to the fact that this product that you want to use to make yourself feel better was illegal, right?
Yes. Yep.
How'd that go for you? Like, I don't know, like what, like I said, was it easier for you? Did you have to really bring your family around, or?
They watched me do it through the whole thing. So it's been what 10 years now since I started this. So they were 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 kind of thing, or whatever, when I was starting this. So
I
they
always just taught that it was dad's
Oh,
medicine, right?
it was just normal. Yeah. So yeah, it's their first line of defense of anything. Yeah, we don't.
And I wish people would like. I wish
Hillary-
people would look at it that way, right? Like first line of defense, except for like I guess I'm more like infection, like go to the doctor, you know, get the antibiotic kind of thing, kind
Yeah.
of. But I mean, if it's something like I'm even like I said with Taven right now, I'm looking at the fact that he's IBS, he's having issues, long COVID, like all these things, right?
Mhm.
And nothing's helping. And the doctors, they got blood work, and oh, well, his blood, take some vitamin D, and like it's not
Yeah.
gonna fucking fix him.
Right.
Right?
And-
Like, what else do you need? Even with my doctor, it's like, I wanted a renewal. She goes, well, you can now get, 30 grams at the store. Why would I prescribe you 15 a day? Like, you're not getting the whole point. I want to educate you along with it, and I want to grow them.
Yeah. That's right.
Right? I mean, she would probably sign again if I really, pushed and pressured her, but it's just ridiculous, right?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Well, and the thing about the cannabinoids is it doesn't just mask the problem, the pain, the whatever's to begin. It's actually going in there and re-regulating and bringing your body back into homeostasis. So and fixing cells that need to be fixed in areas where they need to be fixed. Right. So I also, one of the tinctures I have it's called the CBC, and what it does is it boosts your endocannabinoid system to making more of its own endocannabinoids, your 2-AG and your AEA, which are THC and CBD in the phytocannabinoid area, right? But it also helps rebuild stem cells. So we have stem cells. That's how all of our cells in our body built or are made, is stem cells. It's actually responsible, like in a pregnant woman or a lady having a baby, even when that baby is being perceived or being made by the man and the woman or whichever, the CBC deals with your trypanoid receptor. And if that receptor is inactive, you won't be able to have children because it is responsible for carrying the sperm to the egg and impregnating the woman.
Right.
And then,
They also always say that cannabis, makes you infertile. It's pretty
Yeah.
funny. 'Cause I had a baby when I was 40. I sure the hell neither one of us were infertile after 30 years of cannabis.
right?
Right. We have to take a quick break. We got about 3 minutes before we have to thank our sponsors. But again, like this is just so interesting, Daryl, and I'm really happy that you're able to come on and explain. Now,
Oh.
I'm interested too in the procedure of how you break down the CBC, how you make the 50-50, and then you've got a THC straight tincture, a CBC. Do you have a CBD straight tincture or just the 50-50?
No, we have a CBD straight one. Yeah.
And do a CBN tincture as well? Like, do you go into the whole?
No, I don't have a tester that will test for CBN or CBG. I know that in my CBC tinctures there is some CBG in there, but I don't have a tester that will tell me in there.
I'm wondering because I'm seeing some of the vapes and stuff in the stores now that are CBN distilled.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, like, how are they testing to get that CBD? Like, and my mind always goes like, how the hell are you ripping that apart? Because I look at a
Yes.
carrot, right? I mean, I know how to make oil, I know how to make fecal, I know how to make full spectrum stuff. But my
Yeah.
question has always been is how do you rip it down? Because it's like taking a carrot and peeling it down, and then you're leaving the middle, and then you just eat the middle. Like you need that whole carrot, right? So maybe when we come back from the break, you can kind of maybe explain that to our viewers and stuff, and to me. And as long as I've been in here, involved in cannabis, my head still's never been able to wrap myself around the distillant end of it, right? And to be
Yeah.
honest, I kind of steer clear of distillants, to be honest, because
Yeah.
like I said, I'm more of a full spectrum. I know that I need all 420 compounds of that plant to make me feel better.
It-
But I'm also interested because I see what the CBCs and I'm seeing what the deltas are doing for my other friends and the breakdown too. And then We're going to talk about the THC too, because or the Delta Tetra 9, is that the other one that can be
No,
dangerous?
Delta 10 are the synthetic.
Which one? Sorry?
Delta and Delta 10.
They're
Those are-
synthetic, are they not?
Yeah, and they done that in the States so they could, because they're only allowed to sell CBD in the States. So it's actually a CBD altered chemically to get you high, is what. And then
Right,
he
it would be dangerous.
Yeah, and Delta, and it's killing people down there.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, so we're talking a little about that because, like I said, I don't want cannabis ever getting a bad name about the fact because people, we bang on about you cannot die from cannabis, and then you hear the stories about what's going on with this Delta 9 and Delta 10. I've got a friend of mine that's actually buying Delta 9 gummies at a store in Creston, and I'm like,
Well, Delta 9 is the actual THC.
I know, but it's like, I'm just like, where are you getting these gummies? Like, and are you sure they're safe? Because my brain just goes, please don't be unsafe. Anyways, we're going to take a 5-second break. It won't take us very long. We'll be right back to thank our sponsors, who are Legacy 420, Campbellford Lifestyle Show, and Limestone City Hydroponics. And we'll be right back after a quick break. I got to find one.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we are back with Daryl from zerohigh.ca. We're talking about his products that he was very kind enough to donate to the Kerambit Cannabis Substitution Program. And I will just show you, I've got one actually sitting here. This is a 50-50. And like I was saying before the break, we've got people that have been using this too and not taking their pain pills. So we want to get down to the nitty gritty of how you, like, I don't want your secrets and all that kind of stuff, but how you break down this stuff and how you find the medicinal end of it and what, like, why.
Okay, well, first of all, it starts with the strain. So if you're looking for a high pain, one for pain, like a topical or even a tincture for pain, THC, higher THC is the one you're looking for. Anything 70-80% or higher, or whichever is going to be a decent pain med. And basically, I grow it to tuition, do proper
Are you
dry.
growing mainly sativas or are you growing indicas?
For the topicals, it doesn't really matter. Sativas mostly, like a high. Yeah, we don't want a whole lot of CBD in there just because most of your pain receptors deal with your CB1 receptor, which is specifically THC.
Well, I've always been told that the indicas are the ones that, lay you back in the couch is what you want for your medicine, right?
It really depends on the user, and that's more in the smoking. Like, well, and the tinctures also. Yeah, you're going to want a higher sativa THC tincture or a 50-50 on the sativa side to keep your energy levels up, just like when you're smoking, right? If you get a high sativa.
And if you want somebody with anxiety to slow themselves down, what would you suggest that they would, with for that one?
For THC is kind of funny. THC will relieve your anxiety, but if you overdo the THC side, it will also give you anxiety.
Right.
But that's why I recommend more of a CB or a 50-50, just because the CBD can cap that THC and not let it overexcite them receptors, and just lets your mind just focus a little better, instead of having all the memories or all the thoughts come through your brain all just flooding in all the time, right? 'Cause I deal with that with epilepsy also myself, is that kind of stuff. So THC is not good for epilepsy or autism or whichever, just because of what we're looking for on the epilepsy side is we got GPR55 enzymes and the LTI enzymes, and they create a balance in the brain. And when that balance gets disrupted, the GPRs are usually low and the LTIs are high, and it creates this cycle of that's when you get into your a seizure cycle. So what CBD will do is come in, it will boost up your GPRs and push down on your LTIs to get that back into a balance to bring you out of that seizure state is how that works.
What is the CBC really pinpointed for?
CBC, it helps in your brain and helps rebuild your stem cells, brain stem cells. So, and it also helps properly connect the neurotransmitters that are going on in your brain. So with autism and stuff like that, the neurotransmitters aren't connecting properly. Like autistic people are, what I've met, their brain is very super overactive, and that's the part that I find that they're having troubles with, slowing that down, focusing. So I have dealt with a couple of autistic people, and it just same thing. It just mellows their thoughts out so they can focus and not be all over the place, right?
That would be good for people with attention deficit or ADHD or any of those high functioning, borderline autism, disorders, because so many people are being, in that realm these days, right? Yep. And I don't know if it's more of us or if that we've just, science has evolved so that it's actually being acknowledged now. Because I mean, we were all diagnosed as hyperactive, chatty Cathy's, blah, 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 right? And I don't like to label people. Like, I don't want to say, well, everybody's got it. Oh, now they've got to get, I hate labels. I hate people having to, have that, an excuse for behavioral whatever, right? But for me, honestly, it opened up a window that went, that makes sense as to why I did these things. And I think that's more important, I think, for people to get that diagnosis. It's not because they want to go, well, look at me, big badge. It's so they can understand in their own fucking head what the hell's been going on.
Exactly. Yeah. And we understand most of the things that we deal with, whether it's heart disease or liver disease or kidney disease, whichever, it's an irregulation in the body. They've just labeled it for us or for them to work on, right? So And all the endocannabinoid system is keep our bodies in balance, in homeostasis. So if there's a dysregulation down there, it goes down. If the cannabinoids are present in the system, it goes down there, it fixes the problem, whether it takes a night or a week or a month. And you're back into balance again. That's in the simplest form of to explain it, right? So all it is trying to do is keep our bodies in homeostasis. Our bodies are the ones that's doing the healing. We're just providing the tools for it to heal itself. Right.
And we know that, like, that's something that, you know, we found that there are certain things that your body will heal itself. There are certain things you might need a little extra help with, or we wouldn't need science and doctors and all these, you know, even homeopathic doctors, even, you know, that, you know, whether it's plant medicine or whether it's pharmaceutical medicine, we've always needed somebody to experiment and find the science of whatever it is that they're using, right? So you can't discredit anybody when it comes to science, whether it's plant medicine, herbal medicine, or pharmaceutical medicine. It's just a different avenue of way of people taking.
That's right.
To be fair, most pharmaceuticals are made from plant matter to begin with anyways, right? We want to go back to the roots of everything, like, you know, when opioids are a poppy, you know, aspirin's from a birch. Like, you go back to the you know, the roots of everything. Most everything comes from a plant. So it makes sense that why wouldn't cannabis, which it was before prohibition, used as a medicine, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know, like I said, there's been so many eye-opening things in the last 3 weeks, and hand in hand, your tinker's been one of them. Like I said, like, I'm so glad that, you know, that you were able to help us and watch what it's doing for these people, like, and for my friends and for my son, and to be fair, my dog.
Yeah, I've used it on the dogs too. Yeah, I'm more than happy to. Oh, that's what the plant's here for. It's to help people.
Right? So I'm telling everybody, he's got a website. If you like it, you know, go buy it, because the guy needs some help here. Like, you can't just keep taking from him. So that's another thing too. Like, I'm serious. If you have used his and you can afford to, go to zerohigh.ca and buy some so he can keep making it, because he can't make it if he's got no money.
Yeah, I'm not a big company. It's me and the family doing this.
I know, and that's what I love so much about it. It's a family-based business, and you're like I said, you sent your son to deliver, right? And his girlfriend. They were such a sweet little couple. It's like, oh my God, what a nice kid. And that shows me, because it always filters down. If the kid's nice, then the parents are nice, right?
Definitely.
Yeah. And I just thought, what a nice young man. He was such a nice young man. So that, like I said, I'm honored to meet you finally. Well, you know, not in person, but to see you face to face.
Well, it will happen here soon.
I know. Like, it's just that I have no excuse except that I work 100 hours a week, and when I'm not working, I'm packing stuff up for the homeless.
Yeah, that's right.
Or being a shameless hussy about getting money and donations, and I don't normally do that. Like, seriously, I have always had a really hard time for, like, asking people for money for fundraising and asking for stuff, but for this, it doesn't even bother me this time.
Yeah. No, we need to start stepping up and helping out, or we're going to be in a bigger mess.
Community too, like in Cranbrook, because people are such dicks in here in this town, they really are, and we have such a homeless population, and we've had a lot of break-ins and thefts, and people are really got a, you know, shitty attitude. Same in Cruston too, because it's been such an overrunning problem for so long. And I'm just done listening to them. I'm just gonna start doing, and I did. I just thought, you know, I'm not gonna argue with you guys anymore. I'm just not. I'm just gonna go do. And I didn't ask anybody's goddamn permission, and I won't. And I was like, well, don't you have to go? I said, you know what? And I actually had one of the girls at the Travel Lodge like try to come off at me like, well, you could use our endorsement. I said, I'm not asking your fucking permission.
That's right.
Like, I will park in your back parking lot and hand out bags and not ask you fucking nothing. I don't care. It's a free country. I'll park wherever the fuck I want. Sorry about, well, I'm not sorry. This is explicit. It's my show. So anyways, yeah, and I don't make any bones about it. Like, I think it should have been being done a long time ago. And if I wish I would have been thinking on the right level, where, you know, my brain was kind of, honestly, before I was all over the place. Now that I'm actually taking medications and stuff to keep me on this straight, it actually keeps me focused enough now that this is getting done, and it's getting done properly, and it's getting done transparently, and we're making some moves.
That's exactly. Right? And little steps are big steps. They're all in the right direction, and that's all we can do, right? But we need
go with any expectations, and I really didn't. Right? I don't have any expectations. I don't need any pats, and I just want to help people. And when that come up to me on Saturday and said, because they call it Free Weed Saturday,
Yeah.
Here's your marijuana. It's free weed Saturday, and they'll come running down
Perfect.
the hill, right? And I brought them. We had dog food, and we had solar lights and stuff for them this week, and a bunch of cereal because everybody just kind of like we just kind of dump it in the back of the car and go, right? I've been packing bags all morning and met everybody up there, and she goes, "You're." First thing she says, "You're saving me money." I says, "What do you mean?" She goes, "I was able to buy this coat and this." And I'm like, "Oh, that's great." She goes, "I'm down from using 20 points of Fent to 1
That's awesome.
in 2
Yeah.
weeks." I went, "Are you kidding me?" She's like, "No, I'm
Good.
not." And even the one guy come over and his eyes were kind of funky before. His eyes were straight. And he was like,
Good.
and the guy with the big dog that I was telling you about too,
Yep.
he had left. And I had a message. "Have you left? Have you been up there yet?" I'm like, "No, I haven't made it up there yet." Okay. So when I got up there, he come flying in with one of his buddies in the car. He's like, "Thank God I didn't miss you." He says, "I was so worried I was gonna miss you." So
Awesome.
now that we've made this rapport with them,
Yeah.
it's gotta keep going because then now they're counting on it. Right?
Yeah.
Now they're looking forward to that. It's free weed Saturday.
Oh, and that in itself, they've got something to look forward to once a week or whatever, right? That gives them that little bit of shimmer and light. They're, puts positive serotonins in their bodies instead of negative, the ones that's causing depression and stuff like that, right? So just that helps just
After our first visit, they were all happy and grooving and all went out and worked because they have a work program too. They can go and make a couple bucks. So they
Yeah.
can actually make money. And yeah. But again, we have a rule out there. What goes on out there stays out there. We don't mention names or whatever stories and stuff. We don't take any pictures when we're out there. We'll take pictures of us and the
Yeah.
car will load. But no, we're just not. It's like I said, that's not what this is about.
Yeah.
And but you're like I said, you're more than welcome to come out any Saturday with us. Like I said, you're part of the team now. You're
Yeah.
stuck.
No, make a plan of coming and joining you guys one of these Saturdays for
Yeah,
sure.
that'd be terrific too. And Josh has been really great. And now I've got another fellow that has been helping, I guess, every day. He's been going around, and there's people that are ODing on a regular, right? And
Yep.
stopping and taking them to the hospital. And anyway, he came to the store, talked to me yesterday. And I says, "Hey, if you want to come with us, I can always use security because
Yep.
not that I feel like I'm threatened out there, but me, if it came down to that, I had to go there by myself. I thought I might be doing that this weekend. My son came with me, which my husband wasn't really keen on, but he's only handing out water and chips. He's not touching the cannabis part of it, right? And to be honest, he needs to see this stuff too. It's educational. They need to understand that, if you don't work hard and you don't, and it doesn't matter if you do, it could take one time, right? Hi down there in California. I just got my one of my
Awesome.
friends, Jack and Luke. I've known him for a really long time. We met actually on forums on cannabis culture back in like 2007.
Oh, awesome.
And he lives in Cali. Nice, good to see you. But it's true though. Like I said, that little glimmer of light and hope for anyone. And like I said, every time we go there, I'm hoping that they won't be there because I hope that they find somewhere to live.
Well, that's right. That's what kind of the goal is, to get these people, a little more excited about their lives, a little more about wanting to be who they are again, and
Right?
not.
And give them a little bit of joy. Like I said to the one guy, we're just here to bring you a little sunshine. Right? Because that's sometimes, the trauma or whatever that's keeping them in that
Yeah.
low spot in their life. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know what all we can do is keep on going, right? Now the next big ask I'm going to be going for is fireproof styrofoam insulation. You know those pink boards
Yep.
that you can buy? I don't know how much they are. I'm just going to go to Home Depot and look, but then I'm thinking I might just order it online because I went to Home Depot and bought a crappy shower head and bought one for $40 on Timo, and it's better. So
Right.
I don't know where I might look online first, to be fair. But I think
Yep.
I don't know how many tents they've got out there, but I know that there's at least 5, 6 that I'd like to, because we thought about straw, but that's so flammable.
All that, and then you're getting mice and whatever wanting to live in there too, right? With the straw.
Right? Yeah, and the one fellow that's out there, the one that we were helping out with the health issues there, he's not using. He's just out there because he's got a dog that he can't find an affordable place to live. So
Oh,
I
yeah.
really want to help that guy out. Like I'd
Yeah.
like to, I'd like to move him into my garage, but I got chickens and fix that and give him a house to live in. But I don't have the money to do that.
Yeah.
But and I got chickens back there too. I don't think lots of chickens. But if I could build something in my yard, but my husband's like, bring straight. my husband does at home. So it's not like because I'm here by myself with my son, security, right? Safety for me too, right? So yeah, like I said, I'd bring every stray dog, cat, and person probably home and find somewhere to put them if I could. But
Yeah, I hear you. And there's that's the other part of you need places for these people, right? And affordable places
yeah,
that they get into, right? So
right. And we're working, like I said, hand in hand. We've got one of our volunteers that comes out, works at Anchors, and I'm going to go down there when I've got some more time and really like get involved with that. I've got a decision to make if I'm going to want to do this full time or whether I want to keep my job.
yeah, right.
Because this is a full time job too, right? So I got to make a decision. So I'm thinking if I can get a job working, maybe getting maybe not as much money as I'm making now, maybe not as many hours as I'm working now, but maybe just a little bit of money so I could go and I might.
Yeah. No, and good for you. Yeah, it's a big decision for sure.
Well, yeah, but again, my heart isn't. Yeah, I don't have to explain to you. You do what you do to help yourself, but you also do it to help others, right?
That's
And
right.
it was your health that got you there. Now that you've made yourself a lot healthier, now you have to spread the word. Now you've got to educate everybody else about the benefits of this plant, right? And that's what I think really pushes us as patients to educate other people because it's helped us so much, right?
Yep, that's right. No,
So people can find you just on that. Where's the shout out? Where can people get a hold of you?
You can go there on Facebook. I have a page. It's called Cannabis Tincture, or also just Daryl Fay on Facebook. ZeroHigh.ca is the website. I've also joined up forces with with 3 other companies down in the United States. We're kind of putting together a team to get more research and education going on all over the world, basically, but the same education and research, not because it's so jumbled right now.
Well, that's the thing. Like, tinctures and stuff are available from the licensed producers, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not hearing raving fucking reviews, like, you know what I mean, like about them. Like, I don't hear people saying, "Hey, I don't have to use my puffer anymore because I got this stuff from Tilray."
Yeah.
Just saying, right? I don't have a friend. I've got friends in Nova Scotia that have a little girl that does use tincture, and she's got disabilities and severe disabilities. But I don't see her getting up out of her wheelchair and walking because the tinctures helped her that
right.
much.
And that's the problem is most of the stuff out there is isolates or distillates, which just gives you the single cannabinoid or what they've mixed in there themselves to make you a tincture. So what? Right. Yeah, and it's all synthetic. I don't give you synthetics at all. I give you what the plant gives you, and I read it off my tests to aim it in the direction where it needs to go into your body, basically.
Right. And I know that we've had some feedback from one of our sponsors that's been testing some of those stuff that's out there, and it's all failing.
Yeah. Yeah,
like,
it's
that's really sad. Like, here we, because even myself, like, I'm going to the store and I'm buying this stuff and I'm spending like, thinking, okay, well, this stuff's a little more, it's microcraft, it's a little craftier, maybe it'll be better, right?
Yeah.
And I get it home and I look at it under my microscope and I'm like, okay, where are the trichomes? First of all, there's no crystal on this shit because either they're hand machining it or knocking it off to double wash it so they can actually make hash and make rosin and then sell the carcinogenic in a package. So we're going back to the old days.
Pretty much.
Saying, right? So you're double downing on that plant. You're processing it 3 times and you're selling it 3 times to the market.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody's getting anything out of it. So everybody's wasting their money because you're not getting fuck all out of any part of those 3 products that they're making because it's not one.
Exactly. Yeah.
Bang. Yeah. Right. So you're getting all this stuff and it's like clear, whatever. And I can puff on this fucking thing all day and nothing's happening.
Yeah.
So what is it? Like, what is this really stuff, this legal stuff? And I've got another bitch just before we leave about the legal market. So here we are. We're all fighting so hard for the legalization of cannabis. Yep. It is now giving our children no access to cannabis on the street. And if they do get it, it's laced with shit.
Yep. Exactly.
So how are we protecting the kids? Our kids are now experimenting with meth and fucking fentanyl.
Yeah.
So if you have children at home, please speak to them about usage of cannabis and not buying it on the street. And if you're a parent with any fucking aspirations to your child's health and wealth and safety, go to the store and buy them some. Access it somewhere where you know it's safe and give it to your children. And yes,
Yeah.
I'm saying that right the fuck out loud. And if that brings me a 14-year jail sentence, I will fucking gladly take it. Because by fuck if I'd rather have my kids smoking meth. Right? And
Yeah.
that's just where I'm at with that. So
Yeah.
that's my message of the day.
Your legacy friend than any dispensary.
Right? Like, come on. Like, why are we having 13-year-olds dying of
And-
fucking? And that was a laced fucking joint. That
Yeah.
kid thought she was smoking weed, and there was fucking fentanyl in that fucking joint.
Yep,
And
that's
that
right.
makes me sick. And these are the stories that I'm now hearing because I'm out there. I'm in. I am
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
disgusted.
And what they done with that? I mean, they've got the cannabis out there so cheap now, which is not a bad thing. People can afford it, but for these people, they're trying to get the one leg up. Oh, why we need them to buy ours more? And so that's why I think they're adding the extras in there to, to give a little more kick to that cannabis that they're selling. Maybe.
I don't buy anything off the street anymore, to be honest.
Yeah.
I have sourced anything for the group
Yeah.
coming from reputable people that I know at the coast. I would
Yeah.
never source anything in this area from fucking anybody.
Yeah.
Honestly, I might go to the res, but I haven't made it out there yet, and I'm not sure. I don't know them. Right? Again, I want to be.
Find my product at Dirty Darts out there. They have all my products on the shelf.
Dirty Darts. Okay, so you've been out there, that you know them, and then maybe you can come and take me out there. Then we can.
Definitely, yeah. Lisa and Tyler, they're excellent people. They were really nice.
The same ones that had the other that had two nugs.
No, it was different. No,
Okay,
different.
because I went out to Two Nugs one time. I took out one of my CannaMed products and my own candies. And
Yeah.
the next time I went out there, they were out there with different labelings on them, and they just stole my shit and fucking remade it.
Oh wow, yeah. These guys don't do that.
I was so fucking mad, Daryl. Like fuck, I was mad. Like I just shady fuck, right?
Yeah, I bet. Another place you can get them is Pinto Mountain up in Invermere.
Oh, okay.
They will be soon in the high country up in Invermere there.
These are the ones that are on the sovereign treaty land.
Yes.
Okay. I'd rather work with them too as well. Like I said, they're I honor their treaty 110%. I'm also married to a First Nations man, so
yeah.
Not that I use that as a tipping point to anybody, because he's never here anyway. So he's always working. Poor guy, always work.
Yeah, I hear you there. Yeah.
I know, right? Alrighty, so that was like I said, the information that was put out today was awesome. So like I said, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to endorse and tell you, please, if you guys want to try some absolutely decent tinctures, check Daryl's zerohigh.ca website out. And again, it's made with vegetable tincture. It's different. It's got a different absorption rate. So a lot of you might have tried like some other tinctures. Have got they're using MCC oil, coconut oil, olive oil. There's all kinds of different ways that you can make tincture, right? There's all kinds of different things that you can actually, infuse. But this vegetable glycerin, whatever, because it's written right here, it's not like he hides it or it's a secret. It's on his labeling. It seems to be, for people with IBS too, especially, glycerin seems to be better of an absorption for your absorption rate because it's a slower absorption. I can't take anything with any other oil in it.
Yeah.
They said my guts are so sensitive, and now I'm finding that my boys' guts are that as sensitive as mine. I can't eat anything. Like he had the poor kid last night. He's like, I made ground beef. We literally had ground beef and some tater tots, over top of each other. And he come down this morning. He goes, I can't eat anything. Again, nothing in it. Tater tots, salt, pepper, and some ground beef, and he's like dying.
Wow. No, and it's the processed foods that we're getting in there, and the crap that's in these foods, even the beef.
Now this beef came from my farmer. It's not processed beef.
Because it's the processing they do to it.
But the beef that I've got, no, this comes from my I got it right off the farm. Like I buy a cow every year from my old landlord. So yeah, so the beef isn't the problem. The tater tots maybe, but
yeah, it shouldn't react with him like that for sure. Yeah, do well on the fish.
I did a tuna sandwich with and he didn't even eat the bread. It was just tuna and some and I use the QP mayonnaise from Japan because it's gluten free.
Oh yeah.
Use that. Like I said, he can't put anything into him. I don't know what's going on with him. It's just what's that? Sorry.
He taking the tinctures?
I gave him some, and he says he's tried it, but I mean, it's like a teenager, right? Trying to keep him on a regime of doing anything. He's supposed to be doing all kinds of things, including, like exercises for the dislocated elbow, right?
Yeah.
Like he hasn't been to school in a month. Like I don't know what to do anymore. It's just like,
yeah, no, that's no good. No, it's no good. We'll have to try and see if we can get that figured out for you.
I don't know what I'm going to do. We will, figure it out like we always do, right? Again, thank you so much for being on my show and explaining everything. And again, for your generous donation for the substitute program. I appreciate that so much. And again, it's not about me, it's about them and the people that we're trying to help. And I will guess we'll be back next week at the same time for Cannabis and Coffee. And I will see everybody else next week. Or next week, I guess, Wednesday, I guess, for Pace with me and Al. And that's it. Like, again, thank our sponsors for keeping us on the air and for Daryl. And thank you for watching. Daryl, you want to stick around after the show and we'll just finish this off because it'll end itself and then we'll chat back and forth and then I got to go and get ready for work. But stay on after for just 2 minutes so we can say goodbye. And yeah. Okay. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you again next week.
Please get a hold of me if anybody wants any advice or consultation. For free, I don't charge you anything.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's zerohigh.ca or Daryl Fay on Facebook or Cannabis Tincture on Facebook. And yeah, Daryl's like the rest of us. He's, a true patient. He doesn't charge for consultations. People shouldn't charge for consultations. No. Products, yes. If you're making product, most people will give you a sample first. I always did too. And Daryl's, everybody I know that's a decent, reputable consultant doesn't charge you for consulting and gives you samples of their product before you buy.
Mm-hmm.
Have a great week, folks.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Thanks for coming on.
No problem.
This thing that Al showed me.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Do you remember the days when the chant was so loud it would echo off the buildings?
Oh my God, you couldn't see the street.
Oh, yeah, side to side. Sidewalk to sidewalk. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I have a simple question for you. I'm asking everybody as we go along here. Why do you march?
I march because just because cannabis is legal here doesn't mean it is in other parts of the world. People are jailed for this everywhere. Yeah. And even with legalization, there's still there's still a legal system that's attached to this. Like, legalize people have 28 grams of cannabis. It's a little crazy. And there's people suffering around the world, jailed, facing death sentences for cannabis.
A year ago, there was a couple of guys in Singapore that got hung.
That exactly.
I think there's somebody else waiting to be
Our
hung as
crowd's
well.
a bit smaller than it has been in other years, but the message is still the same, and it will still be the same until cannabis is legalized and it's legal and accepted.
Exactly.
Stigma needs to be removed as well, right? So,
Exactly.
we're working on that. I mean, we're 5 years here legalization, and it's still, stigma's still attached to it.
Exactly.
So it's not going to be a quick fix, but we keep this up and we keep normalizing it.
It's like 90 years of prohibition. That ain't going away.
Exactly. And we think it's just because now we have stores everywhere. It's just going to be, hoity-toity and fun and it's not. People still have are still, brainwashed. The reefer madness, that generation is still around. So,
Yeah, exactly.
And their kids. So we just need to change the way cannabis is viewed. And again, not just here globally. This is a global march. This isn't just in Toronto. This is Toronto's section of this global march.
Yeah, exactly.
So we just need to, keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah, exactly.
There's one going on in New York right now too.
Al says there's one going on in New York right now.
I love it. Well, it is global, right, guys?
That's right, global. All right. Oh, we got a poll there. All right, thanks, Amy.
Take a poll.
Hey, how are you? Nan? That's not your name? You stole that? Okay, cool. Camille, I'm Timmy. Nice to meet you. From the Newbie Doobie podcast. There you go. That's our podcast. I'm a newbie. So my partner is a longtime consumer. I'm a non-consuming advocate. However, I have been using your topicals, especially in the mornings. So for shoulder pain and neck pain, we've been using the which one is it? Yeah, the cooling gel. So I don't smoke, I don't eat, but the topicals I have been slowly trying, and I've found that your cooling gel has been amazing. So yeah, that's. No, what would you recommend in general? What is your favorite products? What are the ones that sell best?
Yes. So my colleague here can actually explain that.
Your colleague John King. I don't think either of you actually work for this company.
That's John, and then that's Dig.
So what's your real name?
My name is Fernanda. I'm the QAP at Lupus.
So I don't know if you were hearing me talk to him about I'm a newbie, I'm a non-consumer, but I'm an advocate. And I don't smoke, I don't eat currently, but I do use the topicals, and your cooling gel is the one that I've been using most recently, and it's been incredible. So I just wanted to we're live right now, and I just wanted to kind of hear a little bit more about the product and maybe what some of your best sellers might be and that type of stuff. So
Our main products are the creams and the gel, right? As you said, and we also have some extracts which are ingestibles, which are also very well known by the public. I would say that my personal favorite is the full spectrum. So our products, they are normally with a very high concentration of the cannabinoids, which makes them very potent and very like good for the use, right, for patients. But the full spectrum, the combination of the CBG, CBD, and THC makes the
I think my internet disconnected from. No, I lost my whole internet. It's connected.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, October 15th, 2024. You're stuck with me today. Cindy had some stuff come up. She couldn't make it in. So you got me.
And I like darts and maybe 3 people.
The 3 other people I play darts with. Just kidding. We're going to welcome you here today. And I'm going to kick in right to the podcast because I'm kind of boring without somebody out here to talk to. So I'm going to welcome to the stage Mark Caron from the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference, and we'll get discussing that exciting conference right away. Good day, sir. How are you?
Hey, Steve. How are you? I'm well. Oh, always a pleasure to be on your program.
Yeah. Normally, we've got Cindy out here who, keeps everything flowing really nicely. Because what happens is when you get talking, I'll be like this and I'll be listening and watching and forgetting that I'm the host.
I like to think of these things always as a, casual, conscious conversation. So let's just see where it goes.
I'm liking that.
Not here, but hey.
So we've both been getting ready for the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference coming up.
Yes, we have. It's we're 2.5 weeks away.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I actually love it. This is the 3rd one showing up as a vendor, and I gotta say, it's honestly it's a high point of my year. I really look forward to these. The people that are at them, the vendors, the knowledge you get, the speakers that you guys have, the presenters are just, there's so much to be gained by attending this. It's absolutely massive. And for me, it's literally a high point of my year.
Well, thanks for that, Steve. It's always a passion project for Steven and I as we pull it together every year. And, it's one of those things, what I take to heart And, I'm not saying it to brag or to promote or sell or anything of that nature, but, when the Mark Haydens of the world, the Paul Stamets, the Dennis McKennas, the Jamie Wheels, when they, these are people who've been to conferences all over the world. Chris Beisch, we just had him on our show a couple of weeks ago, and he said the same thing where it's, one of, if not their favorite psychedelic conference that they attend. And coming from, these luminaries that travel the world and going to different conferences, it's really, some powerful words, and I'm always grateful for their experience. So we do like to do things a little bit differently for sure. And I think it's one of the things that make us unique.
I find that there's a lot of magic that happens there. There's, everybody seems to be grateful to be there and to be able to share and listen. Like everybody's there for the purpose of expanding the knowledge. And it's such a beautiful thing.
Yeah. And I think one of the things that makes it somewhat unique is just the community and the people that do attend the conference. It's not just, scientists and doctors and therapists. We bring indigenous voices, we bring shamanic voices, we bring many different people together, and not just as speakers, but as participants and as vendors. So it's for everybody. And community, as we know, is something that heals us. It's, we see it in addiction studies. We see it in many different things where, human beings are, community beings, tribal, if you want to use that word, where, we rely on each other, where teamwork makes the dream work, where, it takes, like that saying, it takes a village to raise a child. And in the world today, we've been so separated and so fragmented in so many different ways of values and beliefs and woke culture. And what's happening in the world today is really unfortunate when everybody just wants to get along. Everybody wants to be part of something. Yet, the separation, I think, lends to sometimes a little bit of our own identity or whatever that might be. Though, at this event, it's everybody comes together, and it's really, we treat it as a ceremony, not just a conference. That's something that I think is important, because we do our best to practice what's been taught over the years, or creating a sacred container, set and setting, intention, mutual respect. And I think that's what the world is looking for. The biggest thing I think that comes up in so much of the work I've been doing is authenticity. And it's creating a space where people feel safe to literally be themselves, to pull all the masks off, not just the first couple, but all of them, so that we can be our true authentic self and know that, we're not going to be judged, or we're not going to be, ostracized or anything of that nature. So it's about creating that kind of safe, sacred space that I think is really important in everything that we do now, not just conference or events, but, whether it be parties or gatherings or whatever that is to really have that, radical acceptance of each other and ourselves, right?
Yes. Yeah. I like that you also said in there about ceremony, because that was something that I noticed about, your guys' event, is when there's things happening, there is ceremony around it, and it brings the ceremony with each, aspect of the different medicines, and it adds reverence to the medicines, which is something that has kind of gotten lost in society these days. It's more pop a pill and there's you've got to have gratitude that you have the ability to heal. You've got to have gratitude that this is here and available, and we can find them. There's such a wide range of medicines, from the pharmaceuticals and synthetics right through to the natural plants. And the one thing I found coming to your event was, if you want to find anything out about the natural plant aspect of healing, you can find it at this event. One thing you didn't mention was you also have herbalists there. You've got mycological people there. You've got nutritional people there. And it's great, because the synergy of speaking with the various people in the different categories of their knowledges brings it all together, so that when people walk out of there, they've got the best of both worlds. They know what they need to do to medicate symptoms, and now they can start working on healing the issues. And this conference, I find it's top shelf. It really is. I go in there and I go, this is really well done. As an audio guy, I've worked a lot of shows, and even as production wise, I watch the production of the event and I go, this is really, I haven't bothered jumping in because I haven't seen anywhere you need help from me.
Well, it's good to know, because if we need help, I know where to go.
No, you guys run a really good show, and just an opportunity from our end. I John and I get a table there and work as vendors, and Cindy comes and helps us out and whatnot. And from our end, I want to say thank you to all the helpers you get, because you have so many volunteers there that are helping everything go. And they've all been more than gracious. Anytime I've had interactions with any of them, they've all been more than gracious. You have a great team, and I just want to give you a kudos, and the team, because they really deserve it.
Well, yeah, and a big shout out to the volunteer team, and not just for this conference, though this is our big one every year, but for all volunteers who help in any which way. It's being in service, whether you're volunteering in an event, a soup kitchen, a church, whatever that is. It's one of those great quotes. I love, the secret to living is giving, to being of service. And you were talking about gratitude and being grateful just a couple of minutes back, which I think is great timing, because we just came through the Canadian Thanksgiving long weekend. And Thanksgiving isn't just about having a day off or a stat holiday. It's about giving thanks and being grateful. And, sometimes we think, we've got it so terrible in today's world, yet we've got it better than, man has in history in many, many different levels. Because I think some could argue, because of the busyness and the craziness of the world today, but, there's being in Canada for many of us Canadians. I'm super grateful for, the military folks, people who give service and things in those areas, because I've never seen that. I've never experienced that or grown up with it. I have many friends, and I know a lot of people, and heard many stories of people who have immigrated here from overseas, and the things that they've lived through and gone through. We may think we have it bad, but we don't. We may have some challenging situations in life, though I think it's important to take that step back and ask ourselves, what are we grateful for? How does that make me feel? What else can I be grateful for? And, which comes back to that whole spirit of giving and volunteerism, which I do a lot in the events world and have in the past in the Tony Robbins community. And I know what it's like, and I value and respect and appreciate volunteers on all levels in every aspect, because, when you're doing it for the right reasons, to help and to serve, to learn and to grow, life changes. And I'm always just grateful for the team that comes together every year.
Yes. Every time I've been there, it's been a great team. I'm always impressed.
Awesome.
In fact, I've never left with a disappointment.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing to have on our side, right?
That is. It's like, ooh, because I'm there as a vendor, but I'm also awestruck with the speakers you get. Last year meeting Gabor Mate and meeting Paul Stamets. those are check marks on my bucket list. So I'm also that starry-eyed kid that's in there, and from both levels, as a participant vendor and a participant starry-eyed kid.
And I
levels, I find that it's really well organized.
Thanks, man. Stephen does a great job of procuring and bringing in unique guests, and the landscape of this, let's call it the psychedelic renaissance, because that's kind of what people are referring it to. There's a lot of the old school pioneers such as Gabor Mate, Dennis McKenna, Paul Stamets, Wade Davis, who've been known about and sharing this information for decades. And now there's so much more. There's so much research coming out. There's I see the youth coming into this movement a lot and sharing their wisdom. The indigenous voices are being more and more vocal and sharing about their traditions and the histories and uses of these medicines. And I think it's important to acknowledge the ancient traditions, not just the science, because even before we came live, Steve, we were talking about, how, shamans and so many of these, call them medicine people, medicine men, medicine women throughout the ages, how they knew what they were doing without necessarily the science behind it. And that's always been profound to me when I look at things in that nature, because the plants are talking to them and they're listening, they're paying attention, they're going to nature as medicine versus the pill. And you're talking about that earlier, people just looking to take that pill and fix everything. Doesn't matter what medicine you're doing, you still got to do the work. And love is one of the most powerful medicines, as well as nature. Nature, in my opinion, is the best pharmacy. And one thing I thought was really interesting, we had an event years ago, and it was a Buddhist, I believe he might have been a monk, but he was certainly a Buddhist teacher. He'd done his work. And Stephen Gray had asked the question to him about psychedelics and healing and all of those things. And he said something that I never forgot. And he said, it's not, the person you're working with that's healing you. You always got to be careful of those people because you end up doing your own healing. And it's not necessarily the plants or the medicine or the psychedelic. He says it's consciousness heals. It's when we expand our consciousness and we open up the different energy fields. He says that's where the healing really begins and can be very profound and instantaneous. What he did say, though, was in regards to these plants as medicines, these are tools to help us expand our consciousness, to kind of get us past that monkey mind, that reptilian brain that's stuck in our dharmic ways or our conditioned thoughts. And it pushes our consciousness past that so it can be open and connect to nature and come into a oneness consciousness, or what some people might call Christ consciousness or Krishna consciousness, or whatever that may be. But it's when that starts happening and shifting where the ultimate healing begins. And that takes still talk about doing the work, because it doesn't matter what you do. You could have the most profound experience in a weekend retreat or ceremony. Yet if you just go back to your Monday to Friday 9 to 5 and do the exact same thing you've always done, what did you learn?
Fall back to the same pattern, and yeah.
Right. So I think it's always important when, to have the intention. What is it you're looking to get, solve, cure, whatever that may be, whatever healing you're looking for, to know what that is and to be prepared for something outside of that. Because so often people come here expecting and looking for one thing, and they get that, and they get even so much more that they didn't know they were coming for. And I think that that's the important part. And then we have to integrate those messages, those learnings into our lives. And that can take time. But it's the small shift that you make consistently over time that creates the biggest change, the biggest result, the biggest cure, whatever word you want to put into
Which
that.
is interesting, because that's part of the frustration that most people that are walking the healing path, because it really is just small little steps, slow and steady. But everybody's looking for that big moment. But yet, in my pathway, I find that if I want to see the big moment, I have to turn around and look behind me. Because then I see, oh my God, I'm 3/4 of the way up the mountain. I'm not at the bottom looking up. I'm way up there looking down. But each step was just this tiny little step, looking just right for the next step, right for the next step. And the next thing you know, it's like, oh wow, this has been a massive change in where I am.
Yeah, beautifully said. It's one of my, I love little quotes and one-liners because I find them powerful and inspiring. Less words are always better, but it's that one: progress, not perfection. Always be making progress, because happiness comes when you're making progress. If you're not making any kind of progress, even how little it is, you'll tend to be a lot more dissatisfied. But if you're making a little bit of progress each and every day, is better than making no progress or tons one day and then nothing for the next month, or a year. And that's why it's consistency, and Jamie Wheal said it a number of years ago when he spoke, and he was talking about how often should one work with psychedelic medicines, who should be working with psychedelic medicines, and what psychedelic medicines should you be working with. And, part of that was, not every medicine's for everybody, so you got to find your medicine. Some people will do it once, change their lives, and never go back to it. Some people start doing it regularly, and some people might make it like a quarterly or, twice a year or every couple of years. So it's not something that is to be taken lightly, where the more you do, the more you'll heal. It doesn't work that way, because everybody's different. You have to listen to your body, and you have to listen to the plants and do the work. That's the bottom line. You got to do the work.
Yes, and it doesn't matter which of the plants it is. The plants. From my own personal experience, because I've done a few of the medicines, and in doing the medicines, I find they all speak a different language. They all speak a language of healing, but they have some subtle and some profound differences in the way they speak. Some are really loud, and some are a little quieter. And if you're myself, because of my CPTSD, subtle wasn't something I heard. I heard it when it got loud. If it got loud enough, because my world was loud. And hearing down here, if you were hinting, I didn't hear it. So I apologize to everybody in my life for the last years for not hearing you when you were subtly trying to tell me something. But if you only hear from a certain level up, then you need a louder medicine, right? Something like the ayahuasca or the iboga or the DMT. I find that mushrooms, beautiful, because you can use them in the microdose and slowly build the relationship. There's a few different types. So you can start with something soft, build the relationship, learn the language, switch over. The language between the mushrooms isn't that different, right? A little bit different dialects. This guy speaks a little louder. You need something that speaks louder. There's some penis envy over here. You need something a little softer. There's golden teachers here. So you can fit in and learn the language of psychedelics, up your journeys till you've had ones where you know what you're in for if you have a profound experience, and then go start talking to the other ones. You'll find the one that is waiting for you to come and find it. But I agree, not all of them are for everybody, and depending on the person's trauma, you might have to go through a few to get all the messages.
Yeah, and again, responsible use. Sit with people who are familiar, with people who know, who've got experience, because knowing the journey certainly makes a difference. And I love what you said there too, because you're absolutely right. We call that feather brick truck. You can get tickled by a feather, and some people will pay attention and get it and see what's going on and make a change. Some people won't. Then the brick comes out. You got to hit them with a brick, and some people are don't, whatever, and they don't get it. And then some people go, "Oh, now I hear you." And then sometimes you got to get hit by that truck before it makes a difference. And that's why I think, some of the deeper dives and the proper set and setting really help you get out of your own way. And that's how I see these medicines. Because, I've worked, with coaching. The process, or what we call it, is referred to as strategic intervention. And there's lots that can be done just from a psychology point of view, from a physiological point of view, from a language and meaning point of view. Yet if we're never getting out of our own way, if we're not being able to become the observer of ourselves, it's really becomes more difficult to make that change. And then, the big deeper dive pushes you out of the way. It's like that truck that, really moves you so that you can see beyond yourself. And I think it's a really great practice to become the observer and to be able to watch yourself and then be the voice that controls yourself. Because who's really controlling you? Is it your mind? Is it your ego? Is it the voice in your head? Is it you? Are you making conscious choice? And that's what I think is really important, where people have to wake up to logic, common sense, and know that you're in control of your life, and you can make a choice, you can make a decision at any given time in a heartbeat, and you can change your life, you can change the lives of others, for good or for bad. So choose wisely, of course. And, so many of us have never really consciously chosen what we value and believe. It's just been conditioned and ingrained upon us, from our family, from culture, from society, school, religion, whatever that is in our environment. We kind of adapt things. And the day I started realizing that and starting to choose what I value consciously, who am I? What do I believe? What do I value? You can show up in the world in a very different way. And, it's like that, another one-liner is you can't change what you don't acknowledge, and so many people, they want stuff, but they're not acknowledging what needs to change. And that awareness, which is consciousness at its foundation, being aware of what's going on around you. These are the things that I find the medicines really helpful. And, when you talk mushrooms, the power of the mycelium network and neurogenesis, and not just psychedelic mushrooms. We're talking lion's mane, turkey tail, cordyceps, chaga. These superfoods are incredibly powerful medicines, and not all plant medicines need to be psychoactive or psychedelic. Ashwagandha, shilajit, there is a plethora, and I'm not even going to pretend that I'm an expert. I just know enough to be dangerous.
I'm just going to say you're naming a whole bunch of stuff in our products.
But it's true, right? Plants are medicine. And when we look at nature, and this is one of the things, not that I mean to talk politics or anything, but I love what RFK is doing about making, America healthy again. And, it's the same as Canada. You take a look at what's in our food nowadays. We're being poisoned from the outside in.
Oh, and yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal.
The more we can wake up to that as a society and demand to not have it. We have the ability, we have the resources. Why do we put so much crap in our food? Well, the conspiracy theorists can talk to you all day about that. But one of them that we know is true is shelf life. Shelf life and preservation, so things last longer. But why do we need things? And it's interesting. You take a look at some products that are sold here in North America, and you look at their equivalent product in other parts of the world, they don't have half that crap in it.
Oh yeah, because we go for the bright food dyes. We go for we put a lot of things in there for the sales factor, the wow factor. But those things aren't good for us. They're actually, a lot of them, like the dyes, they're crippling for us. Same with a lot of the preservatives that they put in there. They're crippling.
Oh, you start reading the labels. It's scary. And the nice thing I like about something like mushrooms is you can go pick those out here in the forests of British Columbia. You can get all.
I
sorts of
did,
different-
and I made my first forage mushroom soup.
Nice.
That was the first one. It was, I utilized my friend Jennifer out in Jennifer Chandler out in Nova Scotia. I'd send her pictures. I go, I think this is this. Am I right? And she'd go, yes, you are correct. And it would go in the bag. And so I came home. I had chanterelles and bolettes and amanitas.
Beautiful, yeah.
All
You know,
sorts of stuff.
and this is something I think we need to be teaching in school more to the younger generation is how to grow your food, sustainable foods, healthy foods, how to forage and find things out, just naturally. Lori Snyder, one of our friends, I don't know if you know Lori, she's a naturalist, and she'll walk around neighborhoods and she'll blow your mind with the plants that are medicinally great to consume. Dandelion is one of them that, we treated as a weed because we needed something for Roundup back in the day, yet it's one of the most, powerful flowers and plants out there, the dandelion root and things. It's incredible. The greens, all of it. And yet here we are treating it like a weed, It's
I eat them.
Colonialism at its best, I guess.
On that note, we're hitting that time period. We got to let our sponsors have our break, let our sponsors show their beautiful products to keep this show going. So hang on, people. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. And thank you.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Good day and welcome back to the Mushy Moment here on paceradio.net. We're here with Mark Caron from the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference discussing the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference and medicine.
Always a pleasure to be here, Steve. I always appreciate our conversations. And, I think, it's time to start educating ourselves even more and, getting these medicines to the people who need them.
And on that beautiful segue, I'm going to, because I've got my little list, not showing people that I've got it right here, but some of the presenters this year. You've got Rick Doblin, right?
Founder of MAPS. Incredible. I didn't know a lot about him. I know who he is and what he does, and I know he's a busy guy out there. And we had an opportunity to have him on our show a couple of weeks ago, and just brilliant man. The things that he knows and his experience and what he's gone through in this journey of MAPS over the years was an incredible story. So I look forward to meeting him in person and hearing what he has to share for sure.
Nice. Because, I'm excited there too. And then you've got Mary Sanders.
Yeah, we spoke with her too. Beautiful light. She had a lot to share from her perspective. Again, we did a lot of pre-conference shows ourselves, and Mary Sanders, I'm looking forward to meeting these folks, because as I was talking earlier, there's so many new people that, and maybe they're not new to other people in the world, but they're new to us and new to me. So I always love these refreshing voices for sure.
Shall we bring up another one? Jamie Wheel.
Oh, well, Jamie Wheel, what can you say about that guy? Brilliant. His books, Stealing Fire, and he's going to be here. This year he's not able to make it in person. He had something come up, but he is going to do a video presentation. So, we're always excited to have Jamie as one of our supporters as well.
And then one of my favorites, you've got Acacia Lewis coming in again.
Yeah, well, Acacia, this young woman is brilliant. She was introduced to our community last year. We had the chance, you and I, to meet and spend some more time with her at the Unicorn Music Festival in the summer.
She blew my mind. She blew my mind. That lady is absolute brilliance.
The wisdom that she has to share is incredible. So I look forward to meeting her and seeing her again and hearing what she has to share for sure.
What about the Chris Bosch?
Sorry, who?
Christopher Bosch.
Oh, Christopher Bosch. Yeah, well, again, brilliant. He's been part of our conference a number of times, and he, the courage to do 72 high-dose journeys of LSD and what he brings back and what he shares. I just recommend everybody read his book, Mind of the Universe.
It's easier than doing the acid.
Yeah, well, I asked him. I've asked him many times, and I asked him again the other day, and I said, what would you tell people who are curious and seeking and want to learn and know and do more? What would that be? And he said, don't do it. Which I thought was interesting, right? So, but, it's not an easy journey, and his commitment for what he did and the way he looked at the work is from the perspective of a philosopher and being a professor of religious studies, brilliant. And what he's brought back to share with the world is quite incredible. So, definitely check out his work, whether it's at the conference or anywhere. He's brilliant.
Wow. And then Erica Dick.
Yeah, well, Erica Dick was a new addition. I don't know a lot about her, but she's going to be speaking about the psychedelic resurgent and the historical lessons for the future. She's a history professor and Canadian research chair in the history of health and social justice at the University of Saskatchewan. So, I'm looking forward to what she brings to the table as well, because again, a lot of these folks, I'm not as familiar with their work, which for me is exciting because I know I'm going to learn something new.
And I like that, she's Canadian. She's coming in from a different part of the country and not an area I'm familiar with. So, she'll have stuff that pertains to that area and, the cultures in that area as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
What about Sandor Ironrope?
Well, I'm looking forward to meeting Sandor tomorrow because we're doing a program with him at 3:00. But I know he's a member of the Tetuan Lakota Oyate and the Oglala Lakota spiritual leader from the Pork Mine District, and does a lot of work with peyote is his medicine. He's part of the Native American Church, and they're doing a lot of work with peyote preservation as well, because we know that peyote has its challenges in terms of harvesting because it's such a slow grower. And, when these medicines become commodified, they get, the
decimated. And then they need people to come in and save them.
Exactly. And, cannabis is one thing because it grows a full cycle in a season, yet it takes years and years and years for a peyote cactus to mature. So it's really important that any harvesting is done correctly, and they do a lot of work with that. So I'm sure we'll be talking about that as well. So I look forward to what he has to share. And again, another wonderful Indigenous voice coming to the table.
I'm always blown away in the presentations when they start showing the areas where they've, where they're guarding peyote that's been there for many years. And you just see these incredibly beautiful works of art that are also medicine.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a beautiful little cactus, that little button. I've got some I got from Don Blakey, and, they haven't grown much in 5 years, but they're healthy and well. And you can see, takes a long time for them to grow.
What have you got about Sutton King?
I don't know much about Sutton King except for what it says on our website. I know that she's, First Nations Afro-Indigenous descent of the Menominee and Oneida Nation of Wisconsin, and she's a graduate of the New York School of Global Public Health. I'm always look forward to what these folks have to share, because again, they're out of my wheelhouse, and this is where Stephen does his research when he's choosing his speakers to get some powerfully diverse people who have unique messages, so we're not just kind of sharing the same information, of course.
Well, I'm looking forward to this. This is great because I'm not like I went through it and I've noticed you've got a whole bunch of the newer breed that I would say that's coming in. It's like, oh, it's nice to see a lot of the younger people coming in, not just through the medicine and tradition, but also they're doing the study of science on it and coming, it's the merging of traditions and shamanism and, the history with what we've got going with science and technology. And,
absolutely.
It's we're just shaping the words so that now they go like this rather than doing this. The words needed to be adjusted so they could come together, but the science and the message is all like that already, which is nice. What about Dr. Osiris Garcia? I'm going to say Cicada.
I know he works with the Shrikuna Institute, which does a lot of great work out there in the world. He's an Indigenous Mazatec historian, and I love ancient history, and I love, the ancient Mazatec things that we've learned about Aztec, about Inca, about all of the, especially the ancient South American tribes. So I'm looking forward to what he has to bring to the table. But he's definitely been, as a kid, has always been interested in the ancestral ritual use of psilocybin and things. So, Again,
Yeah, pretty excited.
a lot of new names to me, though. Totally looking forward to what they bring.
Well, this I like this aspect. I really want to hear from him. I went, he's a historian and sociologist from Huautla de Jimenez in Oaxaca.
Yeah.
I actually had the privilege when I was down there with Lisa. We went up to Huautla and we went to the Maria Sabina Museum and we did mushrooms with her nephew and went up and sat by her shrine and did some meditation and enjoyed. And so I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say as well.
I bet.
What about Dominique Morisano?
Well, Dominique's going to be speaking about getting psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy right, the good, the bad, and the ugly. She's dual Canadian-U.S. citizen, raised in rural Connecticut, and she works as a clinical psychologist and, works with the medicines from a psychotherapy perspective. So I think it's always something to learn there because, there's one thing from a ceremonial point of view. Then there's another thing to apply the psychological sciences. And I think when you combine those two, you get so much synergy for creating change in people's lives that I look forward to that one as well. I always catch most of the talks after the fact because I'm so busy during the days of the weekend that I catch the videos after the conference.
Yeah, you're generally running pretty hard.
Yes.
I'm always lucky because, we get the table where I get to stand there and just watch them go. And it's always a blessing.
It is.
What have you got on Soy Kene? How do you say that name? Soy Kene?
Soy Kene, or Sui Kene. Again, we had a chance to interview him as well and speak with him not too long ago. And really interesting guy because, he grew up like most of us North Americans, kind of, in the party scene and doing his thing. And then he got introduced to the medicines and he went on that deep dive and, found a teacher. The plants found the teacher for him. And he just went and continues learning and hosting retreats now and serving medicine. So he is I believe he studied with the Shipibo people. So I look forward to what he has to bring to the table as well.
And then we have a gentleman that I got the privilege of meeting up at the Unicorn Festival, and then Cindy and I had the opportunity to have him on the show just a few weeks ago. Although Cindy was in Mexico, so she had to watch it while John and I did the interview.
Fun. Well, Rob, I can't believe you just met Rob Laurie because I thought everybody knew Rob Laurie. Well, this guy is brilliant in the world of law. He works with a lot of the Indigenous folks in terms of what they're working on. It gets pretty deep, but he's also one of the prominent Canadian cannabis lawyers around, works with a lot of all the legal cannabis and helping people go legal and work their ways within the laws and the systems and everything else. He also, because of the psychedelic movement, he's part of that. He's one of the top fans of the conference every year. Fun guy, knows his stuff, and does a lot of really great work for people around the world, not just here locally as well. So I know he works closely with Dennis McKenna, the McKenna Academy. He was doing a lot of work with Michael Stewart Annie down south as well. So he does a lot of great work in the plant medicine world. So, and he's an advocate of the medicines because it helped him a lot. And just a fun guy. He's just so fun.
Yes,
He's our conference all the time.
He was a lot of fun to be around.
Yeah, always. Yeah.
What about Kelly and Josh?
Kelly and Josh are really pioneers, I think, up in the Kootenays where they're from, and they do a lot of regenerative farming, organic natural farming, and their plants as medicine, and the way that they work with themselves. They are natural. They know plants. They're just beautiful when they talk about plants as medicine. And their medicine is beautiful. Anytime you get any medicine that's grown in the dirt, under the sun, with real, rainwater and things like that, you've got a whole different plant altogether because it's grown in nature the way it's intended to be.
I've had the honor of smoking some of the bud that they've grown, and it's quite beautiful. It's always smooth and clean. You guys had it at one of the cannabis ceremonies that I attended there.
Yeah,
I believe more than one, but yeah, it was always it was always awesome. What do you know about Jasmine Pyrozic or Pyrozic?
I honestly, I don't know. I know she's going to be speaking about plants as people and our inherent connection. She's from the Lake of the Woods in Ontario and of Norway House Cree Nation. She lives in Kenora, and she studied at Lakehead University and includes anthropology. So again, I love ancient history, archaeology, anthropology. So I look forward to what she's going to bring to the table. And another great Indigenous voice as part of the conference, because we really want to make sure that we have enough and really honor the Indigenous voices and the wisdom that they share.
And, you know, as we're going through this, it also shows to anybody watching, it shows the diversity, and because of the different voices, as well as the legal voices, the doctor voices, the PhDs, Kenneth Tupper, another PhD, right?
Yeah.
He's going to be a speaker at there. It's nice that you've got all the languages being represented in the field of the medicine, right from you know, current legality right through the ancient shamanism and the science and doctors.
Yeah, well, it's important to us, and it's something that's important to the people that we've heard over the years. When I started in 2017, you know, to have, you know, because, you know, in the beginning it was just a bunch of old white guys, as people would say, talking about these things. Because they were the pioneers, but now there's so many new voices coming out that, you know, I think it's important to bring, you know, so many people's different perspectives. And Ken Tupper, you know, he was an adjunct professor at the School of Child and Youth Care in the University of Victoria, and he's did a doctoral research on the concept of entheogenic education. So, you know, it's again, it's always fascinating, because when you don't necessarily know, it's one thing, you know, Dennis McKenna, Paul Stamets, you kind of have an idea what they're talking about and who they are. But what these other people bring to the table, and it's, you know, I don't even know what the word would be, but, you know, people are not necessarily on the forefront of it, but who know so much because they've done so much work. And we don't always see the work that gets done before, you know, people get to the place where they're sharing this work. But, you know, they're not here because they know nothing. They're here because they have a valuable voice and contribution to this field of work.
What about Olivia Marcus?
Well, again, I got to plead ignorance. Stephen's a guy who knows more about her, but she's got a medical anthropology PhD from the University of Connecticut, specialized in social sciences and healthcare. So again, very educated, well-known people in their field, in their area, and now we're bringing them in to cross-pollinate into our community.
This is pretty damn awesome. I'm noticing we only have 8 minutes, so maybe we should get into some of the things like your code for people that can get a 2-for-1.
Okay, before I do that, I'm going to sum up a few of these speakers coming. We got Willow Woodsmith, part of the Wood Vibe tribe, does our altar every year. Beautiful work. He's going to be talking about what is medicine. Brilliant man, brilliant. Dr. Anya Louise Velder, she's coming, German-Mexican clinical psychologist. Marco Sanchez talks about Shipibo Cosmovision and the plant technology. Don Chabello, part of the Wixarican Nation, coming from Jalisco, Mexico. We're looking forward to him. He's a peyote carrier. Theta Phoenix, great musician, in-house for the sounds. And Sean Curtis Andrews do a great concert on the Saturday night. So that's it in a nutshell. We wrap them all up.
Thanks. I was feeling guilty about not going through each of them, but
take one of the codes of the SPMC 22. It's SPMC 241.
Oh, did I put an extra 2 in there?
Yeah. But yeah, we want the conference to be affordable. We want it to be accessible. We're offering a 2-for-1 ticket right now with the SPMC 2-for-1. You can get general admission tickets, VIP tickets, buy one, get the second one for free, because we want you also to bring a friend. And, part of the way of sharing this work and any of the work we do is to invite others to the program. And I know this program airs, nationally and internationally. You can join us from anywhere in the world as well, because of course we do a live stream. Lots of people are doing live streams. So that's going to be on our website as well for people who sign up for that. That's the lowest point of entry. And then we also have a virtual interactive where we actually incorporate Zoom. We stream the conference into Zoom. And why we like to do this is a couple of reasons. Is A, we believe in community and connection and communication. So you're able to connect with like-minded people from around the world who join us in Zoom for this. And if enough people turn their cameras on, we make sure that we have the gallery view up in the main room so the speakers and everybody else can see you. You can interact with the Q&A as well, and you can join it from the comfort of your own home. And as a bonus, for anybody who buys tickets right now, our gift for you is a 1-year access to our membership program. And what that gives you is all the videos of all things we've ever done. And it also gives you access to replays. So not only are you getting this conference, you're getting everything we've always done. It's our way of giving thanks for your support and educating and sharing information on the power of these sacred medicines.
That's pretty awesome. That's a good deal. There's a lot of great videos there to watch because you video as they're presenting, and there's a lot of presentations up there. The Gabor Mate one.
Absolutely, that's a great one. Yeah.
One of Cindy's and my goals is have him on this show one day.
Well, you got to just keep asking. Right?
Wow.
But yeah, it's always incredible. It's always a great experience, and we do our best to make it affordable and accessible to anybody who wants to join. And with the censorship out there these days and some of the things to get the word out, we've been kind of censored in some areas. So we just ask everybody, if you're interested in the power of these medicines, please share the work. Please invite people. We're about 2.5 weeks away, and we want to have a full house. We've got the space. We're doing it. We want to make sure that, if you want to be here, we want you to be there. So
yes. And if you can't afford a 2-for-1 or you don't have a buddy to bring along, you're just looking for one for yourself, I've got that code up here. Make sure that one's right too.
Yep, you got it.
Correct.
Yep.
So that'll get you 25% off your ticket. And let's see, any last minute things that you want to?
No, nothing specific, Steve. I just want to thank you for your work and what you do to, help make these medicines available to people. And thank you for always, reaching out and inviting us to be part of the program, and for your support. It means a lot. And if there's one thing for people is, if you're interested in these things and you're looking for a solution and nothing else has worked, there might be something here for you. Again, not necessarily for everyone. However, there are some very, very powerful benefits, even from a microdosing point of view, that can really make a difference in people's lives. So if you're a seeker, if you want to meet people in the community, if you're looking for people to work with, or if you just want to connect with like-minded people, it's certainly a great place to be. We do it every year. We're in our 13th year, and we'd be happy to have you there.
Awesome. And thank you, Mark. Thank you for coming back on the show and being a part of this. This is absolutely awesome. Yeah. And I look forward to seeing you live here in the next couple of weeks. And this is going to be absolutely awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be another epic one for sure.
Everybody have an awesome day, and we'll catch you next week live.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Hey, Thomas, how you doing? Good. I got a quick. Yeah, that's right. I got a quick question for you.
Ask away.
All right.
Legalization globally, and for me, it's logical legislation here in Canada. We're just doing it badly for the wrong reasons. So for me, I want to stand against that.
Still fighting for cannabis law reform.
Exactly. What a way to say it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was thinking, well, why do I march? And I thought, why did I march in the beginning? And it had to do with to change the cannabis laws, because cannabis is illegal, right?
This is the second march for me in 25. I think I went 20 years ago when I moved way too much weed to be out here openly. I never went again.
Now back then I was marching for cannabis law reform, And today I still march for cannabis law reform because there's things that could be changed. No, the regulatory end of things, as well as I look at it as, taxes would obviously make it better. If they could adjust that, patients can have tax-free medicine. Why not a location where a patient can actually go into and get their medicine and talk to somebody who's,
Well, I would just take the boot off the neck of the industry. It's stifling innovation. Nobody can move. It's a stranglehold in favor of monopolizing for corporate interests that do not care about the average Canadian, doesn't care about the medical patient, doesn't care about the recreational user. Let's smarten up.
Yeah, exactly. And some countries use us as an example of way to do things, and we're still fighting in order to make change.
Yeah, well, one punch at a time, right?
That's right. Exactly. All right, Thomas. Thank you.
All right, keep marching.
We will.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're muted.
My mic is muted. Well, hey, it's the gremlins. I should just blame that on the gremlins, being that is Halloween this week. Tomorrow.
It's Eve before Halloween.
Yeah, we used to call that Devil's Night. So that was what was going on. That's why my mic was muted.
Yeah, I've got a ghosty in my hair for today. My boss bought me. They're ghost clips, like they're little clips for my hair.
Oh, okay, there it is. Okay, yeah. All right.
So I wore those today, and then when I went to try and find candy, because I didn't get paid till today, and you think you could find a fucking box of candy that was like, no, nowhere.
No.
So, yeah.
They're probably pretty low supply, or
yeah.
not.
I was able to find some junky like suckers and stuff, and this is to take to work because my bosses don't. Like they're Korean, right? They don't really participate, and so last year, Harris brought some stuff. This year, he's being a poop, and he doesn't want to participate because the kids didn't come to the store last year.
Well, maybe they didn't know.
Right.
So your local, like I know, one of the local towns, they got sort of the kids all together and had them come downtown to the businesses.
They did that on Saturday.
It was like on the weekends. They could do it through the daytime.
Yeah, they did car boot trick-or-treating, where people backed into a parking lot and filled their trunks with candy and handed out that. I think they did that at Wassa. Right. And then they also did the downtown where the kids, because I went downtown to go to the dollar store because before I had to go do the substitution program on Saturday to get some bags. Right. I went, why did I go downtown? I didn't know about it because I don't have a little kid anymore. Like my boy's like, he's past that where he wants to go trick-or-treating and stuff. So I don't pay attention. But yeah. Mm-hmm. Hi, Gail.
No, Gail's not here.
Oh, I thought you were talking to Gail. Oh, you're talking to Tess. Okay.
No, no. Actually, I can right now. I'm hearing a cat sharpen its claws up against some wood, and I'm just curious where it's doing that.
Oh, I know Shiva's done that.
Like I don't think that it's a. I don't think it's one wanting in.
Well, mine's tore wallpaper off my walls. My bedroom.
It could be. It wants in somewhere else. Maybe I should go check out, see what's going on upstairs.
You bet.
I'm just gonna run this little promo here on the Apple. You can see the Drew drop beside me. I'm just gonna run this little promo while I go see what's going on upstairs. Because
All
Gail's
right.
not here.
I thought you were talking to Gail. So because I always say hi to Gail. And she's like,
Yeah.
dang it, you'll have to just pass it along.
Right. Okay, we'll be right back.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Oh, now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it out now. These are the 4 or 3 tools I use to form and shape the happers.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over.
First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
There we go. I am back, and we are back. And it was Odie, the cat. Wanting in. Oh yeah.
I know.
He was wanting it. But no, this is we talked about Halloween, and it just happens at the local Legion. There's some bingo going on tonight, and that's Regala. She's gone off the bingo, so she wasn't here to attend to the animals, so I get to do that during the broadcast at the same time.
Well, I was scattering. That's why I was kind of, because usually I'm, sitting down a little sooner to chat before the show. But tonight was me kind of catching my breath as I was coming running in the door because I got off at 3 and I had to go get dog food and take the kid to go do some things and run around and try and find some Halloween candy, which I couldn't find, and find myself something costume to wear to work. So
for tomorrow, yeah. Gail's doing the same thing. She's getting dressed up to go to work. They have a best costume contest.
Oh, cool.
That you at the where she's at, and she's actually won last year, I believe, is what she won last year, the year before.
I got a pretty cool mask for tomorrow. Last year I was Pikachu, and I don't want to wear the same costume again because I'm working at the same job, and everybody, if they do come in, they'll remember I was the same thing. And that's kind of like silly. So I thought about being a ganja fairy, but again I'm at work, so I thought
yeah.
So I found this really cool mask. I'll get it during the break. I'll grab it and I'll show you. It's super cool.
Oh, okay, all right.
And once you see it, you'll kind of understand though.
Yeah. So, any favorite Halloween stories?
Well, one when I was in junior high, but it was a Halloween dance that we got totally flabberly drunk, and my best friend from junior high school just kind of mentioned it the other day because we were chatting. And she puts on. We were talking about being ridiculously drunk because I think we almost got blind blinded by the liquor that we stole at your parents' liquor cabinet for our junior high school dance, and it wasn't. It was grade 10. It was a first year high school, and we
Oh,
did.
yeah. Yeah.
We were ridiculous. We like mix it all together, and then drink it with orange
drink
juice. Right?
it.
So you mix vodka and gin and everything all mixed into a Coke bottle. Back then, it was when we had those little Chubbs glass Coke bottles, right?
Yeah.
And we'd fill that up with booze, and then we'd add orange juice to it. And we were pissed. And I don't know how we got in the door, how we even walked, how my dad and my parents didn't even notice. But I said on my page, shh, Judy's probably watching. Because my mother probably still to this day doesn't know that we did any of that stuff. But I dressed up as
he could be. You just never know.
Right? So
yeah.
back then, Cats, Broadway Cats was a big thing, right?
Yeah.
So I dressed as one of the cats. I made my own costume. I took some yarn and made this, and my face was all done up as a cat. So yeah, that was probably one of the most memorable. Trick or treating with one of my friends' kids. Took one of her kids trick or treating. They just thought I was a kid too. So I came home with a bag full of candy.
Right.
I can still probably do that now.
There's a hi to Scott there, Dr. Buck.
Oh, hello.
And it's popping popcorn. I see he give us the thumbs up.
Right on.
Yeah, I can remember the times when I was younger, getting all dressed up and then having no suit on.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was never any fun. But until you get older, and then we'd have Halloween parties, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see what else. So what's up with the CSP? How's that going?
Well, pretty good. Actually, really good. More donations have rolled in. We've gotten some more cash, which of course I've spent, right? Because I say to people, like, I'm getting the donations and I'm spending it as quick as I'm getting it, because then it's not meant for me to not spend, right?
It's not for you to save.
No,
it's for you
bank account just sit there, like just say I have money. So I have nicely, bought a bunch of, gummies, and I bought some cannabis, and I bought some RSO. We've got one out there with bone cancer, so we've got him all set up, and I've got one that I'm very happy to say was actually intravenously using Dilaudid, and I got her some 500 and 1,000 milligram gummies, and she hasn't used now for 2 days. And I got them to her last Thursday. So within a week, like we're talking, like she picked the package up last Thursday, because I tell them you get once a week. Like I can't be giving any more to any. You get it once a week. I don't care if you're out at the park or I'm helping you. It's once a week, right? So I got her, and I specifically bought, because I knew what the situation was before I got the financial donation and bought anything. So I specifically bought them for her, because I knew with what she was doing, she was going to need something that was going to really lay her back, right? Like a 10 milligrams, and she's using
10 milligrams not going to do it.
Cannabis too, so she's also a cannabis consumer, but she was intravenously using Safe Supply, honestly, and it's Dilaudid, right? And she wanted to get off that, but she doesn't want to go the route of Suboxone because it makes her sick. And with the gummies, like I said, I got a message from her yesterday saying that she hadn't used in 2 days. It was Tuesday. So yesterday, it was Monday. Sorry, 2 days ago. So it's Wednesday today, right?
Yeah.
And she said that she hadn't used for 2 days. She didn't want to come into Cranbrook because she doesn't live in Cranbrook, until Thursday, because if she came to Cranbrook, she would get the urge to go and hook up, right? Because where she lives, there's nobody. Anyway.
Too convenient, too easy.
Right.
Right.
So she comes into town, she's going to get the crave, and she knows she will. She'll fuck up. She straight up told me. And I said, okay, well, Thursday I'll have another bag ready for you. If that's the day you want to come Wednesday, I can, like, I don't care what day of the week you come. Like if she came Thursday last week and needed it by Tuesday, but then she had to make it last till the following week, right? Till Monday. Right. I mean, I probably wouldn't be that strict on it, like, especially in a situation like that. Like, it's like, okay, okay. But she hasn't used in 2 days, so I'll hear from her tonight, and I'll get her a bag ready. And so, and then I've got another lady that came. So we're going into week 4 coming up this Saturday. So week 3, another lady up at the park, she come up and gave me a big hug. She goes, I've gone from using 20 points of Fent to 1.
Wow. Holy smokes. Like
so I don't know what points are. I don't know what the amount is.
Either do I. But just thinking the number 20 down to 1.
Because she wasn't there last weekend when I was there. And I'd said there was a few that had moved on, but even though she wasn't there, somebody had gotten her the tinctures and got her a pack, and it saved her. Like, so when she did come, she had something. They're a community up there. Like they really take care of each other. And the only time they have to worry about theft and stuff is if new people come in, I guess. But anyway,
Right.
but yeah. So anyway, but she goes, and she was happy, and you could tell that she was, because last time I seen her, she was all hunched over, and you could tell that she was really hurt, and she wasn't. She was bright-eyed and happy, and that's one thing that my partner said, that when she went out there the next day after her first day, they were all
Yeah.
happy, smiling, and wanting to work. So
No, that's 2 thumbs up for sure.
like I said, we're not going to be successful with everybody. One
No,
fellow with
no, you won't. And there's there'll be
issues with.
there could be relapses as well.
Oh yeah, for sure, and you expect that, right? Like 100%. But the schizophrenia guy drank all his tincture in one day.
Oh,
And was looking for a high that he didn't get because CBD
Right.
tincture, right? You're not going to get high. So that was unfortunate, but I explained to him again that it's a zero high, dude. You're not going to get anything out of it. It's supposed to relax you and take your anxiety away. He goes, well, I slept. I said, well, that's good. If you take 2 bottles, he got a specific pack. Daryl made him a specific pack for him, right? Like he knew what the
Right.
issues was. So Daryl specifically put 2 boxes together, right? One for the one with cancer and one for the one with the mental health issues. And those people got those boxes. And yeah, there was 2 of those, one CBC and one 50/50, I think. And he drank them both. But
Drink them both. Yeah. Well, now maybe things that people could assume, still need to be told.
well, the instructions were on the box. Like it was, but again, it is what it is, right? Like there's no expectations with this. Like you don't go into this expecting people to do, exactly, because they do have issues, mental health issues, trauma. There's no expectations, none, 0 zip. And the nice thing about too is before I was only because I only had said amount of gifted cannabis that I'd gotten, I was only able to give them like a gram, right, half a gram. I think the first couple of weeks because I was working on really little. This week I was able to give them 2 grams, right?
Oh.
And I still got a substantial amount left.
Yeah,
And like I said,
yeah.
I'm going to be raising money to get more. So I'm $100 to the $1,000 goal that I need to move on to the next step. And
That's
I'm
right.
not without anything. Like it's not like I need it immediately either. I've got RSO. I've got a little bit of a pile up here, and I'm
And
happy about it.
I've got a dog that wants in.
Go get
So,
him. It's fine. Go get her.
okay. You want me to run? I got something to run for a minute. No?
Absolutely perfect.
Okay. All right. We'll be right back, folks. I'll be right back. right, we're back. The dog is in now.
Hey, mine's talking. Actually, I just got some.
I
some
don't know.
oil.
I don't know how much of that video you caught, but you know, I think I just accidentally picked the proper video to run on Devil's Night, the night before Halloween, because those were all functional facial glass
Right.
bongs, or whatever you want to call it, it's glass art, anyways.
Mask
And
bong,
they
yeah.
all looked eerie, and the music just went right
It's kinda
along with
ominous.
it.
It was. No, I was just listening to this dog coughing. Like, I know I reached out to Steve to see what he was using for Mika before, with So I sent him a message saying, "Well, send me how much money, and I'll send it to you." And I haven't heard back from him, but he said he'd hook me up. But I got some pet CBD today for her.
Did ya?
Yeah, well, this is Canamet. This is Cedar stuff too.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I did buy some stuff for myself too, but I'm trying to see if that'll maybe help him more because he's 15, and if I can get 3 more years out of him, I'd be elated. I'd just be happy because I just lost Pete too not long ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
But,
Oh, I see the professional pot smoker has stopped by. Give him a
Hello.
thumbs up. He thumbed us up. It's
Well,
yeah.
I'm just wondering. I was thinking, oh my, like I'm kind of like feeling a bit better than I did before because I'm smoking sativa. Believe that. I went to this, but that's not for me, right? That's for the program, right? So
That's not. Yeah.
I went to the store and bought this. Asked them what they like, and the guy says he's a sativa smoker. He goes, "Oh, you gotta try the Loud Plug, that cherry bomb." He says that's the kick-ass stuff. And they went, "Oh, sativa." But I thought, well, if you say that, okay. I said, okay, I'll buy it. So I bought it. But then I also picked up this, which I think is really kind of cool. And my son, right? And it's a 4-pack of different providers of 4 different strains of an ounce.
So
it
it's
gives me
7 grams, a quarter,
7
7 grams of each strain.
So I got cheetah, cake mix, madrina, and laughing gas. And I haven't opened it yet. So I don't know
Does
what
it
it's
give
like.
any information? Does it give any information on each of the strains?
Yeah, let me see here. So let me see. The cheetah says 2.5 milligrams total THC, 307 milligrams. CBD 0.1 milligrams. So 2.5 milligrams of THC. Terpenes, myrcene, caryophyllene, and limonene for the cheetah pea.
That's the terpenes.
Yeah, terpenes, yeah. So for the cake mix, we've got, I'm assuming, so that would be like 30 milligrams for the cheetah pea of, like, is it 307 milligram, like, per gram?
So that'd be what, 30? Yeah, but don't they have a percentage on those?
Like
Milligrams,
yeah.
I think of food. I don't think of
Right, so
of
it's
cannabis
30.7% THC is
correct.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you got 0.7 milligrams of CBD.
Yeah.
And that's in the
next to
cheetah,
nothing.
right? So in the cake mix, it says total THC total is 29.7. And your CBD total is 0.9. And it's pinenes, myrcene, and caryophyllene.
Yeah.
Can't say
And
the word.
they've all got benefits.
Right? So then you also have the laughing gas, which is 27.5 milligrams of THC. And then your CBD is 0.8. And it's the caryophyllene, limonene, and mycerine.
Mycerine. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're pretty much the
good ones
same
in there.
terpenes. Like you've got all the same limonene and all in 3 of them. And then the caryophyllene, how about you say that, is in all 4 of them.
Is
So
it?
they've got similar, like they've got the same terpenes in all of them, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, the myrcene is in the same and is in all 4 of them as well. Myrcene.
So you
So
don't
then-
gain one with a different.
No, there's pinene, so pine in the cake mix. So it'll be a piney.
Right.
Right. And then the mandarin is 30.5 milligrams THC, 0.6 milligrams. I should send some of this to Legacy and see if it's actually. And it's 0.6, and then it's the same. But my son
We'll
tells me
do that.
so this is grown by the Green Organic Dutchman.
Yeah. Now check the date on that. The reason I said that is because I got something from the Organic Dutchman, which was actually my rosin pen, and it was 2023. Because I thought that
No
that
expiry
company,
date. Where am I going to find a date on
not the
it?
expiry date, should say package date.
Well, this was new in the store. It wasn't there last week. Like
Yeah.
when I went to the store last week, this wasn't there. I don't see a date on here. Oh yeah, here we are. 08/24/2024 packaged.
Oh, 8/24. Okay, so that's just August.
Yep. So yeah, and apparently this is an American company, I'm told. Cookies.
Cookies is down in the States. Yeah, they're.
So like I didn't know that, but apparently my 14-year-old did. Oh, it's Mom, like, how do you know this? Like, yes, I'm okay with that. Like, I shouldn't say that I'm not, but again, reaching out to the kids, like, I don't know if I said this to you or not, but we made weed legal to protect the kids, but now the kids have no access to weed, so now they're smoking meth.
Yeah.
So are we protecting the kids? And that's how I'm
yeah.
right now. When we're hearing that kids are dying of fentanyl overdoses at
That's not
13.
good.
But the joint that she was smoking was laced with fentanyl, and it wasn't that the
Oh.
joint was. She bought weed from a guy that sold fentanyl too, so the price was on the damn scale. So a 13-year-old died of a fentanyl overdose, involuntarily wasn't using fentanyl from a joint she bought off some fucking guy in town. Right? Kid's dead.
Oh.
13. We got 15-year-olds running around fucking ODing. Like,
That's not good.
no. And again, like I said,
No.
they have no access to cannabis now because we got it behind a store door with a 19 on it. So they've got zero access to tested, legal, clean cannabis, right? Now they're smoking
Right.
meth and fentanyl. So how are we protecting our kids? By legalizing cannabis.
Well, yeah, we don't
And I
want to
never thought of it. I never thought about it. I never thought about it until that little girl died.
Yeah.
And then it hit me right in the face. We did this to protect.
Because they. Now you said I didn't catch why you said why. You mentioned when it legalized, it cut off their access.
Yeah,
or
because
something?
they can't go into a store unless
No,
they're 19
because
years old.
yeah.
So they have no access to clean, legal,
Oh
tested.
no, yeah, they still have to go to the
They have to go find it on the street, and then they're getting
Yeah.
it from a guy that's selling fentanyl, and a kid died.
Now, were they given the option of I don't have any cannabis, so here's some fentanyl instead?
I have no idea. All I know is that the joint that she smoked.
Oh,
had
the
fentanyl.
joint. Oh, so they're saying you're saying the joint was laced.
The joint had fentanyl in it.
Oh,
And it wasn't laced. It was because it was weighed on a scale that was weighing fentanyl and cannabis at the same time because the guy sells both.
oh,
So it was an involuntary. The kid wasn't using fentanyl. It wasn't like she went to
yeah,
buy fentanyl. She went to buy a joint. She went to buy a little bit of weed and ended up dead. And this happened in my town.
dead.
Dead.
That's not good.
And another, like I said, 15-year-olds and whatever. I've got my partner that I work with. She works at the drug testing place, Anchors, here in town. Her son
Yeah.
is now, and he's 17. He just turned 17.
Just
And he's in
turned 17.
And then my other partner, Josh, that I go out with, his
Mm-hmm.
17-year-old is in treatment. So we've got 16 and
Too
15 and
young.
17-year-olds going to treatment because they've got no access to weed. They got access to meth. They got access to everything else but.
So they don't have access to the cannabis because nobody's selling it anymore illegally.
Bingo. Nobody's selling weed. Because
Been reduced,
there's no
yeah.
point. Because it's in a store and you can get 100 different strains, so nobody's selling weed anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been so out of the loop on that end.
Right? And like I said, I never really thought about any of
Yeah.
this until this happened. And then I'm sitting back going, How is this protecting our kids? It's not. It's making it worse for our kids.
Yeah, what do you do? Yeah.
So we need to change that. We have to do something because this has got to be brought forth. I'm going to take this somewhere because I'm really upset about that. Like, it's just a fact that, and even the fact that if I helped an addicted child under the age of 19 with my cannabis substitution program, that would subject me to going to jail for 14 years. So I can't even touch it.
Oh, I know, eh? Yes, because of the minor, that
Right?
underage thing.
In this conundrum of protecting our fucking kids, and we're not. And we're not. We're pushing them to the fucking street drugs that are way worse for them, or they're going to the cabinet and taking Xanax. And then they like the Xanax, and then they go to the street and buy Xanax. And the Xanax in the streets, not clean either.
It's what happened to stealing mom's cigarettes,
That too, that they have no
I'd
access.
rather see them steal cigarettes than go into the pill jars. And
well, you know what? We could, when I was a kid.
And like the parents may not even know that the pills are going missing unless they're counting them.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why they keep, that's why on our radio station, they keep reminding us to keep our pills locked up. That's why when with my hydromorphines and stuff, they don't leave my sight. In fact, they go with me to work.
Oh, there you go.
Carry my purse 24/7. All my ADHD medication, anything that I figured just in case might get into the wrong hands. Not that but at this point, I don't trust.
Know where it is.
Right, so it comes with me, and it's in its bottle. If I got pulled over, it would be in its bottle.
Yeah.
It's my name on it.
Perfectly, yeah.
Right,
perfectly
but I'm not leaving it anywhere in my house where a 14-year-old may possibly have access to it.
Yeah. All right, time for us to take a break. When we return to Mary, and I'll keep gabbing along, talking about accidental cannabis consumption. I got a story to bring up when we get back from the break. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back. Oh, at least I am. I don't see Tamara.
I'm digging around in my dresser looking for a battery. I said I was going to show you the Halloween costume before we get on to a different topic.
Oh, right.
So I got this mask.
Oh,
and it's
okay.
It's an owl.
It's an owl. Who?
Yeah. So I'm gonna.
So I guess
there it is. Oh. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it'll be all right.
You'll be all right.
Yeah, it'll be all right. But yeah, this is the mask. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
just holds on the strap back of your head.
Yeah, it's got a strap on it.
Yeah. So you have any more? You got more than just the mask. You got any wings or anything with it?
I've got a sweater that's a gray sweater that's got a big collar on it, and yeah, I'll just wear that because I'm not gonna. I'm at work. I'm not gonna.
Your work, yeah.
Right, I'll probably wear just a black t-shirt, black whatever. I don't know, my sweater and this mask, and probably I don't know, make my hair all kind of wild so it looks like tufts.
Right.
And then put some black lipstick on and off we go. Like I said, it's not as long as it's just something. I don't want to just not have something. It's Halloween. It's my favorite time of year. I haven't even got my yard decorated. I have done nothing because I have no time. And then I've got this huge mess out in my veranda. So all my Halloween decorations of my blow-ups are all filthy and laying underneath boxes. So.
Next year.
Whatever. Yep.
All righty. Now I mentioned before we went to the break about a story that where there was an accidental cannabis consumption. Obviously wasn't a fentanyl one, but this one here happens to deal with a pizza company that mistakenly sold pizza that was made with cannabis oil.
Wasn't that like not accidental?
Well, this says that they say here it was accidental.
Yeah. They were doing the number 4 special.
Yeah,
they were doing that too. Wasn't that
it was in the dough, and they said that there's about 70 orders that were made with it.
Is this recently?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. This is in today's paper in Washington.
Oh.
So this is a Wisconsin pizza place, and they ended up making this pizza with some cannabis oil. I'm just trying to figure out how it ended up in there. I'm just sort of trying to skip through the story.
Well, yeah, like it's kind of. But I do recall some friends of ours. I think it was actually Jason Wilcox and what's that other dude's name? We were just talking. Me and Asia were just talking about him. Mark Clokey. Yeah. And they were going to go into business. And they opened a pizza parlor, and they were selling pizzas with pot leaves on them. I believe it wasn't Jason Wilcox, but I think it was Mark Clokey at one point, or they were trying to in Vancouver. I was pretty sure, and I think you can get a pot leaf pizza at the Amsterdam Cafe in downtown Vancouver. Don't quote me on that for sure, but I thought that you might be able to.
They said that the oil was stored in a area in a commercial kitchen where other vendors get stuff from, and they originally thought it was the vegetable toppings and stuff were making people sick. It had gone bad.
Oh, well, people were getting sick.
I guess so. Yeah, well, they're getting high, so they thought they were getting sick because they don't know what's going wrong. They're feeling funny, right?
There must have
Yeah,
been
they
some.
talk about the fat absorption and stuff like that.
How
They
did
don't-
they end up figuring out that it was cannabis?
Yeah, I'm wondering how it ended up in like the person who made the dough. I'm wondering how did they, did they just accidentally grab it and put it in? Like, what did they think that they were grabbing?
Depends on what it was and what it was in. Like,
Yeah, but like, what did they think? Like, they went up, grab that bottle for a reason to put that in the dough. So, what would they think? Did they think that it was just
it was
regular?
water. You only add water.
Well, I'm going to assume that it was like they call cannabis oil. It could have been any infused oil, whether it was coconut
It could have
oil.
been just olive oil.
Yeah, it could have been infused olive oil.
Yep, definitely olive oil. Or anything.
They got
vegetable.
that and put that into the dough. Yeah, 'cause
But
that's
why would it
how
be
I
in
make
the
my
kitchen?
capsules. This was the
Like,
used
why would it
olive
be in the
oil.
kitchen? That's another question. Like, how did it get into the kitchen?
Well, the story says that they believe that one of the vendors used it in the brownies that they make. Mind you, cannabis is not legal in that state, it says. Yeah, recreational cannabis is not legal in Wisconsin. And they said someone says that they knew there was a vendor in the space who made THC infused brownies. But when the reports of unexplained reactions to the food started coming in, his mind didn't jump to THC. That's when it jumped to poisoning, or not poisoning, but from to the bad toppings and salad dressings and stuff.
Right.
Vegetables that were maybe contaminated, right?
That's weird.
70
Because I just
people.
couldn't imagine like anybody getting that sick or feeling
Yeah.
that off cannabis. Like,
And it said 70 pizzas, but I wonder how many went out.
but how many people got sick or got
Yeah.
whatever? That just sounds not right. It would have to be pretty damn.
Well, they say it shocked them when he apologized for inadvertently selling pizzas. Oh, they said they figured it out when customers reported feeling odd about eating slices of the pizza. Then it goes on more about an apology and how bad that they feel and stuff like that. And they mentioned the stores.
Nobody died.
Yeah.
If it was some other drug, they would have been maybe possibly dead.
They said that, yeah, it was used in 71 orders from October 21st to the 23rd. Now they say cannabis oil, but now they're talking about cooking raw cannabis. So, but yeah.
It must have been awfully strong oil.
What's that?
Must have been pretty damn strong oil to make people like stand up and notice. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Weird.
Well, it must have been strong enough. Or, maybe they made 70 doughs with it, but they hadn't made 70 pizzas with yet. Because they pre-make the dough, I'm going to assume, for some places.
Yep. Well, I guess we'll never know because
Yeah. We'll never know.
that's weird. I think that's strange.
Unless they have a follow-up story and I catch it.
And that was in the States though, right?
You correct. Yes. Yeah, in a state where it's not even legal.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
That's
well, cannabis doesn't stop at borders, right?
Well, and the stigma still is there. So, like, if it was somebody that isn't an illegal state,
and
and they're making a great big deal about it because it's not a legal state, right?
and maybe if cannabis was legal, that person wouldn't have had that oil stored there, so I got hiccups, but
And then hidden, right?
and hidden.
Yeah, and put it away. But
And maybe it would have been labeled.
I just think something's not right. I think somebody didn't get as high as they wanted to. They complained, and they knew they were getting cannabis, and that's how it got. 70 pieces. Come on, don't tell me you do that by accident.
Yeah. Now talking about the states, as we know, there's an election coming up, and there are states that are going to be voting on cannabis legalization,
right,
during this time,
well,
which is good.
To be fair, depends on which candidate gets in. One of them has said that she will legalize cannabis federally. So, and that's coming from a prosecutor, law enforcement, that put a lot of men in jail for cannabis.
Yeah, I think it was I think I had read it was either 15 or 1,900 people she had incarcerated.
She's also apologized that and seen her, and said that the difference because of cannabis has changed things. And the thing is, too, these guys weren't just like for one joint. These guys were trafficking large amounts, right?
And it wasn't something that she just changed yesterday. Because I know that I've read some stuff where she's quoted as saying stuff 5 years ago, back in 2019. That would be. Oh, what is it?
So
Empty?
inside of the big one, there's 4 little ones. So more packaging.
Oh yeah. It's required by law.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. That's how the first year of the Karma Cup, that's how it was. It was a lot of packaging. So this year they changed, they still had to wrap or, put things individually, but they reduced the size. It really made a big difference compared to last year.
Yeah, that's just saying, you can get Advent calendars. They've got one in the store here too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Now each one of those packages have to have their own labeling on them too.
Their own what?
Their own labeling on them?
No.
Was there nothing on them whatsoever?
The name.
Oh, that's
the
it.
strain.
Maybe it's because it's on the outside, but I would have thought they would have had to have it on the inside as well, on those individuals, because they get separated from the original packaging.
I don't know. Now I'm just trying to figure out which one to pick first.
Yeah. Well, you see, now the government has changed it to allow. We'll get back to the legalization thing in a minute. That they can now have 100 milligrams in an outer package. Inside packaging has to remain at 10 milligrams. Your product cannot be more than 10 milligrams. But you have to have complete individual labeling on those packages inside the main package.
Maybe only in Ontario, because of different provinces.
Yeah, I'll find it. I'll find it for you.
Well, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying maybe because it's in British Columbia. I don't know. But these guys.
I don't know. Yeah, it was something that was changed at this year at one point.
Well, they've changed quite a bit, and they just keep changing shit rapidly.
Right.
Like they're finding out that they've definitely overregulated this, especially with the packaging, especially with this and that, and it's costing the LPs money where they don't need to be spending money, and the extra taxation too. Like I said, where's the $11.5 million a year that each municipality gets? Where is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to, get myself all riled up to go to city council and ask them because I'm too busy trying to keep it on the DL because I'm doing the substitution program. So I can only really stop it, right?
Right. Okay. Now back to the states. To Florida. Florida's going to vote on legalizing cannabis. That one's been in the news quite a bit.
And what is DeSantis have to say about that?
DeSantis is anti-cannabis, and he is actually. There's been a lot of noise going on about the fact that he's using taxpayers' money to create propaganda material against cannabis. Because the yes side is raking in the money compared to what's going into the no side.
I would imagine it'll probably go legal pretty much everywhere. I'm just saying, because so many people are fed up with the lies and the propaganda about stupidity. They're just fed up. Some people are so fed up with it that they will. And I think people in Florida, like, they got this idiot for a governor, but I think that people in Florida aren't that stupid. And I think they see through the bullshit, some of them. You can't say gay, he's fighting with Disneyland. Like, come on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know.
I guess Saskatchewan didn't see through because they still voted in that anyway.
Yeah. No. So Florida. Okay. So now they say Nebraska. They have two of them.
Two votes?
Two measures that people are voting on, and they're related to medical cannabis. 5
What will happen to these state laws individually if they actually legalize it federally?
Yeah, well, it depends on what the legalization does. Is it legalize it federally and still allow a state to opt out?
Right, like that's what
Just
I mean.
like just like we legalize cannabis here, and like in Ontario, for example, the municipalities had the opportunity to opt out of retail stores, not of opting out of legalizing cannabis, just not having the stores.
How many towns in Canada don't have cannabis stores?
There's lots still, yeah. So I don't see how a state could opt out if they do it federally, but they could allow some type of. There's obviously going to be some control that the states will still maintain, just like we did here in the provinces, still have control of stuff, and yeah. Nebraska has 2 to vote on. North Dakota. Theirs is related to recreational, and they say that it would allow production, processing, and sale of cannabis. So that's the commercial end. 21 years of age or older. That's normal down in the U.S. Provide penalties for violations, which that's happened here in Canada as well.
There's no cannabis stores in Surrey.
No, I know. Yeah. You got some spots out there in BC. I was surprised that they had none. South Dakota is another place that they're looking at legalizing. Massachusetts. They're actually legal there now, but what they're voting on there instead is psychedelics.
Oh,
yeah,
good for them.
Possession, growing, and use of certain natural psychedelic substances.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I got a story that I'm going to talk about when we get done this one. That might surprise you even more. That would be permitted natural substances include magic mushrooms because of psilocin and psilocybin. 3 found in plants, and I'm going to say it's DMT because of this. The word is just so friggin' long. Mescaline and ibogaine. 1 gram of psilocybin, 1 gram of psilocin, 1 gram of the DMT, 18 grams of mescaline, and 30 grams of ibogaine. You could grow your substances within a 12 by 12 foot area within your home. So it even tells you the size. So there you go.
Igo bean could be a lifesaver for people. Like
big time. Yeah.
You know, like that is something like, a lot of people will say use kratom for withdrawal, but you can get addicted to kratom too, right? It's like almost like a synthetic as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
For heroin addiction, right? But you can get addicted to kratom too. But
I've talked to a person who did have had some problems with it, and
right,
yeah,
right. So then
buddy.
igobene's different though, right? It's a root. It's an actual plant-based root, and it is effective. But you do hallucinate. Like I haven't personally.
Yeah,
I've heard some
been
stories where you don't want to give somebody igobene in a high dose to get them out because you have to give them a fairly high dose
Mhm.
to get them to reset to get off the heroin, and it's got to be a couple treatments. But you have to. They some of them freak out. The stuff they see.
Hey, buddy, what are you doing? No, he's bugging me. He's banging on my chair. Yeah, no. I remember when I first got involved in the cannabis community and stuff. That was one of the things I had heard was ibogaine for people with addiction.
Mark Emery had tried doing that in the old Woodwards when he first moved to Vancouver. I've heard stories of he had a bunch of people in there, and he was trying to help them get off, and he did. He helped this guy. This guy got in touch with me and told me his story. So that the ibogaine had actually been successful for him, and Mark would come and feed them and watch them and take care of them. And he was a social worker working with people with addictions now. This is a few years ago, before the persona non grata was Emery. But yeah, like, so I mean, not just saying that he's all bad, but he's done some decent things in his life. But igobene was effective for him.
Yeah, that's what I had heard. That it was really effective, but the problem was its legality, right?
And the fact that its high is 20 times more intense than a mushroom.
Oh, really high.
And yeah, you can take too much, right?
Mm.
So, and there's not a lot of literature on it because, of course, nobody's used it enough to have any research done.
Yeah, or has research been shut down on it?
So I'm not sure if it could hurt you or harm you too. Like I know, it's always a risk when you're taking that kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with peyote, you can die off taking too much peyote, right?
Actually, we had a story on the news on Monday of society's most harmful drug, and
alcohol.
Yeah,
Or
alcohol and tobacco were the number 1 and 2.
I was going to say alcohol and sugar.
Oh yeah, sugar. It's and it's in everything. Well, it's in
everything.
It's in a lot of stuff. There's not a lot of stuff without it, right?
I don't even know which one to try. I guess you just open them all and smell. But I can't smell shit right now.
Right.
We'll go with eeny, meeny, miny.
Mo.
I don't know. That just kind of makes it sound like it's a really this laughing gas. Okay.
Okay, so you're gonna open it up. You're gonna open it up and show it to us before we go to the break.
Laughing gas, yeah. I said it sounds Halloweeny laughing gas.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
I had to have laughing gas last week when I got my tooth pulled. So I cannot go to the dentist without having to have the gas.
Yeah.
I don't even bother fucking around. I just cut the bag right open and it goes into a jar.
Right.
Woo! Yep.
Let's see.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna move you over and make you bigger.
You're right. Let's see if I can.
There you go.
So that's the buds, and they're all fairly like the same size. Like they're all fairly like.
The hand trimmed. What do you think? Or machine trimmed.
Machine trimmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
I thought I saw a flat leaf, like a lot.
Yeah. There is actually leaf. Maybe it is hand trimmed because there's the odd.
Yeah, but machine can do that too.
True, yeah. But it's pretty tightly cut. I think it's machine. Yeah.
How does it smell?
I can't smell shit. I don't smell it. So, but it could be my nose, right? Because right now I don't know. Like I'm all stuffed up, but I'm not sick. It's flu vaccine I got, right? And I got the
Right,
COVID.
right.
Maybe I'm not smelling or tasting because I got the COVID vaccine. I don't know.
Just a quick before we go to the break. I did take a look at that packaging thing that I talked about earlier. And just a quick little blurb on it here. Where did it go? Oh, here it says. They say that removing the cumulative 10 milligram THC limit for an outermost container of edible cannabis products to grow greater flexibility in packaging multiple immediate containers, as long as the immediate containers do not have more than 10 milligrams of THC each.
I see.
So that she said outermost container. That package that all that came in is the outermost container, right?
Yep.
So if that was gummies, for example, you could get that package with 40 milligrams of gummies, but each package has to be 10 milligrams. So that's why I said earlier, you can get a 100 milligram package,
Right.
but each one has to be individually inside no more than 10 milligrams.
It's pretty hard to do with weed.
Yeah, so it'll be up to the producers of the products in order to, when they change the packaging around.
I just think that's just ridiculous.
The 10 milligrams.
It just seems like who came up with that? Like seriously, like,
I believe it's probably like the 5 nanograms. It's the 5 nanogram thing. It's the arbitrary number.
Who came up with that?
Yeah, well, I know that they went to the States and they spent time in Colorado and the other states. And there was something that we've read recently in the news where they talked about the 10 milligrams down there and the effects that it had on people new to consuming cannabis. Like I know of somebody that consumed 10 milligram gummy and they got high.
I've had people that have got them from the store too and slept for 16 hours, and I went, "What? Like, seriously?" And like they've gotten just labeled off the stuff.
And this person said to me that you're gonna have to drive. I won't be able to drive, and I said, "Fine." Right? Yeah.
I've not been able to drive after smoking a joint ever. I've never smoked anything.
All right, time to take off and go to break. When we get back, we'll continue our discussion. I got that story, that psychedelic story. I got that. We'll come back. We'll come back with that, and I think you'll be surprised. All right. Yep. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the Piercing Room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're into our third segment and our last one of the show. We got 25 minutes to go, and here we go. That story I mentioned, something about psychedelics that might surprise you.
Well, Halloween's usually a good time to do some, psychedelics.
Okay, well, this has got nothing to do with Halloween. But this is what the headline says. Quebec religion wants Health Canada's blessing to use magic mushrooms in ceremonies.
Well, it might be one way to get it done.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just saying. That's something. Religious freedom, right?
Yeah, we had that in the news, and so then tonight I thought, geez, maybe we should talk about this. And, mushrooms came up, so I thought, okay, we're gonna have to do it. So that what it says here is that they're taking them to court, claiming that Health Canada is dragging its feet on a decision whether to allow its members. So that means they've already applied.
Yep.
They've already applied for it. It's called the Gratitude Sanctuary, and its Reverend Superior has filed an application with the federal court claiming its members need to consume the magic mushrooms to practice their religion. This was filed in early October in Ottawa.
Well, it's only not even the end yet. Tomorrow's the end of the month, so that's not too bad. But again, good for them. That's awesome, because that's exactly how do you think we got got cannabis for medical patients, right?
Oh, I know. Right? Yeah.
And it's always been the courts that have given anybody any rights. It's never been the government saying, oh, yeah, okay, we understand what you want and you need. And, okay, we'll just do this. It's never been.
This was filed, like I said, it filed in October, but it says in the response to the request, the application itself says that Health Canada sent 2 questionnaires to these guys with 41 questions in total, but months went by without a response. So, they applied, Health Canada sent them the questionnaire, and now these guys have been waiting for months and haven't got a response from the government, and that's why they're taking them to court.
Well, Health Canada's a little bit busy trying to get, diabetic medication and stuff.
Yeah. They said that they sent a demand letter back in September. That was a 30-day notice or something that was good for.
And I understand their plight, but again, Health Canada's been pretty busy doing other things right now, so I get it. But there's got to be we have a medical marijuana department, right? There's a psychedelic department.
No, there isn't. No. That would probably be whether it would end up something that SAP would deal with.
But that would be something that will, in the future, have to have a department where there's
and just like with the cannabis, then we all got to start somewhere, right?
Right. But you got to keep forcing them, and if you don't go to court, they're not going to ever change anything.
Correct. And even when you do take them to court,
doesn't necessarily make them.
You get this little incremental little change.
Yeah. They give you an inch at a time, but I mean. Again, to be fair, in 2007, when I started this whole plight, I never thought I'd see the day that cannabis was legal.
Oh, fuck yeah, yeah. Oh, I know.
Medical, like, I mean, I was shocked then because at the beginning of this, I didn't even realize there was a medical program because it's not like it's not like it's advertised.
Well, when I started this show in 2010, it wasn't even discussed
Right?
being
Like,
illegal.
your doctor's office and doctor says, hey, well, there's this medical marijuana program we could try getting you into. Like, it's not like they, that they're on board. So if you don't know or have a friend that knows or anything, and then it's never easy either because you've got to find a doctor that's willing to even do it. And my doctor wasn't either. Hence why I had to fly to Ontario.
Yeah.
Ridiculousness. Okay, so this
Yeah,
is
it was. Yeah, you had to fly here.
I
to
decided
do that.
Coe Hill to go see Dr. Camerman. And then after all said and done, that poor guy lost his medical licensing. Right? So
Yeah.
just ridiculous.
Just
And that's not fair either. Now where did I get that package? I'm a fucking squirrel. Trying to find this. My God.
What'd you lose?
There's got to be something to fix this eventually. So
What'd
this
you
is
lose?
the laughing gas. See, I'm losing my fucking mind already.
Well, didn't you have the laughing gas set a few minutes ago?
I
Did you
just
get the
rolled.
joint? Did
This
you
is
get
the
the joint rolled?
Yeah, this is it. Yeah.
Okay, well, roll it up. See what
I
it's
mean,
like.
like squirrels. Like I'm just like. I took my medication.
Is this a sativa or an indica?
I have no idea. It doesn't say.
It doesn't say. Okay, you try it out and I'll look it up. See we'll see what it says.
And you'd think that it would be like it would have indica sativa on the packaging for any of it, and it doesn't have any indication
Nothing, eh?
of any of them. But like I was saying before, like most of these are crosses anyway, even if they're indica or sativas, like per se they have
Yeah.
them labeled as 90% of them have been crossbred, so they're all hybrid.
Oh, they're all just I was at did a search for one particular strain one time recently. I gotta put my age in here. So how old am I? I was born in. Let's see. Today I was born in 1985. This shows how like a 5-year-old could enter a site.
Oh yeah. Are you legal? Yes.
I was born. Let's make it today. I was born. Today's my birthday. Oh, tomorrow's my birthday. Let's make it Halloween.
Put 1910 and see if they realize that you might be dead.
Oh, I put in 110 and they rejected it once. Laughing gas is a fuel-forward cross of sour diesel and cherry pie. I've grown cherry pie. This pungent pair creates a strain that emits a powerful fuel aroma intermixed with notes of grass, pine, and a distant sweetness. The dense, knobby buds offer consumers stimulating, happy, and creative effects.
Well, it doesn't say anything about pine on this packaging. It says limonene. There's pine in the cake mix, but not in the laughing gas.
Let me see here. They say, mycerine followed by caryophyll.
Yep.
And pinene is what this one says.
Oh, and this is limonene, mycerine, and caryophyll. And then the cake mix has got the pinene.
Oh yeah.
So. I
don't know. Just
like I said, maybe I should take a few of these buds and
this is okay. Here we go. This is Laughing Gas by Cookies.
Okay, there we go. That's what I've got.
Oh, okay.
I
have to be over 21 to get into this place because it's just
this is Cookies, right?
Let's make it.
You can tell it's from the States because they've add a bilingual label over the top. Here.
Oh, so you think that package came right up from the States?
I'm thinking it's possible.
Okay, so this is Mendo Medical Cannabis website. Oh, well, it says .ca, so it's Canada.
Like, usually on the back of the stuff that's produced in Canada,
Yeah.
Everything's on the back of the package, right?
Yeah.
Like it's got more information usually on the back. This one's got nothing. And
Okay.
everything's on the front.
So just so you
There's
know,
no barcode.
this one says here for terpenes, it has caryophenol,
Yep.
whatever how we pronounce that.
Yep.
Humulene.
What?
HUMULENE.
No, that's not on here. No.
I knew it wasn't on there. And limonene.
Yep. But this has got mycerina.
No, this one doesn't. So yeah.
And there's mycerine in all three of all of them, all four of them.
No,
Like I
it
said,
has
all of them have the same terpenes.
yeah, it has a similar description. It says emits a powerful aroma with notes of grass, pine, and distant sweetness.
I ain't tasted nothing, and it's burning black.
Oh no. Burning black, eh?
Gray black. It ain't gray.
No. Is it harsh?
No.
No.
Mm-mm. No, it's not harsh. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. But
We'll see how it is by the time you're done. See how it burns.
so this is a hybrid then, because it's a sour diesel, which is sativa, and a cherry.
Yeah. Yeah, the one listing there said it was a hybrid. With an indica leaning is what it said.
Yeah, it's not burning that bad.
Yeah.
It's we got no flavor, but again, my whole
No flavor.
but that could be me, because I'm eating Smarties right now. I can't
You
even taste
taste
chocolate.
it? Oh, you're eating smart.
No, I can't even taste chocolate.
Oh, really?
I think that I've got the dreaded side effects from the COVID vaccine, so I can't taste or smell anything, and I got a flu shot at the same
Oh,
time.
yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah.
I think these are all side effects from getting the vaccine because I don't feel sick, but I can't taste or smell anything, and I sound like this, but I got no other symptoms. But I have vaccines last Thursday.
Oh, yeah. So that, yeah. Yeah, because the last time they're still knocked. Yeah, when you took it, you still got knocked back a bit. Right.
First time.
It's like
I've
getting.
never had side effects at all from any of the vaccines.
No, eh? Oh.
It's only the first time. Well, I'll give this an 8 out of 10 because it's getting a good.
Yeah, it's getting good. 8 out of 10. That's not bad.
Yeah,
You
that's why I
good
think it is.
numbers.
That's why, because it doesn't appear to be what's that word? Eradicated. And everything
Yeah.
and everything I seem to buy,
Amarade.
whatever, it
Yeah.
seems to be like it's got no flavor, no taste, no terpenes. It just like a lot of it, right? 1964 is not so bad. General emission usually pretty good. These joints here, these Jeters, baby Jeters, I will give them thumbs up. These are good, but they're also like tiny little stubby joints, right? Like they're 0.5s, but like look at the size of that joint.
Yeah, I know. That's what's in that container. How many joints you get in that little container?
5.
5. It looks like a pill bottle.
Yeah, it's a little size. Yeah, it's about the size of it. 5 joints, but it's good.
Oh, yeah.
The outside are just covered in keef, but I might have spent.
Oh, the joints are covered in kiff.
Yeah,
So they are infused.
They're infused with liquid diamonds and keef Bubba G indica, and they're 5.5 gram pre-roll joints. So they've got liquid diamonds.
That's like a mini Remo joint.
Yeah.
Because his was liquid diamonds as well.
Yeah. So, and like I said, you pay $34.99 for 5 joints.
$7 a joint.
Yeah.
For half a gram. But it's half a gram, but
it's got keef and liquid diamonds in it.
correct.
Yeah, and you get pretty pickled off these. Like these ones. This is a blow your hair back. These are for bed.
So you said Gorilla? Was it Gorilla Glue? So does it say the cannabis that's in it?
Oh, it's yeah, it does. It is. Bubba G indica. So
Okay,
Bubba
good,
G
good,
indica.
good,
Yeah.
good. Because anything I've ever had in the past, because it's been a while, it just said premium cannabis.
Oh, yeah. No, this has the yeah. And again,
So
the
I
labeling.
went,
See, like you notice how the Canadian labeling has got way more. Like I'm gonna peel this label off because I'm convinced this shit did not come from Canada. It tastes way better than Canadian.
Oh,
Just got
so you're getting some flavor
yeah,
out of it,
yeah, yeah. Like I mean, and I'm actually like getting a bit of a buzz, and I don't usually get much of a buzz off any of the legal weed.
right? Right.
Like, that's why you see me pounding back like 6 joints in 3 hours because or an hour and a half.
Hour and a half.
90 minutes. Here's Tamara smoking like 10 joints because it's just like smoking cigarettes. Like I quit smoking, just
Mhm.
tobacco.
Yeah.
I know this stuff. Yeah, and like I said, it is burning a little. Like I thought it was, but it's not. It's great.
Yeah, it's still burning. Let's
It's
see
actually like
that.
here's the thing. There's actually resin on the paper. That's the first time I've seen that in a while too.
Oh
Like
yeah.
there's actually
Yeah.
resin on the paper. I've got a whole. I had a whole ashtray of cannabis that I just threw in the garbage of roaches because, like, seriously, this is what. Here's one of them. This is from the last one. Like, there's nothing on the paper. It's just like
Yeah. Burnt.
there's nothing.
Just burnt. Do
Like
you
if
ever
it does, if
find
the cannabis has no resin in it.
do you ever find polka dots on pre-rolled joints?
No.
Neither do I. The only ones I do are my own. And I call them polka dots because it's oil dots. It's little
Yeah.
round. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
But that's what I mean. Like this
trichomes
reminds
pretty
me
good.
of like before legalization when you actually got weed that you could see the resin on the paper. Like I used
Yeah.
to, sometimes the resin would be so hard on the paper, the roaches would be hard. You know what I mean? Like what happened to
Are you
that?
missing the days where the oil starts coming out at the end of the joint
Yeah.
and it gets all over your
It's on your-
fingers
and on your lips. You get
and
white
your
lips.
lips and you can taste it?
Yeah. What happened to them days? What happened? What happened to that weed?
Oh,
Probably crossbred it with something else and ruined it. Like how
well,
about
and really, the taste is it's the
gone?
oil.
The
Yeah.
skunk. I mean, the old skunk that we used to get in the late 80s. Oh my God. That was like a couple puffs, you'd be like labeled, you'd be sleeping on the couch. That was couch lock. And stink, like holy, like it stunk. Like you couldn't even.
Oh yeah. Oh, I
My
remember.
ex-husband jumped on a plane from Calgary to Vancouver and had a quarter-ounce stuff down his pants. And every time he moved, all you could smell was skunk on the inside of that cab of that fucking plane. And we're
Oh
talking.
yeah, because any air that was in that bag
Oh
was
my
being
God. And I'm just like waiting. We got to the Vancouver airport and I'm just waiting for him to get busted. I was 18 fucking years old. I was like, oh my God.
Oh.
He did eventually get busted. He ended up getting busted and charged with conspiracy for the purpose of trafficking. His partner did 3 years.
Oh, but it wasn't over this incident of taking it on the plane though.
No, this was like them, actually trafficking large amounts.
Yeah,
My
okay.
car got seized because they were using my car to transport. And I was like at work, oblivious, not even knowing what he was doing. And like, this is like my first husband,
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, like, and he did 45 days in jail for his first offense for cannabis. And that was back in 1988. Yep.
So,
80, yeah, and he actually did the time in 90. I think it was, 89,
yeah,
90.
and you go through court and all that time.
Oh yeah. Well, he pled guilty, and like I said, the other guy did 3 years.
Yeah.
And then the other guy, because there was like, they got everybody, there was like 13 of them. And that's why it was conspiracy for the purpose of, and they got the grower. Oh, yeah, it was, yeah. And I was 18 years old going, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I was a kid. And here I am, I was, yeah.
Well, I had a friend that lost his driver's license before he even had one. He lost his driver's license for impaired driving before he even had his driver's license.
My husband that I've got right now lost his license before he ever had one. And I met him,
Yeah.
he'd never had a license. No, cost him $12,000 to get a driver's license.
Oh, is that lawyers' fees or paying fines?
Fines.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
Craziness, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. I got one last little story here before we say goodbye. This one says that cannabis treatment reduces chronic nerve pain, according to a new scientific review, they say. And I know of a strain, grape vape. It's been written up that it's great for nerve pain.
I've heard that, and I've actually smoked grape vape.
Yeah.
Yeah, like years ago. I think Dana Barkhouse had that strain. He lives out in
Mhm.
Halifax now. He was one of the first patients I got signed. But yeah, he had some really good stuff. Arjun Hayes too was another one that he grew, which was really nice.
They say that compared to placebo, cannabinoids provide significant relief from chronic pain, 33% versus 15%. Oh, I see what this is. A transdermal application of CBD. So that's a patch.
Oh yeah,
Transdermal. Yeah.
that's interesting. Because there's people that are swearing by like pain patches, and we're talking
Yeah,
like,
it is pain patch.
and not like, because I know you can get heavy duty like fentanyl
Yeah.
patches, but they're using like not that heavy, like some other for inflammation, for rheumatoid arthritis.
Stuff like that, correct, yeah. Said that the research specifically looked at neuropathic pain caused by damage to or dysfunction of the nervous system, and often associated with conditions such as diabetes, HIV and AIDS, shingles, multiple sclerosis, and even side effects from certain pharmaceutical drugs or radiation therapy.
That's brutal. Radiation therapy. I had a
Yeah.
friend that goes through that. He had throat cancer. He, eventually came to the throat cancer. In fact, it was a couple years ago, almost now to the day. And
Yeah.
it was brutal. Yeah.
Let's see here. This is in a recent letter published last month by the American Medical Association. Found that 71% of chronic pain patients and 59% of physicians are in favor of nationally legalizing medical cannabis.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, obviously, as a transdermal, it's a pharmaceutical grade cannabis. It's not as if it's smoked cannabis. Oh. And patients who use CBD vaginal suppositories in a recent trial, meanwhile, also reported significantly reduced menstrual pain and related symptoms.
Sita would make Yanni care, and it was suppositories for that. And she still does.
Yeah.
It helps a lot for menopause, and there's all kinds of things that it's good for. It's useful.
Yeah, they said that they reported less pain, better mood, and lower use of pain medications.
Yep.
Yeah. They said that another study found that 57% of patients with chronic musculoskeletal pain, so cannabis was more effective than analgesic medications, while 40% reduced their painkiller intake because of it. And we see that time and time again.
I don't take as much painkiller as I probably would if I didn't smoke and ingest it. I can't eat a lot of anything because of my colitis. Like, to be honest, I don't. Even my candies, I'm not big on eating them either. Like I end up being kind of unfunctional and sleeping.
I'm going to say Limestone Hydroponics. Good day, people from Limestone Hydroponics. But I'm going to say that they're saying that that's excellent, and that's talking about the cannabis reduces nerve pain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it absolutely does. Like, but there's so many other things that it does. Like, everybody's individual. It can be very helpful for many people for all kinds of various things, right?
Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. All right. So that's good. Patients are seeing that benefit, and myself, I always remind people I'm an example of where I had the choice, cannabis or opioids, and I chose the cannabis route. And opioids while I'm in the hospital, but not when I'm out. Not if I don't need to. So
I think it's kind of ironic because my doctor knows that I've got that she signed me for cannabis at one point, but really has no problem with me using both opioids and cannabis. She still prescribes me opioids, knowing that I smoke
cannabis because you can go to the store and buy that, but you can't go by the store and buy your opioids.
No, but again, I don't take them unless I absolutely need them, and that can be months. Right now I haven't had to use them for.
Good. All righty. Well, I see you at the bottom of the hour. I'm going to thank Margaret Pierre for tuning in to the broadcast. All righty. Anything else before we say goodbye?
Pardon me?
Anything else before you want to say goodbye?
No. No. Oh, happy Halloween.
Any last words on your strains that you had there?
No.
Yeah, and probably by next week's show you'll already smoked the rest of the package, so we won't be able to find out how the other 3 were.
Well, probably because it's only an ounce.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm trying to cut back because I just can't afford to. I can't.
Oh yeah, it costs money. Costs money whether you grow it or buy it. It still costs money. Okay.
And again, I have a 15-year-old that I have to take care of too, and it's just not like I said. I buy when I get paid what I can afford, and when I'm out, I'm out. I have a big jug of roaches that I smoke.
They come in handy. We used to collect the roaches at one time years ago and take them into compassion centers and have them there available for people who came in who couldn't, that were low on income as well as on meds. And if somebody had collected a bunch of half-burnt joints, then they called them compassion doobies, and they just gave them for free.
I've got jars and jars of roaches, but I also believe that they deteriorate after time. Right?
Yeah, I got hiccups again. Yeah, I have my dog walker joints that are big enough that are left over that I leave accessible for me to get just for a quick walk out the door with the dog and then come back in, right? So I call them dog walkers.
Right.
They're probably those half grammars that you got.
Right. Like I said, I got jars in the cellar that I was filling mason jars, thinking if there was ever the end of the world, I'd have fucking roaches that I wouldn't have to worry about not being without weed, right?
Right. All righty. Well, I say it's time to go. We will see you next week. And other than that, thanks to everybody for tuning in the program. Thanks to Legacy420.com, Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and at ease.ca. Plus, thanks for everybody for tuning in the program. We'll see you all next week. And good night. We'll see you all later. Bye-bye. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the concentrate. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it out now. These are the 4 or 3 tools I use to form and shape the happiness.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over.
First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
We're very excited today to have with us on the spot Jennifer Kendra Burns from Truro Cannabis. Jennifer, how are things today?
Things are great here in Truro.
We know that right now you are currently in the midst of rolling a joint. We talked about that before this started. I learned how to roll a joint on episode 5 of this podcast, and just because I like hearing her say this, tell everybody how my very first joint roll went.
Well, we didn't burn it.
No, but still, just in terms of its look,
It looked okay.
No, see, she's underselling it now. Watch the episode. She was impressed.
It was straight across. It didn't look pregnant. It felt pretty good. It like seemed like it would have good airflow. There wasn't like pockets inside of like, more cannabis here and like an empty spot here. So he did fairly well, but the proof is in the smoking.
I'm an expert. Jennifer, how are you at doing? How are you? Yeah, see that? That looks good.
Yeah.
Straight. You could roll
My
this
skills
across
are
the
not
table.
at that level. No, it's funny. I should know how to roll by now. I can do it. Like Mary Jane said, if I'm in a pinch, I can do it. But I love the roller, and the reason I love it is because it's such a consistent joint every time, which is my challenge. I have a problem with pregnant joints. I'll just admit it. And then I can't fit the filter in sometimes, and I can't figure out like what did I do, and I just I live for this thing.
Wait, what is that? Wait, hold that back up again. What is that?
It's a roller.
So this one is an OCB one, but this is the one that I use. So
you just put it through like a little paper thing, and
so you open it up.
So inside, well, I just finished rolling it, but I put the filter in first.
Yeah.
And then you basically sprinkle your cannabis in up to the end of the filter.
Yeah.
You close the unit. You put your paper in the top and you roll it towards you. And then you have to lick it right before. You keep rolling and you roll it all the way towards you, and it rolls this cute little joint.
Yeah.
Comes out
the
like
paper just feeds
That's
in around the joint.
Yeah. So that's what it looks like when it's open. And then basically that's it before you start filling it with everything. And then you go to close it. And then you feed the paper through the top with the sticky side facing towards you at the very top. And you literally, like MJ said, you roll it towards you. And you can roll it around as many times as you want. But and it'll just keep going. But your end result will be a very consistent cigarette style joint, which to be honest is like, this is a 1 1/4 size. So you can get a smaller one that probably ends about there. That's not big enough for me.
Yeah, I've got the 1 1/4, and it's probably wrapped as far around as it can be. That's a fat. That's a fat joint.
Fatty one. I was like, that's as big as your pinky. That's awesome. Mine is not. Mine's like half.
Oh yeah, yours is a little thin.
It is. It's probably not quite a gram. I'd say it's but at 0.8, 0.1. But what I am smoking, I will admit, is Truro product. It's Truro.
I was going to say you don't need a gram joint of that stuff.
No, this is amazing. Heavy indica dominant wedding cake crossed with Cushman's 11. This one in particular is 30% THC. And that just launched this week in Nova Scotia. Comes in the can like that. Super cool. It's also in Ontario.
I got to ask, that's the Nitro tin, right?
This is the Nitro tin can.
Okay.
This is the famous tuna can.
Okay.
I love this thing. This is the only way to package cannabis in the commercial environment, in my opinion. And there's a lot of science behind it, which is really cool. But so Wedding Mint is probably our number 1 SKU right now across the country, fighting neck and neck with Truro G. But it's got such a nice flavor profile that it's something that I shouldn't say it's something that everybody likes, but being a little bit on the sweeter side, I like the Truro G as well because I like that diesel kush. But this is kind of the opposite flavor profile. This is someone that likes something sweeter.
See, I would probably tend to go for that because gas or diesel, no.
It's a very distinct profile. It really is. And you'll have that OG kush, like that kush following. For those that love the diesel and the gas, they love it. They really do.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. I prefer more sweet, earthy, peppery, not so much. And I love the citrus as well.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We have an amazing product coming out in March called Hidden Pastry, which is an indica secret. It's a pheno of secret cookies crossed with Cushman's, which is really, really cool. Indica dominant as well, but like sweeter, kind of citrusy, earthy, really, really nice. But what I'm really excited for coming out finally from Truro is our first sativa, which is coming out in April. Hopefully it'll be in Ontario by the beginning of the summer. That's our goal. So you guys have it for the whole summer, but we're doing mac and cheese.
Oh, yay.
So
sounds good.
What?
Yeah. So where that name comes from, Timmy. So mac is one genetic and cheese is another. So it's mac X cheese. We're calling it mac and cheese. Mac is Miracle Alien cookies. Probably one of the most popular craft legacy strains. Just amazing. So this will be like more of a sativa leaning hybrid because it is like a 60-40. And then so you've got the mac on one side and then alien cheese is the other side. So it's I'm kind of excited to try it because I haven't always been a cheese fan, but I know when you cross something like an alien cheese or like a UK cheese with mac.
Yeah.
And I think
that's funny.
I
love cheese. I'm a cheese.
And the name itself is super fun.
Yeah.
And it's coming in like 25 to 28% THC, which is awesome. So you can't really go wrong with that one. It will probably go out Nova Scotia first just because of timing, but it should be in Ontario by early summer. So excited for you guys to try that one. We've been wanting to grow a sativa for a long time. And the only reason we haven't was because of physical building constraints. So we grow in a 2-tier facility in Truro, the 45,000 square foot main facility. So being a 2-tier grow, unfortunately, that pheno of the sativa that we wanted to grow got too tall for that building. So unfortunately, sativa plants, as you know, tall, stretchy, didn't fit in that building. So luckily for us, we had built another facility in the meantime. It's technically a micro based on the size of it. And it's about 5 minutes from our other facility. And that's where the sativa is growing. And it can get as big as she wants in there because that's all one level grow. So it's been a long time coming.
So you're telling me that this plant got too big for a building. How tall was this room?
Well, I would say this particular, so it's a 2-tier grow. So I've got, it looks like a metal grate is sort of the floor above the second, because we need, the ventilation has to be able to go through, right? So it kind of almost looks like, it's another floor, but it almost looks just like a big metal grate. But basically, if the plants touch it, we can't have that because then we're going to run into potential contamination issues because there's people's boots, remember, above them and all that fun stuff.
Okay, all right.
This particular pheno could stretch 12 feet, maybe 14 feet in height. So that's the cool thing about sativas. Tricky to grow indoors, especially at a commercial level because of how tall they are. So they're kind of like the tall, slim, like supermodel. And then you got like my favorite, like pizza loving short dumpy indica. Do you know what I mean? Like that's sort of the difference.
Yeah, we've compared them.
Right?
We've compared them to. We've compared them to the classic comedy duos. There's always one tall, thin guy and one short, fat, stubby guy. That's what sativa and indica
like
is
in Twins with Arnold Schwarzenegger and
like in
Danny
Twins,
DeVito.
Or like Mario and Luigi, right? Like
Exactly.
sort of similar-ish.
Wait, aren't they both short and stocky guys?
No, Luigi's
taller and skinnier. The green guy.
Really?
Yeah. Which is weird that they're both named, like there's Mario and Luigi Mario. Well, Mario and Luigi Mario.
Yeah.
They're
I would choose Luigi.
Yeah, but they're Mario brothers. That'd be like saying Timmy brothers and you're Timmy.
Yeah.
That's a cool name, though.
Timmy.
Come on. Should we start a
I wonder if people would call you Tim.
Yeah, everybody would just
They call you Timmy.
Tim.
Timmery.
That's exactly what I thought of.
That's actually good. I like that one.
I'd have my own theme song. So I want to make a brief point about the Truro, because you've got the Truro hoodie on, which we are hoping to get our hoodies very soon.
You will.
But you gave us, you loaded us up with some toques and stuff when we saw you in Toronto, and she's got the hat.
I love that my head.
And I love how the hat is being affected on our green screen. Yeah. These are like magical. Like, look, you can see right through my skull, and she has no back of the head. These are like magical hats.
They were meant for the podcast.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering though, I'm still trying to figure out, because I wasn't a toque person really. I kind of wear them occasionally, but when I first got the Truro toque, I was wearing the Truro toque all the time.
I think you might have even slept in it.
Yeah, well, that's true. I'm trying to figure out though the proper way to wear a toque, Jennifer. So because it's a Truro toque, there are 3 ways I describe it as, and I'm trying to figure it out. So there's the Smurf, right? You kind of wear it up. That's Smurf.
Yeah.
Then there's like classic like 90s iced tea. Do you remember iced tea, right?
Yes, I do.
Then there's Dumb Donald from Fat Albert. I don't know if you remember the show Fat Albert.
I did.
No.
So the
that one,
question.
I don't know if I recommend just driving and everything.
Okay, so do we go Smurf or do we go 90s iced tea?
I think he kind of goes sort of between 90s iced tea and Smurf. Like I like how you're rocking it right now.
Well, this is 90s. This is 90s iced tea. Yeah, but it's a little bit skewed, right? Because this is
no. This
wait, which
put
way
it
does this
straight.
go?
Put it straight up here.
All right. Which way is it going?
Put it there. That
there
is iced tea.
Exactly.
Now put it to the side.
Yeah, I like the way you kind of turn the logo to the side. It looks more modern. Yeah.
If you turn it to the side,
right.
That's Ice Cube.
Oh.
Well then, yeah, Ice Cube all day long.
Well, which one is Ice Baby? Which one is that guy?
Nothing, because your head is frozen.
That's Vanilla Ice. You could pull off Vanilla Ice.
Look at that. Yeah, I do like it going a little bit to the side though. I can't figure it out because everything's backwards. Okay.
I like the side. That's cool.
Okay. All right. Cool. So
I actually saw a guy at work wearing his. He had the logo right here. It was kind of cool too. Like it was where you have it, but like sort of off to the side, like just behind his ear. Yeah, that was. I saw that too. I was like, oh, I like that. That's kind of cool.
Well, if you talk to the people at Truro, if they're looking for a model who can rock the toque, has the yoga shoulders, has everything needed for that sort of thing, just
or a model with half a head.
Yeah, if you're looking for a half head.
Yeah, that is so awesome how it disappears.
I like it here if I can position it just right.
That is
looks like I have like
yeah, it looks like you got this very thin kind of cone headed.
Sort of, yeah.
Don't you wish you had a green screen behind you now? Because your toque would have been pretty, or your hoodie would have been cool.
I'm gonna set one up in my office behind my desk. I've got right now like a blank slate, and I wasn't actually. This is a great conversation topic. I was trying to figure out: do I paint it? Do I do like an accent wall? Do I do something like what you guys have, where I can make it, whatever? So
well, I would suggest all 3 of those things. Because you're going to paint one wall green. It's going to be your accent wall. And it's also going to be your green screen background.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So anytime you go in there, and if you don't like green.
Who doesn't like green?
Well, if you do a lot of cannabis stuff too, right? And you want to show green things on, get a blue paint. But go online first. It's a special blue. And just paint your wall in that focal wall in blue. So paint a focal wall as a green screen.
Cool. Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, because we have a good idea. We have a green and a blue. We're using our green right now, but MJ put up a blue one up there that we can drop down.
I wanted to be able to do videos on cuttings and showing people cannabis.
Yes.
As soon as you hold up a jar,
it
would disappear with the green background.
Yeah, learning how to cut an invisible plant wasn't nearly as effective.
It's tricky.
It's like right here, cut right here. Meanwhile, we're just pointing like cut right
around there.
Yeah.
So
sort of this area.
So Jennifer Kendra Burns, earlier you had mentioned as you were rolling your joint, you said, I should really know how to do this by now. So how long has the cannabis journey been? When was the first time you were brought into the cannabis world?
So I was actually a late entry to the cannabis world. I mean, I shouldn't say late entry because I guess that's assuming everybody starts young. But I actually didn't even try cannabis till after I was done university. I was 22. And it was funny, it was not for any real reason. It was just the school that I went to, which I won't name, was a big drinking school. That's the only reason I don't want to name it. Great school, but there wasn't a lot of cannabis. It just wasn't around. So it was not, and at the time it was not federally legal. So it was just something that was kind of like, you know what, like, I'm not going to go to all the trouble to try to get some if like it's not. Unfortunately, I wasn't one of those schools where everybody had a little bit of pot here and there. So I was actually so I'm an avid equestrian horseback rider, and I was at a competition, and I was actually feeling incredibly anxious and nervous before a particular event, a big jumping event. And a friend of mine said, you know what, you should have a little puff off this, whatever. And I didn't smoke cigarettes or anything, so I wasn't very good at smoking things. Like, just that wasn't my forte. So I was like, oh God, I'm gonna be able to like along, which I did, which we all do first couple times. I'm still probably today. So for me, and it actually sort of became kind of like a ritual. So it was not something I would do every single time I went to compete my horse or anything like that. But it was a very calming, sort of mellowing activity for me. So obviously I look back on it now, it was probably indicas that I was consuming. Me being a very high energy person, I don't really consume a lot of sativas. Like, I can't wait to try our mac and cheese, but they kind of take me up a little too much energy. But yeah, so, and actually I had such a good experience, to be honest. And I couldn't tell you what the strain was. I couldn't tell you, but except I'm pretty sure it was an indica. And yeah, and I didn't even feel stoned, to be honest. I just remember feeling not anxious anymore, and just kind of leveled and just like, okay, I can go do this. Right. But I only had a couple puffs, and not really consuming it in the past, probably maybe hit me maybe a little harder than, being a newbie. But yeah. And then I actually just fell in love with the plant. It's funny because I was doing a Bachelor of Science at university at the time, or I just finished my Bachelor of Science, and I was trying to figure out why, to me, this was just it seemed like sort of a really magical plant that when you lit it on fire, there happened to be these really awesome effects. But at the end of the day, it was really just a plant. And coming from a science background, like, I couldn't figure out, because I had such a good experience, like, why it was so bad. Like, compared to alcohol, which we've all had really bad experiences with. And I'm like, geez, that's like way worse than this green stuff. So I was like, I was just thrilled when legalization happened, because I just thought it was such a long time coming. Yeah. So yeah, I've loved cannabis ever since then. And I'm so grateful to work in the industry. So I've been working in cannabis now for almost 3 years. Yeah. And, I came from big tobacco, so a bit of a change there.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But it's interesting because they're both highly regulated markets, so there are similarities. Those Health Can is involved a lot in both, so it was a nice transition for me. But it was like literally, it's pretty much a dream job for someone that loves to do what I do, and then you get to do it with cannabis. It's pretty cool.
So you love what is it? Equestrian?
Yes.
What's the name of is that the name of the sport? Equestrian?
It is. And so it's a subcategory of that would be, if you're looking at the Olympic sport level, be show jumping.
Okay.
What I do is hunter. So it's even a dumbed down version of that. So it's not timed. It's not as exciting. That's for sure.
Right.
But it's interesting though. It's based off of the sport of fox hunting back in the day. So you jump a lot of natural obstacles, and there's a lot more technique and style and things like that involved. Whereas show jumping, which is the other big jumping discipline, the jumps are typically higher, and the goal is to go as fast as you can and not knock them down.
Right.
So a little different. I like to attribute to sort of like hockey versus figure skating. Figure skating, you've got more technical, you can really like differentiate the horses or athletes and everybody. Whereas hockey, you're scoring, right? So it's more like there's like jump all the jumps, don't knock them down, go fast, and you win, right?
Right.
So-
One is very exciting and interesting, and the other one is not. I get it.
It is. It's really hard for an average person that doesn't understand the sport to watch what I do and find any sort of excitement in that. But you go to the ring next door and they're going fast and they're it's like, wow. But I'll be honest with you, it's scary jumping a horse going fast.
I can imagine.
Things come up on you so quick. I give them a lot of props that can do it, but I like to go slow.
I think people underestimate, probably because a lot of people don't necessarily get up and close to the horse. The horse is a beast. Like it could kill you. Like those things are massive and so strong.
Yeah,
and
my
jumping
horse
it must
is
be
about
freaky.
1,200 pounds.
Yeah.
And he's big horse, and he's not even what I would consider a big horse. But it's so interesting though, because they are sort of like, they're your partner, and they love to work. They love, they're athletes. I mean, they really
Yes, they
are.
do.
And you create this sort of
No,
neat little bond with the horse. And you really do have to work as a team, because you can mess up a lot of stuff for them sitting on their back. I mean,
Right.
we have a bit in their mouth. We're controlling where we steer them, what we do. You can stop them when you want. You can. So there's a lot of trust. You know, they have to trust you that you're not going to mess with them as
Right.
we're cantering up to a jump, because they don't want to crash. You know, so I love the sport because it is such a bond and really truly a partnership. And you'll see when it doesn't go well. Like if the rider and the horse are just not meshing, you will know within minutes of that. So it's a neat sport. I've been doing it for about 28 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well, there's a whole bunch of questions that are spinning in my mind now.
She was riding a horse in diapers.
Yeah,
I probably shouldn't have said that, because now I'm aging myself big time.
yeah. So okay, so let me try to hit these questions before I forget them all.
Yeah.
Number one would be how many human beings do you think you could jump on your horse? Like if they were lined up flying on the ground, how many human beings could you jump over?
So we're stacking them side by side, not on top of one another.
Not on top of each other, just lengthwise.
Well, a typical water jump. So I wouldn't, in the show jumping ring, they do a water jump. So it looks like a pool, and they fill it with water, and you have to clear the whole thing, and there's tape. And if the horse's foot touches the tape on either side, that's a penalty. Or obviously if you touch the water.
Right.
They can be up to 9 feet.
So it depends on how wide the
I think I've even seen a 12-foot water jump before, but that's extreme. So say the average body is like, I don't know, a foot.
Well, in America, it's 5 feet.
5 feet wide.
Yeah, in America, it would be 5 feet wide, so that would be two people.
I thought we were trying to gain an American audience.
Oh yeah, that's right. We're trying to gain an American audience.
Four people.
Okay, so you could probably jump about 4 people.
Yeah. Now,
Okay,
if you stack them on top of each other, you can make them about, I think I would tap out around 4. I haven't jumped much over 5 feet, and I don't think I could. These days, I'd be terrified to. So.
Okay, well, when we come to Nova Scotia,
there's 2 people right here.
Yeah, we want to have you try to jump over us. We think that would be interesting.
Okay, we can do that.
The next thing, okay, so this is 2 of my 3. The next one is people talk about smoking and driving and how that's dangerous. What about smoking and riding? You apparently think that that's perfectly fine.
I think it depends on the person, for sure. I don't recommend it if you've never done it. You can. I've done it. I'll be perfectly honest. But sometimes your balance will feel a little off. Just because it's a different motion when you're on a horse. You're dealing with their movement as well as your own. So I found it's a little bit kind of frustrating in a way. Yeah. It felt different, and it was kind of like, ugh, I don't really like this. But for somebody that's feeling maybe some extreme level of anxiety or nervousness, and if a couple puffs help them and relax their body and allow them to ride comfortably, then I have that's completely fine. In my
Probably better for you and the horse, right?
Well, at the end of the day, and it's so funny you mentioned this too, because there's not really any sort of like federal rules around riding horses and consuming substances like there are with vehicles. So like I mean, technically you could ride high or drunk or whatever you want. You're not safe, but there's
I'm
no real
confused.
rules.
I'm confused about that because police say those rules to the road then apply to bicycles.
Exactly.
Because bicycles go on the road.
Right.
Well, what about Amish who have horses as their vehicles?
They'd have to follow the same rules, in my opinion.
I'm like, wouldn't you think? Like, yeah.
If you're riding on the road, if you're riding your horse on the road, just like a bicycle would be on the road, I feel like you should have to follow the same rules. But technically, would somebody argue that horse is not considered a vehicle? Well, what's considered a vehicle? Like, what is your definition of a vehicle then, right? Because if the horse is if that horse can be defined as a vehicle, then it should follow all of the vehicle rules. But then you need a license plate for the horse's butt when you're out in the road, right?
Could you imagine going to get an e-test? You just hook the pipe up to the back end. Be like, oh, too much exhaust.
Hey, if gas prices keep going up, I'm getting a cart to hook to the back of my horse.
Right? Exactly.
I'm not gonna be able to drive soon.
So
But-
here's question
it's
3,
interesting.
and it connects right actually with what that just is. There was years ago a huge argument here in Canada about it was the athlete of the year, and it was given to I forget the name of the driver, but he was our big race car driver in Canada. No, it wasn't Villeneuve. Anyways, I don't remember his name. Doesn't really matter.
I don't really know a lot of them. I wouldn't be able to think of it probably.
But he beat out, I believe, a hockey player for athlete of the year, and everyone said, "Wait a minute, hold on. He's not an athlete. He's in a car, and if the car is crap, his skills mean nothing." So he shouldn't be considered an athlete. Shouldn't have taken away from. But they would say, well, listen, we have to be in top physical condition to be able to drive a car at those speeds and with that sort of thing. So, in regards to you riding a horse, who's the athlete? You or the horse?
Well, if you ask me, this is.
I think I'm going to ask you because you're on here.
I love this question so much because I will say the horse all day long.
Okay.
But and to your point, Timmy, I can't do what I do without the horse. Just like a race car driver couldn't do it without their car. But that being said, the rider, I mean, and I shouldn't say this for all equestrian sports, but I just feel like what I love about riding horse, you have to be in great physical shape. There's no question. You have to have good core strength. There's no question. Good hand-eye coordination, good depth perception, no question. Does that make you an athlete? I don't know. Does that just make you a fit, healthy person with good eye perception, with good eye coordination? But when you combine the two together, so the horse couldn't do it without the rider. Although I have seen horses get loose and go jump courses, and I'm like, oh my God, that's insane. But it's truly a partnership. The rider's more, it's almost like a pilot in a plane, sort of. Yeah. The plane can't fly itself. The pilot can't do anything without the plane, but together it's either going to go really well or really bad. And that's the interesting thing about the sport. And what I love about it too is, and this is what makes it a little bit different than cars and vehicles and things like that. These are animals. Mm-hmm. They wake up in different moods. Right. They go through hormonal cycles. They don't like certain weather. They don't like certain footing. They don't like to slip. So I remember I had one horse that if it started to rain, I had to just scratch all my classes and go home because I knew if he felt himself slide at all, that was it. He was done. He wasn't
done for the day.
It was over. So that's a little different than say like a NASCAR where I can make that car go. You can't make a horse do anything that they don't want to do.
Right.
So that's what I love about. So I feel like the horse is the athlete, but the rider has such a huge involvement as the trainer and the guide. But I hate to say it, but I will, because I can. There's a lot of riders out there that are not in good shape. They're not. They probably couldn't lift a 10-pound dumbbell 12 times. They probably couldn't hold a plank for more than 10 seconds. They're sitting on $1 million horses that cart them around, and all they got to do is kind of steer and point.
Yeah.
Because of that experience of mine, I believe the animals are the real athletes.
Yeah.
But someone like Eric Lamaze, who's one of our top riders in Canada from Montreal, Quebec, who literally came from nothing, grade 7 education, rode his way to the top of the Olympics. So he was a real athlete. He went and sought out rides on certain horses because he knew how good he was. And he knew, like, if I get on the right horses, I'm gonna go there. But yeah, it's an interesting sport. It really is, because money can buy you pretty high up. Like if you can spend the money, you can buy these pretty awesome horses. But if you can't make them do anything, what good are they? If you want to show, right?
Like
So-
if everything is considered equal, like say even that's why it's tough to compare, athletes like say hockey players, because if the greatest hockey player other than Gretzky, who is the best hockey player ever, and doesn't matter what team he could have played on, I know they'll say, well, he didn't do anything on St. Louis. It doesn't really matter. The point is that it depends on who's around you, right?
Yes.
So if somebody has a really good year, you got to go, well, there's all these other factors. Like all these other players had really good years as well. And so I could see, so if all things are considered equal and you've got this really amazing jumping horse, it would matter who the rider is. Not every rider is going to be able to take that horse.
It would, yes. It'll give you that edge where you would likely win. Yeah. And the sport has gotten to that level where owners, and there are groups of owners called a syndicate where 4 or 5 people will buy a horse together, an expensive horse, and then they'll go seek out a really, really good professional rider to show that horse for the group of owners, right? So
okay,
those are what I would consider. Those are the serious athletes, as the people, the equestrians that are like real athletes are the ones that are doing this as like a professional career.
Yeah.
I wouldn't consider myself an athlete right now, except for maybe an amateur athlete, because I have a full-time job. I try to ride my horse as much as I can, but I'm not at that level anymore that I was 10, 15 years ago. But I don't spend the time on that like some of these real professionals do that are doing it for a real living, right? So it's neat. It's pretty cool. And then you get the whole element of like injury. So I had a friend's horse the other day that just slipped on ice and injured himself. He's out now for months. So it's things like that happen in the sport too, that are out of your control sometimes. Just Mother Nature, accidents, because you are dealing with an animal. So it's a trickier sport that way, because your equipment is a living, breathing creature that his number one priority when they wake up is not to go be your jumping horse. It's to go play out in the paddock and run around and eat. And unfortunately, sometimes they hurt themselves. But lots of factors involved.
Yeah. we were talking to someone just recently about feeding cannabis to cats.
Oh yeah.
And that there's a benefit in there, and that the fact that all animals even would have maybe an endocannabinoid system.
Yeah.
Do
I think they do.
Do you feed cannabis to the horses?
You know what? I can't say that yes or no, because I've never looked into it, but I would believe they do, just based on the way their nervous system works. But yeah, I will get you an answer on that.
So
what I have noticed is they do respond really well to anti-inflammatories. So that's why I feel, and they respond well to topicals. So I don't know. We'll see. But definitely in the animal, like the small animals, there's been a lot of research done lately on cats and dogs with CBD, maybe THC, certainly CBD. I've seen a lot of that lately.
But you haven't tried it with your horses yet.
I have put a topical on my horse. So I did put a 1-to-1 topical on my horse's leg when he cut it, and it did an amazing job healing it.
Nice.
That being said, I don't know if it would, if another topical would have done something similar, but it worked great. And he didn't have any sort of reaction. What I love about cannabis products is that a lot of them are really all natural. We don't add stuff in. Like it's not really a market where you're adding things. Like it's that's why I love it. I mean, that topical is literally just distillate and the cosmetic off-white cream moisturizer base. Right. And there's really not a lot else in there. And so I like it for that reason, for myself, but also I did put it on my horse because I thought, you know what, there's nothing in there that's harmful. There really isn't. No. Yeah. In my opinion. And my vet has not said otherwise yet. So he's like, oh, well, it healed. Great. So there you go. Good.
Yeah. I wonder if the same discussions are going on in the veterinary world as they are in the medical world in terms of using cannabis.
Yeah,
I would put money.
Yeah,
I'd put money there.
Yeah, especially animals that suffer from separation anxiety. I saw there was some really neat studies going on. I think it was primarily a CBD, but I think there was a little bit of THC in there for like the full entourage effect. But they were giving it to dogs that were having severe separation anxiety from their owners or from other dogs, and social anxiety. So there were dogs that would get really anxious going to their daycare or their daily place. And they were seeing big benefits, and they were using oil, I believe. They were doing droppers of oil.
Yep.
And yeah, so it'll be kind of neat to see what comes out of that. But I really think, as long as, like you said, their body has a mechanism to use that in the proper way, I think it's there's definitely a future there if it works, because it is so much more natural than a lot of I mean, it's no different than the drugs people take compared to the drugs we give our animals are the same. It's just pure pharmaceuticals, unfortunately. Right.
Yeah,
so would be nice.
So when you're taking care of the horse, you have the same issues that a human being has of going, man, I wish I didn't have to go the drug pharmaceutical route. I wish there was more natural.
Oh, definitely. I wish there was something we could give him in a powdered form, like a CBD powder that I could just sprinkle on his grain, just for, his joints, for any anti-inflammatory stuff that's going on, just sort of like a general health product for an animal, almost like a multivitamin. I mean, there's all kinds of supplements that we put the horses on now for their joints, B vitamins, magnesium, certain times of year, because of what's available in their their hay or their grass, they can go high and low and chloride and this and that. So we do supplement, but that's why I'm thinking, one of these days someone's going to produce a CBD supplement that's just like these other ones that we use that we can just pour in their food. And because honestly, you look at the back on the ingredients label of some of these like B vitamin supplements, I'm like, there's a lot more than B vitamins in the supplements. So I hope it's not hurting him. But again, he's 1,200 pounds. So
how long have you had him?
I really hurt him.
How long have you had the horse?
I've had 8 months. So I haven't had him a super long time. I got him last summer, and I didn't plan to get him. His owner was having some issues, and she had to rehome him. So I took him on, and he's been amazing. So yeah, it was just one of those unplanned situations that ended up working out really well.
Do horses connect with you? Like say, like both MJ and I have a very similar experience with the cat she currently has and the cat that I had a little while ago before he passed away. So Scooter and Keisha, both of them.
Can you cuddle horses?
Well, I don't know, but both of them.
They do. They'll wrap their head right around you.
Yeah, because both Scooter and Keisha, they come right in, and both of them were like Scooter. I didn't even want cats. I didn't want another cat again. And Scooter was drawn to me, and Keisha comes up and cuddles with MJ in the mornings, deliberately to come in same time to have the morning cuddle. Do horses have that same kind of need and connection?
They do. They will bond with primarily one or two people really closely. Dogs are kind of similar to that in a way too as well. They'll always have sort of their favorite. My horse knows what my car looks like. and he will follow me up along the fence line.
That's
He
cool.
knows my voice, so I can barely see him, and I'll call to him. He'll answer. He'll watch for me. He's really sociable, though. He's kind of on another, like, he's a little bit more extreme that way. But they know their people. They do. They definitely do. And they also know the people they don't like. So,
Right.
Like dogs in a way.
Yeah, horses' memories are amazing. Unfortunately, for bad things, and that goes back to their days about living in the wild, right? So, if something bad happened to you, your brain wants you to remember that, so that if it happens again, you know to run from it. So, unfortunately, horses don't forget when bad stuff happens to them because they were basically programmed by Mother Nature to take that information in, remember it, because they're supposed to live out in the wild, not in this beautiful barn where Tiggy currently is. But yeah, so he remembers everything and all the bad stuff. So he had a not so great experience once with a vet. I couldn't bring that vet back. I had to go get another vet. As soon as he saw that individual, it was just game over. Like, it was there was no way that horse was going to let that person near him. And when if they decide, like I said, 1,200-pound horse, what they will do when they're really, really, really upset, they'll thrash out with their front feet.
Yeah.
You do not want to be a part of that.
Right.
But you'll see that coming. There's a lot of their facial expressions tell you everything. Once you know what to watch for, like in their eye, and if they start to show a lot of the white in their eye, they're getting really stressed out and getting kind of like, I'm going to do something here. Like they're contemplating the fight or flight response, which one they're going to go with.
Mm-hmm.
Either one's not good, for you as a person standing there.
Yeah.
But then they also remember really good stuff. So like Tiggy, he hears a certain crinkle. He knows that's his treats come in a crinkle bag, and he'll just start going bonkers. But there could be nothing in that bag, but he'll remember, oh my God, my treats come in that bag. So they have really good memories, which can be good and it can be bad, especially when you're training as well. Like horses, if they start to get upset, you're better off calling it a day because you don't want them having multiple bad experiences being ridden, because then they're not going to want to get ridden. And then that kind of goes against everything you want to do, right? So, yeah, I could talk about them all day. Yeah. Horses and cannabis, my two favorite things in the whole world.
Well, let's swing back to cannabis. And we've been learning a lot about what we love about hearing people's stories is we've been talking a lot in particular about consuming with a purpose and finding out a lot of people's medicinal journey. Sometimes they didn't know it was medicinal at the beginning and they found out it was. Mm-hmm. Sometimes they deliberately went into cannabis because of the medicinal purpose.
Yes.
What about for you? I know you started off more recreational, I would imagine, but is it a medicinal purpose for you now?
Yes, it has evolved into that, and that wasn't on purpose. But in June of 2016, I was in a car accident. I was rear-ended on the highway at a pretty high speed, and so I had a significant whiplash injury and soft tissue injury to my neck and shoulder area. So my head was turned to the side. I was actually changing lanes when I was hit. The person was trying to stop and couldn't in time. So I didn't see them coming though. So I was looking over my shoulder when I got hit. So my neck actually got jammed in that position. So there was quite a bit of damage done there, and I did physio and I did massage and I did all the right things, and it was coming along. But I had I still would have I would be uncomfortable sleeping. If I even sort of like kind of turned the wrong way, I'd wake up. There was nerve damage there. It was impossible to drive. Like anything that involved my shoulder coming up was just, I couldn't ride. And the only thing so they said physio, massage. So I did all that. And like probably after 4 or 5 months, I'm like, okay, it's helping, but the pain's still there. And at the time, cannabis wasn't legal yet. It wasn't until October of 2017, right? So I was on pharmaceutical painkillers for probably, I'd say 6 months, until one day they were upsetting my stomach so bad. And I was having all kinds of wacky reactions, and I was really dizzy, and I was actually worried I was going to fall and hurt myself further. And a friend of mine actually said to me, she said, why don't you look into maybe getting a medical cannabis prescription? You've used cannabis, you're fine with it. Maybe that might help, or a topical, or an oil. And I thought, you know what, that's not a bad idea. And I started looking into it, but it was really hard to get a script at the time. And my GP was really kind of against it, but not. But he was an older gentleman. He was just kind of like, well, if you can kind of figure this out along with me, I'll do it. But at the time, like, I couldn't find a producer. I didn't know how really like the ACMPR worked. Nova Scotia was really tricky. There was a lot of sort of black market, half medical, half not, grayish dispensaries. So I was like, do I go there? Like, I was just so confused. So I ended up getting some cannabis from the black market, from someone that I knew and trusted, because I didn't know what to do at the time. And I started using a couple grams a day just before bed at the time. And honestly, it still is one of the only things that will help me sleep through the night if my neck is bothering me. And so I got my medical script a month after legalization, and I've had it ever since. And so Truro does have a medical cannabis program. So I'm currently registered with Truro's program. We only offer Truro products though, through that program. But those are the products that are working for me. So I use the Wedding Mint flower, and I love the topical cream as well. But yeah, so my medical journey started probably 17, but grayish 2016. But it's been the best anti-inflammatory that I've used. I have not touched another painkiller pharmaceutical since, and I was on the whole gauntlet of them. And there's all different. What I love about the industry now is you don't just have to smoke, you don't just have to vape. There's edibles, there's ingestibles, there's, all these, there's teas, there's drinks, there's all these other formats now that are available for people that may want to try an alternative therapy. And my advice would be to go for it, but in conjunction with your doctor, only because I will say this, some people that are on blood pressure medications can experience some side effects when taking a CBD or THC product. That's the only thing I've really come across. So I always like to tell people that if you're on blood pressure medication, just maybe discuss with, and a lot of times, I understand a lot of doctors aren't necessarily comfortable talking about cannabis, but a lot of pharmacists are. And that's the other thing, there's a lot more dialogue in the pharmacy space right now around cannabis and medical cannabis. Shoppers Drug Mart has a very robust medical cannabis program. All their pharmacists are on board with that. So if people have questions and they can't get to their doctor, or they know their doctor may not be on board with it, but they have questions, I would speak to a pharmacist. And a lot of times, they're some of the best at, you tell them, like, here are the meds I'm on, here's what I take supplement wise, all of that. And they're rock stars. They'll be like, yeah, maybe don't go too much THC. Maybe just use CBD. Maybe don't use more than 10 milligrams of CBD. Maybe don't use more than 5, don't go over 15% THC. But my only concern is if you don't have those conversations, I just wouldn't want anybody to put themselves in kind of be their own doctor sort of thing.
See, I'm listening to Jennifer talk about talking to the pharmacist, and I'm like, no, honey, we don't have pharmacists like that around us. You're just used to dealing with Lenny.
I have literally like the best pharmacist in the world. That's my boss.
Yeah, very knowledgeable about cannabis and other prescriptions, whereas a lot of out here, the pharmacists, they know other prescriptions mixed with other prescriptions, but then when you say cannabis, they're kind of like,
I know.
I don't really know about that, but it's true. A lot of people don't realize that blood pressure medication, because cannabis lowers your blood pressure.
Exactly.
As soon as it's like hopefully if you're on blood pressure medication, you've already got one of those machines at home and you know, you've got it handy. So if you do want to experiment with cannabis and you're feeling a little off, check your blood pressure. It's probably a little too low, and maybe absolutely talk to your doctor and be like, you know, now that I'm supplementing cannabis, my blood pressure is too low. Can we maybe lessen my blood pressure medication? Or, you know, but that's a doctor's conversation for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And it's that's kind of the tricky part right now too, is there's still not a lot of conversations happening about cannabis in the healthcare space, sadly. It'll come, I think. But it's, again, you know, it was such a heavily stigmatized thing for so long. You know, it's only natural that it's going to take years, you know.
Well, the research
come out of that.
The research is still catching up. And I mean, the doctors have been taught all this stuff during, you know, when it was illegal. So they don't even have that information. Most of the doctors that are learning this information are still in school, and it's new info that's coming out to them now. So,
and you're right. The more and doctors and other healthcare and a lot of professionals in general respect peer-reviewed journals, peer-reviewed research. So the more research that happens, which it is happening now because funding is now available, I think it will get better. But yeah, it's been a long time coming, and there's like, you know, there's been medical studies been going on for years.
Yeah,
and they even found it hard to get funding, even though what they were doing was completely within the ACMPR regulations. It was still the research, like you said, still catching up because it kind of stalled.
Yeah, I was always, ever since MJ told me her story with the pharmaceuticals, it's always really stuck with me. That, like, because when you share your story, basically, you know, like, pharmaceuticals, you know, almost killed her. Like, I mean, it was like trying to use pharmaceuticals to deal with all the issues. And what really stuck out to me is the continued stigma where people are like, they would rather you take a bunch of medication that literally almost kills you rather than smoke the plant.
Even
like
the doctor,
you know,
said,
it's like,
you know,
yeah.
Even the doctor said, you know, but this is covered. This is legal. You know, if you go the other route, you have to pay out of pocket, and you could get yourself arrested.
Yeah,
and you could be healthy. But we won't.
But he knew I was using it and knew that it was helping, and I just want to say, shame on you, Dr. Battelle. Shame on you.
Names are being dropped now.
I didn't say his first name,
but
he is one of the brothers.
But it is.
Well, you know what? There's a lot of money behind pharmaceuticals.
Yeah,
and
it's just so sad though that people are so willing to, that of those two choices, people will be like, yeah, you should be on the. But it's like, yeah, but it's not making me healthy. I'm gaining weight. I'm bloating. I'm feeling depressed. It's sucking the life out of me. It's like, you know, I could try cannabis, and you're like, no, not cannabis. And they don't even know why they're saying no a lot of the time.
Who do you see in, like, media, online or on TV? Who do you see using pharmaceuticals? You see little old ladies. Like, you see a commercial of, like, an old couple at a table, and they got the table full of, like, the center, the Lazy Susans all full of medication, and that's like a normal thing. But, like, we're seeing normal older people with medication. Then who do you see using cannabis?
Yeah,
those stoners, those potheads, those degenerates that they make us out to be.
Yeah,
we haven't interviewed a degenerate yet.
Well, this was our first. This was our first one. This was our first one.
Wait a second, you just have.
No.
Well, no,
and it's true, and it's almost like you look at somebody with diabetes as well. Like, the doctor's more likely to put you on diabetes medication than put you on a diet and exercise program.
Yeah,
right.
You know it would work. Like, you know, an anti-inflammatory, low sugar, plant-based diet would help way. And 30-40 minutes of exercise a day. If you did that, if that was your prescription, like, take this and go do that, and people actually did.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, there might not be big pharma if that, you know, I mean,
Well, exactly.
Well, no, I understand that theory that if we make our people better, then they won't come back. But think about the fact that our population is exploding. There's never going to be a shortage of sick people. Just help us. Like,
no, you're right. You're absolutely right. There's never with almost 8 billion people now, and there's never going to be a shortage.
You're not going to go broke.
Hurt themselves. There's going to need, you're going to. There's still always other things, but I wish I hope for the day when cannabis is in all the pharmacies, any store,
grocery stores.
Yeah, like not hidden behind in a drawer where nobody can see it, and you're not allowed to even like look at the product. Like, it's amazing. So there's only like 2 stores here in Nova Scotia that display actual bud in little display jars in the store. And I asked a store one day that didn't, and I said, "Well, how come?" And they said, "Well, we're not really allowed to at this store." And it's like, but why? It's behind locked glass. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it's in a little. I mean, people just want to see what they're buying. But if you're going to spend $37 on 3.5 grams of beautiful premium cannabis, I mean, I will, but I kind of want to see what it looks like.
So cute, $37. You don't want to hear what they charge in Ontario for your beautiful product.
I know, but
that's disgusting. I just want to say that is disgusting like that they can change.
Ish.
It's higher.
Oh no!
It's up to like 60 for a 3.5 grams.
At a private store.
In an actual, like, you go to the OCS website.
Really? Because we have a price decrease coming up to take it to $46.95. I don't know.
Yeah, but is that? I think that's on your end. That's not on theirs. This is where I have a problem. Is the OCS and every province is allowed to buy it from a licensed producer for this price and mark it up to whatever they want.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand.
That's where I'm frustrated, because if I drove to Nova Scotia for a week and I could load up on all your stuff.
Yes.
And bring it home, and it's the same product in the same, like, I still pay Canadian. It's not a currency change.
Exactly.
Like, there's no reason for this.
Road trip, Jen.
Oh yes, you should do that. Yeah,
okay.
You really should. That would be fun.
All right.
And honestly, we do tours at our facility, so we would love to have you guys come in and do a tour, see the rooms.
I'd like
you need to talk to the powers that be to get some sweaters set aside, because when we come out, we're gonna need them.
Wait.
Oh, you will. Trust me.
Wait, don't we want them shipped to us?
Well, yeah, but we're gonna need them so when we come out.
Yeah, so get the hoodies to us so that we can get out there, because we want to have the tour of the facility. We want to hang out with Jennifer Kendra Burns, and we want to be jumped by a horse.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
You
cool.
really want me to jump you? Because I can.
Yes, I absolutely do. Like more than anything
we'll see
now.
If my horse will do it. I don't know if he's ever jumped humans, but we will try. We will.
Well, you know what? Yeah. We can dress up. We can dress up in costume and look like trees if you want. So if the horse feels more comfortable,
you know what?
Right?
Put some brush on you.
Yeah. I definitely want to do it. And I know you said 5 feet was the height.
Yeah. No.
So no. What if
We're gonna go this way. We're gonna go this way.
We're gonna put you guys side by side and just be like a little 2-foot jump.
Yeah, because I want to put the camera up and watch a horse jump over me. That would be one of the most amazing videos.
We'll record that.
Yeah.
Yeah, done.
Okay. All right, we're gonna do this. Jennifer Kendra Burns, thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thanks for having me.
So much cool stuff. You're definitely the first equestrian.
Awesome. That is no question.
No equestrian. Nice.
The puns are just rolling with me today.
This is your I want to give you an opportunity though to give a shout out to Truro Cannabis. Let people know how they can find out what you guys do there. So this is your time to shine.
Thanks. Yeah, so you can follow us on various social media platforms. So we're on Instagram at Truro Cannabis, Facebook at Truro Canna, and Twitter at Truro Cannabis as well. We also have a website, www.trurocannabis.ca. We do post a lot to Instagram, in particular, live stories, live feeds, a lot of good shots on there from our grow rooms, all of our products.
So yeah, feel free to check us out. And if you ever have any questions, you can contact us directly through the social media platforms, or there's a contact us page on the website as well.
That's awesome. So thank you again, once again, for joining us. We will be in touch for sure, because we'll be making our way out there.
Awesome.
Final thing before we go, I cannot let this go anymore. What is that painting behind you? We only see half of it. It looks very intriguing.
This one?
I wanted to say it was
Yeah.
a horse.
Oh, it's a horse.
It's horses.
Right? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that is beautiful.
I knew that would have been horses.
I'm so bad with the camera, but yeah, it's about 5 feet wide by 5 feet tall.
That's great.
That is. Did you do
It's
that?
pretty cool. Oh, there we go.
Did you paint it or draw it?
No, I actually bought this when I lived in
That's
St.
beautiful.
John's, Newfoundland. And I bought it from a gallery there, and it's one of my. I got that back in 2010. It's my favorite piece.
Yeah,
This
that
one's
is a
kinda
good buy.
cool too. But this one's like just so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they
that's
complement
stunning.
each other. They go well together.
Yeah, they're buddies.
Yeah, they do very well.
Well,
Beautiful.
thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
All right, take care.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
So what do you think?
I think it's excellent. I love, again, I was talking with Timmy earlier, and it's always like somebody starts something and everybody responds. And that's the beautiful thing about it is we're all here, and it's these events to give us a chance to kind of find each other. So this is my first March. I've been involved in plenty of events, but my first March. So
Really?
yeah, so it's really exciting to be part of the movement, and that's, excuse me, in that sense. And again, any opportunity that we get to kind of unite commercial, legacy, home grower, and just cannabis advocate together as one voice collectively, we're going to get more done. So, bueno.
Exactly. More people will speak up, our voices are louder.
Yeah, that's it. I I think it was Dalai Lama said, if you think you're too small to make a difference, sleep in a tent with a mosquito. So, kind of
lots of times.
So if you don't believe, anybody who's done that can definitely agree how a small thing can make a big difference.
You should let everybody know who you're talking to.
So, pardon me?
You should let everybody know who's talking.
Oh, I'm D the Bug Guy. I'm just I'm a Canadian grower. I'm medically licensed. I'm also CanCell certified. So I love exploring the different aspects of the industry, as well as being part of the moving change. We have a good system in the sense that it's better than not having one, but there's still work to be done.
That's right. Sure is. So basically you march for?
Access, and I march for everybody. I march for those that can't be here today. I march for those that have been incarcerated for this plant, that still feel silenced, that don't have the access. But like I said, otherwise, we're here to support the plant. And the people that are here are trying to make a difference. A lot of familiar faces and a lot of new faces. So, yeah. So, like I said, me being one of them with the march. But, there's events surrounding it. We come together. It's a round table. Next time is better. So it's all about execution. And like I said before, you build it and they come.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. All right. Well, thank you for the words.
Anytime, man. I'll see you throughout the day, bro.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We will.
10 is
Five.
pleasant to not pleasant.
Why don't you do one of the pre-rolls now?
Or sorry, not
Oh,
pleasant.
you'd have to register everybody.
Correct. Yeah. We're just staying in the one kit. It's easier this way.
11 is overall enjoyment.
No.
You know, whether you want to.
And then would you buy this product?
No, we could do it afterwards.
Okay, what was number 10 there, guys?
Whether you want to have
Number
one
10?
broadcast
I
of the
missed
indica kit
Effects and
and
experience.
one broadcast
Pleasant
of
to not pleasant.
the
Or not pleasant
pre-roll
to pleasant.
kit. So you basically have to shut down and start right back up again. Or we just wait till afterwards and I'll just edit it and cut it in half. It's gonna be too long to play it as a replay anyway.
No, at
Puff,
the
puff,
end, I
puff
wouldn't
there, buddy.
bother. Not a smooth guy
Okay,
out of the
so this is sample number
5.
5. It feels like we're over the hump. Okay, visual appeal. Okay.
Do all the things you got to do to answer.
Holy, on 5 already.
Oh, the sound. Okay.
I don't know if I can.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know if I can smell that from here. If that's just the other weed still floating around.
That's what somebody's going through with a pizza.
You know, like, yeah.
I'm still smoking number 3.
Got a lot of crystal.
Yeah.
But I find that smells pretty faint actually now.
Do you think there's any truth to the story that the stronger the smell, the stronger the pot?
No.
No, but the stronger the smell, the tastier the pot is typically my experience.
Well,
Yeah.
I would think that whatever's creating that smell would be an increased effect for whatever that terpene does.
You would think.
Yeah.
All right. Number
But it
5.
might not, other
visual
effects
appeal.
might not be as good. So your overall
I think they
effect
short
could be,
changes
you know,
on the brand.
Do you guys like a terpy weed or a not terpy weed?
Terpy weed or non-terpy?
Number 2.
I don't.
Beans put into it, I don't
Yeah.
like at all.
Yeah, like
But
um,
favorite crap of anything.
anything with added flavor agents.
No.
No,
you say
it
No.
just-
I think
it's yeah, no. And I've seen that in vape pens where the flavor agents are added.
That's
And-
one of
and
the
then-
things that upset me the most about vape pens is there's hardly any that taste like weed. They all is this weird flavored profile of fruits and candies, and I just want to smoke weed and I want to be able to
They
smoke a
have
vape.
botanical terpenes.
Yeah,
added to them.
all of them.
You
All
want
of them.
just straight up natural.
Yeah, and I can't find it.
No, eh?
Either I like it or I don't like it, and if I don't like it, I won't smoke it because it's doing
Okay.
something to me I don't
We're
like.
into grinding. All right, we're on to the grinding.
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 We need grinding music.
We're gonna find out if it's fluffy. Any lumber? No, because lumber is weight. You know, I've had to.
You got
I've
5?
had to.
Oh, you're working on
Yeah.
Cut the nugs to
And
put
then
into the
sticks as
packaging to
contaminants.
go out for a kit in the
What's
packs.
that? None.
And the lumber that we would have sitting there at the end was unreal. The amount of lumber that was sitting there.
There's not a lot of lumber in these packages.
Yeah,
No.
you could take a pound and have an ounce or two of just lumber.
Yeah, I'm impressed with how nicely trimmed and manicured
Yeah.
these buds are.
Yeah.
Generally, as far as the LP weed goes, generally I'm finding my only true complaint is being too dry. They don't usually have a lot of stick. You don't get hair and gross stuff usually, but unless they're putting the little packets inside their packaging,
Yeah.
It's harder than a rock. I've had stuff that was so hard, and the minute you put it in your grinder, it just falls apart and it's dust.
All right.
You can't roll that.
Just got word. We got another judge coming. They'll
Cool.
be here in the next within the next half hour, 25 minutes.
Well, we should be all sitting here, unless of course we're napping. When he shows up, everybody
Maybe
put
watch
your
this.
everybody do this when he comes.
I gotta say, for being 5 joints in, or actually 10 joints in already, I'm not feeling that high.
There's 5. Yeah, I guess it's double joints.
Yeah.
Right? But it's still ounce
I'm okay.
or grams. 5.
I
5
can't
grams.
crisscross now.
Yeah. Okay. Next.
I actually didn't feel
Adam's grinding.
I've had no shortage of pop.
No.
I know. Oh, I know.
I've had 90 milligrams.
Yeah.
Okay. There's water there. Don't forget the water.
I've got some here.
I was gonna fire up the barbecue when we switch.
I didn't know that.
I got a feeling the pre-roll is going to go a lot
Nice
quicker.
to know that they're monitoring that stuff now in California. That's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hey, halfway done watering the plants. Oh, someone's still watering. Good. Good to know we're in someone's garden. Be nice to see the gardening, but I don't know how they do that. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Anybody want any munchies? Just waiting.
Buddy, you want
I
to
could
give
help
me
you
a
roll the
glass
joint,
of water
too.
then, please?
You want a bottle?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you.
Anybody else want a water? Drink?
Water. Iced tea. Is that your water? Yeah, I'll take a water, Wayne.
Okay.
I don't know if this is mine or not. It's beside me though, and it's warm. So it's been there for a while. All right.
Bob,
Am I? Yeah, there's a recycle bin behind you. See the blue, the green.
You got a green shirt on.
Donuts, I just dropped it.
What'd you just do?
Donut. Can she eat it?
No, if not, it's possible.
Lots of fur.
Yeah, but yeah.
I'll just throw it over there.
Over the fence?
Someone will get it.
There you go, Al.
Thank you.
There you go, Bob.
Thank you.
Where's mine?
Where's who? Where's yours?
No, the blue bin. The green one?
No. Yeah, the green bin. Can you throw some chips in a bowl? And then we'll
That hit the spot.
we won't fill up on chips, but it just help with if anybody's got a little gur on.
Did we lose Deb again?
Deb, she probably has
gone to the trailer for a nap.
No. It's that time. Come and go.
Yeah.
Keep going. Okay, so we got one joint this time of number 5, correct. I was just testing everybody.
My number 5 here says it's a sweet smell, a hard bud, panicky, sleepy, moody, and a bit grumpy. Those are my notes for number 5.
Number 5, eh?
Yeah,
you're right.
So what was the final note?
I said a sweet smell, a hard bud, made me feel a little bit panicky, sleepy, moody, and a little grumpy.
Everything sounds good until you get into the
grumpy.
The grumpy, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I find with the ones that we know as sativa strains,
pretty
that
nice.
I just they give me sometimes too much energy.
Yeah, it's just like
afterwards.
I'm like that normally.
For doing too much. Yeah.
Yeah.
What number we on?
And then when you don't do stuff on a sativa
Oh,
like
yeah, I got
that,
that one. Okay, smoking.
you get really wound up. I find, anyways.
No, sorry.
Experience.
Harsh to smooth.
Oh,
Maybe. That was my doggy. I don't know if you could see her come through.
No.
okay.
Yep, I see her. There she is.
8 so far.
Path, color, and structure.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I can do that there.
Number 7. I'll give it 6.
I can still taste it, which is
Yeah,
good. You know?
effects and
All right,
experience.
I need to put
Doesn't
that
do
one
it
down.
All this. Okay, I'll give it that there.
By the time we're all done, all you're going to hear from any of us is
Wayne.
Come
on, buddy, hurry up, man.
Hey, give them a number 3.
Give them a number 3.
Okay. Here we go. That's there.
Forget where I am here.
Save and finish later. Save and finish later for anybody who is looking at buying one of
That's
these.
what I said though, about the last one too.
Yeah.
Put it in the roach pile.
Okay. Did anybody want me to roll the other joint?
No.
Mix them all together at the end, one big salad.
Yeah, it'd just be a salad, correct?
Salad. You can put some of your apple hash in there.
Is one joint suffice, or do we want to carry on with
For the purposes of judging, I think
one is good. Okay, so it's my turn. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net. Cindy is away. She's out in BC. Glenn isn't available today. So I'm going alone, as you can see. And just so you know, happy Halloween. And stay tuned for a bit of a spooky video that I created on something else, but it just works out good for Halloween. And I'll run it just as I go into the break. So probably the next, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes, somewhere around there. And I'll play it at that point. So, okay, other than that, I must just get right into the news. First story of the day comes to me from StratCan. The headline there says that Ontario affirms a $31 million commitment to take on the illicit cannabis market. So it says the Ontario government has affirmed that their plan to invest $31 million over the next 3 years to take on the illegal cannabis stores. As part of the Ontario's 2024 economic and fiscal outlook, in brief, the provincial government is committing to investing $31 million over the next 3 years to support the provincial joint forces, cannabis enforcement teams. They said this OPP-led centralized enforcement unit focuses on the cannabis file. I know at one point they called it the Project Long Arm. This investment, says the government, would enable the PJFCT to respond to the challenge of illegal online operators and crack down further on the production, sale, and distribution of illegal cannabis online and offline space. The new economic and fiscal outlook, in brief, is an affirmation of the promise's previous 2024 budget, which had referenced this $31 million. Earlier this year, the Toronto City Council passed a motion asking the province to undertake a comprehensive review of the Provincial Cannabis Control Act of 2017. The motion says a review is imperative to ensure the effective regulations and enforcement of cannabis-related matters in Ontario. Municipalities need more tools and resources to address the illegal cannabis business, the motion reads, including saying, exploring options to strengthen enforcement measures, increase penalties for non-compliance, and improve collaboration between municipalities and the provincial authorities. The illicit market in Ontario has been growing considerably in the past year, they say, and many retailers and other cannabis industry participants have been calling on the government to do more. That's the provincial government. For some estimates, several hundred new unlicensed retailers have been operating in different parts of Ontario in the past year, with close to 100 in Toronto alone. While some have faced enforcement, many have not, causing frustration for many licensed retailers. Now, the Toronto cannabis store owner, Paul McGovern, he's a former police officer of the Toronto Police Services who stepped down in 2018 to open Verti Cannabis. Now, he told StratCan earlier this year that he believes Ontario needs more of a province-wide approach to enforcement, similar to the approaches provinces like BC and New Brunswick have taken. Oh, I know where that's going. McGovern also argues that public awareness is an issue. While store owners might follow this closely, because the general public, municipal, and policy lawmakers and the legal system in general might not. While some in the justice system might still think the landscape is similar to the wave of stores opening in the years before legalization, he says the arguments that might have held up in court but won't now. He says, I get the impression that maybe not everybody in the justice system is aware of what's going on. We're hyper-focused on this in our industry, but I don't think the same is true for the general public or for police agencies. That sounds like he's calling out his comrades. So part of the challenge is helping them understand how things are different today than they were, say, in 2016. Now, Raji Grover, CEO of High Tide, which operates more than 70 of his Canna Cabana retail cannabis locations in the province, he's welcomed the announcement of the budget. He says, as Canada's largest cannabis retail store with 72 stores, plus over 700 employees in Ontario, we at High Tide welcome the Ontario government FES commitment to help law enforcement crack down on illegal cannabis, promoting advertising. He wrote that, Grover wrote that in a tweet. He says, look forward to seeing more details as they are released. Now, the Ontario portion of the federal cannabis tax, the excise duty, which is 75% of every dollar collected, is expected to be around $379 million in 2024. The provincial budget brought in $215 in 2021 and $310 million in 2023, 22-23, and $344 are interim figures for this past year. Now, the Ontario Cannabis Store, they said they brought in $186 million. So there's lots of money going, lots of money flowing there. There's no doubt about that. So we'll see what goes on. We'll watch the news and see if they ramp things up, whether there's another Project Claudia round 2 on that. That was the big raids there just before legalization that went at a lot of the stores in Toronto. And yeah, I don't go to Toronto as often as I used to, so I don't. They say that there's over 100 illegal stores. It'd be interesting. They mentioned New Brunswick and British Columbia in that article, doing something similar. That's what that police officer, a former police officer, had mentioned, which is concerning. I'm sure it could be concerning to a lot of people. I know it's concerning to myself. And because I know in BC, they don't recognize the treaty or recognize the sovereignty of the Indigenous community. They've raided stores out there. I know myself, I'm right in the middle, within an hour of each direction, east or west where I go. There is a reserve with lots of cannabis stores on them. Between the two locations, I'd say there's got to be at least 100 stores somewhere in that area. So it'll be interesting to see if Ontario is going to crack down on them with this $31 million that they plan on spending. So we'll just see what happens. All right, on to the next story. This comes to me from MJ Biz Daily, and it says, New York City's illicit marijuana crackdown is unconstitutional, a judge says. So interesting. See how these stories sort of combined. The new law enforcement crackdown on illicit New York City cannabis shops that state regulators have credited with salvaging the legal market is unconstitutional. A Queens judge has ruled. Wow. A judge, according to the Associated Press, Mayor Eric Adams said the city will appeal the ruling, which jeopardizes the Operation Padlock to protect. The crackdown effort launched in May after state lawmakers granted law enforcement new powers, including the ability to literally chain the doors of the estimated 7,000 corner stores, bodegas, I don't know what that is, and other outlets selling cannabis in New York City. Operation Padlock has closed as many as 1,200 merchants suspected of selling cannabis without the required state licenses. Now, affected merchants were allowed to appeal to have their doors reopened via a later hearing, a process that almost immediately drew legal challenges, in part because the New York City Sheriff's Office could overrule the decision made by a hearing officer and unilaterally declare a store closed. Now, according to court records, that's what's happened in the case brought by a Queens smoke shop shut down by the sheriff's officers. In that instance, the sheriff's office padlocked ASA 456 Corporation at 4703 Francis Lewis Boulevard in the Queens after discovering what they determined to be illicit cannabis products during an inspection conducted while the store was closed for business. How did they get into the store? The store was closed for business. Now, the sheriff also overruled a hearing officer's recommendation to reopen the store, instead declaring it remained shuttered for 1 year. So he found him guilty and offers the sentence. The decision to continue the sealing order here was arbitrary and capricious. Judge Kevin Carrigan of Queens County Supreme Court ruled Tuesday, now according to the records. Not only did the sheriff fail to provide rational basis on his final determination here, but the office's ability to overrule the hearings officer's decision also renders the hearing process a theoretically useless function or even a potential farce, according to the judge. Kerrigan's declared the section of law that allowed the hearing officer to offer only a recommendation on the sealing order instead of a binding ruling, and that allowing the sheriff to similarly disregard the hearing officer's recommendation unconstitutionally under the 14th Amendment as violation of the due process clause. As a result, the sheriff must remove the seal and open the premises forthright. Yeah. Wow. The ruling bodies ill for the continued health of New York's legal New York marijuana market with regulators said in September is on pace to extend $1 billion in legal sales. Now, a statement by Gothamist Liz Garcia, spokesman for the mayor, said authorities would continue to padlock illicit storefronts and protect communities from the health and safety dangers posed by the illegal operators. Now, Lance Lazaro, his attorney who filed the appeal on this ASA 456 Corporation's behalf, told the Gothamist that the ruling might expose the city to a flood of lawsuits from other merchants shut down during the operation to padlock. So it sounds like to me that this story is going to continue for some time. Especially if it goes the way that it mentions there at the end, and other lawsuits kick in. So, alrighty, on to my next story, and this one here comes to me from Medical Express, and the headline on that one says, psilocybin shows promise as new treatment for OCD and Tourette's syndrome of study finds. I always like these studies. It shows some benefits. A study published in Molecular Psychiatry, led by Professor Bernard Lehrer from the Department of Psychiatry at the Hadash Hebrew University Medical Center, shows promising results for using psilocybin as a potential treatment for OCD, which is obsessive compulsive disorder, and Tourette syndrome. The paper is titled Striking Long-Term Beneficial Effects of Single-Dose Psilocybin and Psychedelic Mushroom Extracts in the SAPAP3 rodent model of OCD-like excessive self-grooming. Now, the research provides significant insights into the benefits of psilocybin for managing symptoms similar to those experienced by people with OCD and Tourette's. The study included 50 genetically modified mice that displayed excessive grooming and anxiety, similar to human OCD behaviors, and head body twitches, similar to tics suffered by patients with Tourette syndrome. Now, these mice were randomly given either a single injection of psilocybin or a placebo, and obviously the mice wouldn't know any difference. Now, raters, unaware of which treatment each mouse received, okay, I see how that works, evaluated the effects of several points over the 3-week period. Now, mice treated with psilocybin showed a 14.6% decrease in excessive grooming, while those receiving the mushroom extract saw a 19.2% reduction compared to a significant increase of 118% in grooming in the placebo group. Now, the study also observed reductions in other symptoms like tic-like movements and anxiety, with the mushroom's extract showing greater benefit in its effect on anxiety. Additionally, the positive effects from the single treatment lasted up to 7 weeks in some mice. Wow, 7 weeks. Understanding that over 40% of OCD patients don't find relief with current treatments or findings are crucial. Our findings are crucial as they suggest a new way to help these individuals, according to Professor Lear. He goes on to say that we look forward to advancing to human trials and further exploring how these treatments can provide long-term benefits. The effects observed on tick-like head and body twitches raise the previously unreported possibility that psilocybin may be effective in patients with Tourette syndrome. This research highlights the potential of psilocybin and similar substances with treating psychedelic conditions and supports the ongoing efforts to discover new effective mental health therapies. Here, exactly. So it's good. And they always use the mice, and it's got to do with some similarities to humans. So, and I was on a medication because of my Crohn's disease that was actually based on mouse genes, or it was part of the stuff that helped create it. So it was a little weird. I didn't start liking, abundance of cheese or anything like that, if anybody is wondering. So, but other than that, I think it's time for me to take a break. I'm halfway through the stories I got picked up here and just flying through things. So off to medication time. I'm going to got my pen right here. And other than that, I'll be right back in about 4 minutes, because I'm going to play that little video that I mentioned at the very beginning of the broadcast. I'm going to play that, and then we'll go into the news. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, and I'm back with more of your psychedelics and cannabis educational news. And let's get right into the video. What'd you think? Hey, those were masks, glass masks that were created by, obviously, glass blowers, and they were all functional. During the expo, I remember talking to the guys that were there, and they said that they all worked. Some of them were really, really creepy, and I don't know what they cost, but I could just imagine the kind of money that you'd have to fork out to get something like that. And would you want to use it? But yeah, it was quite the setup that they had that year. All right, on to the next story that we go here of the day. This is something that I believe that was a concern with a lot of cannabis patients that I know, and looks like somebody's doing something about it. Maybe. Here we go. According to The Guardian, drivers are to escape punishment over medical cannabis under interim Victorian proposal. So drivers who use medical cannabis in Victoria will be able to remain behind the wheel under a proposed interim measure being considered by the state government. Now, I know that I had people who called me when we first legalized cannabis, and they were patients, and that they were worried because of their daily use of cannabis that they would get busted for impaired driving. And they had, people had discussed this at other times and thought, well, is there any way that we could be exempt from the driving laws? But it says here in this in Victoria, which I believe is over in England somewhere, Great Britain somewhere, that they're going to allow maybe people to drive. So I'll continue on. In an expert report tabled in Parliament on Wednesday, the former magistrate Tony Parsons called on the government to provide the courts with judicial discretion not to cancel the licenses for medical cannabis users. He said the interim proposal would act as a bridge between the present legislation and findings of a government-funded trial into the impacts of medical cannabis on driving, which is not expected until 2026. The $4.9 million trial, which is being conducted by Swinburne University, will review about 70 medical cannabis users' ability to manage distractions and assess their performance behind the wheel, including steering, braking, and speed control on a dedicated track. But in the interim, it continues to be an offense or no offense, for a person to drive with any trace of THC in their system. It means medical cannabis users can risk losing their license or being fined each time they drive to work or drop their children off at school. Now, Parsons, the former head of the Magistrates Drug Court Division, described the legal framework as grossly discriminatory and manifestly unfair. Victorians, he goes on to say that Victorians with valid doctor's prescriptions for medical cannabis who take their medication as instructed are sanctioned for taking their medicine if they return a positive roadside test, even in the absence of any evidence of impairment. Exactly. He wrote this in a report commissioned by the legalized cannabis MP David Edershack. He goes on to say that they have committed a criminal offense by virtue of the drug's presence in their system alone. Now, Parsons says the consequences could be crushing. He mentions that loss of driver's license often results in loss of livelihood, and always means financial penalties, a lifetime criminal record, barriers to future employment, and the stigma of appearing in court. He says there were hundreds of other prescription drugs that have the same or greater capacity to impair driving performance, such as benzos, opiates, antihistamines, and antidepressants that are not treated the same way. Exactly. We've been saying this for years. Parsons said several of the experts he consulted said they were aware of patients who had refused to take the prescribed cannabis because of the risks involved. Often, they changed to other medications, such as opiates or benzodiazepines, both of which have greater potential to impair driving as well as the potential for drug dependency, but neither will trigger a prosecution just because they are present in a motorist's body. This is what he's written in the report. It goes on to say, and then it goes, under the interim measure, courts would have the discretion to consider on a case-by-case basis whether there was any evidence that the person's driving was impaired, whether they were taking the medical cannabis as prescribed, or whether they had a history of unacceptable driving or other behavior. Presenting a positive test for THC while driving would remain an offense, and other penalties such as fines would remain. Now, Parsons said he consulted with several government, legal, and medical authorities who all supported the discriminatory approach. This included the Police Association head Wayne Gatt, through the Victoria Police Commissioner Shane Patton. He declined to participate. Now, a government spokesperson thanked Parsons and the legalized cannabis party for its advocacy, saying that we're working with researchers from Swinburne University to see whether people can drive with any level of medical cannabis without compromising road safety. So there you go. That's been a discussion. It has been years ago, right here, with a lot of patients right here in Canada over the years, because of the fact that we are taking our prescribed medication and being punished for that. And I know a guy who was prescribed lots of opiates for his condition, and yet, his job was driving. So, and because he was taking a prescription that was a legal, medication for everybody to take, I guess they allowed him to continue on driving. But patients had to always be in fear. Ride programs, anything. Just the smell on their hands from smoking a joint, hours before. And this, wouldn't be fair. It's not fair. All it does, like the test really is, we've said this many times before, what it does is show consumption. It doesn't show impairment yet. They can show that you've had some cannabis recently, but it doesn't show what your level of impairment is. So, if you're even impaired, and a lot of patients aren't. So, good to them, and hopefully they get that out. And when it does come out and I see it, I'll make sure it makes part of the news. All right, on to my next story. This one comes to me from the Marijuana Moment headline. Says DEA begins selecting witnesses for marijuana rescheduling hearing, inviting industry stakeholders and prohibitionists to testify. All right, the DEA has started selecting witnesses to participate in a much anticipated hearing on the Biden administration's proposal to federally reschedule cannabis that's scheduled for December. Marijuana Moment has learned. Now, this comes after about 7 months after the Justice Department formally proposed moving cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 of the Controlled Substances Act following a scientific review. After a public comment period, which saw tens of thousands of people weigh in on the issue. A hearing was set for December 2nd to gather additional expert input. With just over a month until that hearing, several witnesses have now been notified about their selection by DEA. They include at least one top cannabis industry organization, a drug testing association, and 2 prohibitionist groups. Now, the industry, I didn't see anything listed in there about, cannabis advocacy, the industry organizations, I guess. Now, the National Cannabis Industry Association is among those that received a notice from the DEA this week that the request to participate in the hearing has been granted. A source familiar with the administrative proceedings says that any cannabis group's smart approaches to marijuana, which is SAM, I hear about them all the time, Community Anti-Drug Coalitions of America, and the National Drug and Alcohol Screening Association have also received notices granting their requests. They say that this is in response to their request to the DEA for a hearing or to participate regarding the notice of proposed rulemaking to transfer cannabis from Schedule 1 of the Controlled Substances Act to Schedule 3 of the CSA. Now, this DEA Administrator Ann Milligan said, according to an email that was sent out to Marijuana Moment. It says, upon review, DEA grants your request. The hearing will be conducted pursuant to provisions of 5 U.S.C. 556 and 557 and 21 CFR 1308-41, and there's a bunch more numbers there. Further information regarding the hearing and your participation will be provided by the administrative law judge designated to preside over the hearing. Now, Aaron Smith, executive director of the NCIA, told Marijuana Moment on Tuesday that we look forward to making sure that the independent small businesses that make up the heart of the cannabis industry have a seat at the table at this hearing, and we're proud to be able to participate. Cannabis obviously doesn't belong in Schedule 1, given the enormous evidence of medical efficacy and lower potential for abuse, and moving this out of control of the Controlled Substances Act is the right long-term move. Exactly. And a lot of people say, just get it out of the act. Don't go to Schedule 3. Just get it out of the act. Now, he goes on to say that, but in the short term, taking up the government's recommendation to move it to Schedule 3 makes great sense for the country, for the industry, but also needs to come with some guidance to federal agencies to ensure that the state licensed businesses can continue to operate under the state programs without federal interference. Now, the only problem I got with taking a two-step where you just go to Schedule 3 and then you remove it down the road from the CSA. The problem is when? How long? How long has it been now that it's been in Schedule 1? Really long time. So if it's going to go into Schedule 3, it's not just going to go there for a month or two. It's not going to go there for a year or two. It's going to go there for much longer. So just make the jump right over into removing it from the CSA as far as I'm concerned. Now, Marijuana Moment reached out to the DEA for clarification on the complete list of witnesses who were invited, but a representative was not able to immediately comment. It's not clear how many witnesses DEA selected of the many who submitted requests ahead of the hearing, nor is it apparent whether the agency plans to continue granting requests on a rolling basis in the coming weeks. Now, representatives of major pro-cannabis organizations such as NORML and the Marijuana Policy Project said they have not yet received a response on their request to participate of a Tuesday afternoon. Now, these are the groups that I was mentioning earlier about the advocacy in the groups. We've got the industry group there. Let's get the advocacy group that's representing just the people on the ground, and that's NORML and Marijuana Policy Project. They'd be good at that. So, well, some advocates and stakeholders had hoped the DEA would avoid the additional step of holding an administrative hearing and simply move to final rulemaking. The agency has often scheduled hearings for regulatory proposals of major public interest, and rescheduling cannabis for the first time since it was designated as Schedule 1 over 50 years ago met that standard. So there you go, folks. Just like I said, it took 50 years for them to go from 1 to 3. Take that, go to 3 first, and then go to remove from the CSA. It could be another 50 years, and nobody wants to wait another 50 years. So just jump right into that right off the bat, folks. It doesn't make sense. That said, the hearing has added some uncertainty about the potential rescheduling timeline. There are some concerns that December's hearing means that the rulemaking process will not be completed before January, which could mean an administrative change-up after the November election that theoretically could affect the rescheduling process. Now, DEA has already made clear that it feels additional information is needed on a number of topics related to the scientific review into cannabis that led to the reclassification recommendations. Some view the scheduling of the hearing as more evidence of DEA skepticism. For what it's worth, Vice President Kamala Harris, she's the Democrat president nominee, says that part of the reason for the delay in the administrative cannabis rescheduling effort is federal bureaucracy that slows things down, including at the DEA. And in March, Harris also expressed some frustration with the bureaucratic process of rescheduling cannabis prior to the DOJ's formal recommendation, calling on the DEA to expediently finish the job. And while the Biden-Harris administration facilitated the review that led to the DOJ rescheduling proposal, former President Donald Trump, who is the GOP presidential nominee, has also voiced support for the reform. And in a historic first for the U.S., both he and Harris have aligned with their support of cannabis legalization. So there you go. Witnesses are being called. Things are moving. It'll be slow, as mentioned in the article, but it started. And let's hope that those advocacy groups, those grassroots advocacy groups, get a spot at the table and be able to speak. We shouldn't be shut out for something as big as that. As I said, 50 years since the last time it was rescheduled. They should try to get as much information in there as possible. They only listed those 4 witnesses. There's got to be more than that. As they said, they requested the full list, but they didn't receive one. So hopefully a full list does come out, and if it does, I'll make sure that we get it in the news. All right, on to my last story of the day, and this one comes to me from the Cannabis Health News .co.uk website, and it says dramatic drop in cannabis use among U.S. teens finds a study. Yeah, they all say, "Oh, don't legalize. It's going to go up. It's going to go up. Teen use." Yeah. They say that the study, new findings have identified a significant decline in the percentage of U.S. adolescents reporting current cannabis use over the last decade. The study was published in the journal Pediatric Reports, reveals that in 2011, 23.1% of adolescents indicated that they were current users, but by 2021, that figure had dropped to 15.8%. Additionally, the percentage of adolescents trying cannabis for the first time before age 13 also saw a noticeable decline from 8.1% in 2011 to 4.9% in 2021. Researchers from the Florida Atlantic University Schmidt College of Medicine conducted a comprehensive study using data from the Youth Risk Behavior Survey between 2011 and 2021, where surveyed 88,183 adolescents in grades 9 through 12. Now, in 2021, cannabis use was most prevalent among 12th graders at 22.4%, followed by 11th graders at 18%, with lower usage rates in the earlier grades. Now, from 2011 to 2021, all grades experienced a notable decline in current cannabis use, especially among 9th graders. While there was an overall downward trend over the years, there were slight increases in use in 2013 and again in 2019. Now, Panagiotis Santos, who has a PhD, corresponding author and professor and chair of the Department of Population Health and Social Medicine, FAU Schmidt College of Medicine, commented, well, that's a great title. While we observed an overall decline in 2011 and 2021 across all grades, older students consistently reported higher usage, particularly at 12th graders. I'm not surprised there. This suggests that as adolescents advance through high school, they may have greater access to cannabis, influenced by more developed peer networks and increased independence. This trend highlights the need for targeted interventions aimed at older adults who are at greater risk of regular cannabis use. Now, the research team focused on the overall time trends in use of cannabis, as well as variations of gender, race, ethnicity, and school grade. Now, in 2021, girls reported a higher prevalence of current cannabis use at 17.8% than boys that were at 13.6%. Wow. This marks a significant change from 2011, when boys were more likely to use cannabis at 26% compared to the girls at 20%. According to the authors, the convergence of usage rates among genders highlights evolving dynamic that could reflect broader society changes in attitudes towards cannabis. Researchers also found variations among Asian, Hispanic, and white adolescents who experienced some of the steepest declines in current use. In 2021, however, Black adolescents reported a notable higher percentage of current cannabis use at 20.5%, compared to their white at 14%, Hispanic at 16.7%, and an Asian at 14.1%. The counterparts in the U.S. According to the co-author of the study, Charles Hennikins, he says, in the U.S., the current landscape of cannabis legalization in adults adds a complex layer to the issues of adolescent cannabis use. Why? As more states continue to legalize recreational cannabis, the accessibility and perceived normalcy of the drug may increase, particularly for adolescents who view its legal status as an indication of safety or acceptability. Research suggests that cannabis legalization in adults can influence adolescent behavior through their perceptions of less risk as increased availability, both of which may impede effects or reduce cannabis or adolescent use. However, the study funded by the National Institute of Drug Abuse in 2020 found that legalizing cannabis for adult use did not lead to an increase in consumption among adolescents. It's just people just think, as the other fellow said, it's legal. People get thinking, okay, it's not harmful. It's legal for mom and dad. I can try it, But the study says this isn't happening. So now the authors emphasize the importance of interventions like parental communication, supervision, and modeling, alongside school offering effective health education and fostering a positive school climate to sustain the decline in adult cannabis use. And talk to your kids. And tell them. I know I eventually had to have the talk, and things change as they understand what's going on. There's no doubt about that, at least in my situation. So, all righty. Other than that, I'm all done with my news stories for today. Just ran the 6 stories, but other than that, our next broadcast is Monday at 10 a.m. and you'll be able to catch the news again. It'll be me. Cindy is at West, and I'll check with Glenn, see if he's available to fill in for Cindy. If not, it'll just be me. Who knows? Maybe I'll do some experimenting when these guys are gone. So, all right. Other than that, that's Pace News Report for today. From our friends at legacy420.com for Camelford Lifestyle Shop, as well as not legacy420.com. I mentioned them. Limestone City Hydroponics.ca and @ease.ca. Thanks for everybody. And in closing, we'd like to say thanks, and don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.